Castrodinium? Startled, Piper glanced over at the science officer, who was looking at her with a quizzical look on his face.
What is a manufactured metal doing in a comet?
The captain voiced her thoughts aloud. Scanner stepped down from his post at the engineering station and checked Piper's readouts.
Maybe they built something into the comet,
he suggested.
Possible,
Piper thought,
but highly unlikely.
She voiced her doubts by saying,
What would be the point of that, since it's on a bearing straight for the sun?
Judd bit his lip as he considered the question.
Maybe they're simply building a place for the blacks to ride the comet into the sun.
No.
Piper shook her head doubtfully.
Too much effort for too little return.
Something on the readout caught Scanner's eye. He paused the screen and scrolled back, then tapped the screen.
That's what this is all about,
he said, victorious.
This comet's loaded with dilithium.
Piper gazed at the readout and confirmed his suspicion. The comet consisted of approximately 20% dilithium. Its intrinsic value was obvious. To an energy-hungry people like the Cait, this comet was a gold mine. Scanner put it all together.
They're using the blacks to mine the comet.
His hands balled into fists.
Bastards.
The anger he was feeling burned in his eyes.
I say we rescue the blacks, then cripple their ship and make them ride into the sun with the comet.
The captain reminded herself that Scanner's brother-in-law was Black Cait, and it could easily have been him out there with them. She put her hand on her friend's arm and gave him a reassuring smile.
Don't worry, my friend. They'll get justice.
Judd felt the pressure past his feelings and gave his friend a sheepish look.
Sorry, Piper,
he said quietly.
These guys just make me burn.
I know how you feel,
she said, letting a little of her own anger show.
But we've still got to do this by the book. Otherwise, we're no better than they are.
She brushed a lock of hair out of her eyes as she turned to inspect the data once more.
Will you look at that?
Scanner said, touching the screen. He fingered a couple of controls to bring the data up on the view screen. Inside the head of the comet could be seen a number of chambers and corridors linking them.
They have been busy.
It's a mine, all right,
Piper said. She frowned to herself. A worrying thought occurred to her.
Computer, what effect will it have on the sun when this comet hits?
Working.
The computer answered. After 10 seconds, it rendered its answer.
The comet will compress under the gravity, forming one dilithium crystal weighing approximately 150 tons. As it nears the star's core, there is a high probability that it will focus the star's energy and channel it in one focus beam. Direction unknown.
The energies within the star were phenomenal, and the thought of them being directed outward in one focused beam was terrifying.
Computer,
Piper asked.
Is it enough energy to destroy a planet?
Working.
Replied the ship's AI system.
Yes.
The captain's eyes widened at the implications. If they didn't change this comet's course soon, it could fry every planet in this system. Scanner placed a hand on his captain's arm.
That's not the worst of it, Captain,
he said, the concern in his tone apparent.
The odds of the beam hitting a planet are low, but just a simple act of that happening will unbalance this star. It could collapse, or worse, go nova.
Piper looked up at the view screen of the comet that now filled it. Beyond, the Caitian star could be seen, and it was growing in size. It would not be long before the comet dived into its heart.
Computer, how much time is there before we can no longer shift the comet's course far enough to avoid hitting the star?
Working. 16 hours, 11.5 minutes.
The computer reported dispassionately. The captain and her chief engineer shared a worried look. 16 hours until doomsday. You've got to be kidding. Jason stared out his forward window with a mixture of awe and amazement.
Now, that's not something you see every day.
Carmen muttered under his breath. Here would be a good place to stop, Sarda suggested by way of an order. Jason ran his hands over his console and expertly brought the cork to a halt. At this close range, their craft would appear like any of the other of the plethora of derelict ships floating in space in this location. You weren't lying about this place, that's for sure, Jason said to Faith as she leaned over his shoulder to peer upward and outward. As she got a little too close to an important instrument, he batted her paw away playfully. She simply smiled and sat back on her haunches.
"Take your pick, gentlemen,"
she said with a wave.
"I told you, Caits tend to give their ships names, and over time they develop a personality of their own. Being a superstitious lot, we'd rather bury our dead rather than dismantle them, so our leftover or worn-out ships are left to float forever in our asteroid belt."
Sarda ran a scan over the multitude of craft floating around them. He found most of them to be surprisingly intact, yet the state of most of their drive systems was so far gone as to rule them out completely. "Mr. Nunn, could you bring us in a course following their orbit at this relative distance at 300 kph? Their pilot nodded, understanding that Sarda needed to keep looking for a suitable candidate. If they're going to even temporarily raise one of these old ships from the dead, then they're going to have a good look. Jason made the necessary adjustments, and within seconds they were cruising alongside the biggest junkyard he had ever seen. With the vast number of ships, it took some time before Sarda even looked up from his scanners. Carmen wondered whether his fearless leader was just being picky, but even he could tell that a number of the craft had been holed, and others had been scavenged, even picked clean. He stole a glance at their internal atmospherics indicator, which was slowly moving towards the red line.
I hope this doesn't take too long,
he said quietly, not realizing he had verbalized his thoughts. "It will take as long as it has to, Mr. Velastro," Sarda said. He looked up from his scanners. "Park us here, Mr. Nunn." As Jason brought their craft to a stop, Sarda looked about him. "I'm concerned that we are not going to find a suitable vehicle quickly enough. Suggestions?" The other officers were too professional to comment on the Vulcan's request. For a human, it might appear as a show of weakness. In a Vulcan, it was simply a request for data.
"We could keep looking,"
Brankovian said. Carmen shook his head.
It could take forever, and we don't have that long.
"If only we had that projector," Jason muttered. Carmen grinned.
Yeah, we could go in looking like the Easter Bunny and they wouldn't know it was us.
Faith looked out the window at the many ships floating outside, dimly illuminated by the distant sun.
"You know, we don't have to actually make one go. We only have to make it look like it's flying."
Jason looked at her blankly. "Huh?" Sarda picked up her train of thought, however. "Are you suggesting we fly the cork into the shuttle bay of a larger ship, lock the two together, and use the cork's engine to move them both?" Grinning like a schoolboy, Jason raised his head. "We could run an umbilical from the cork to the other ship to run some of the basics, like the lights and such."
And we could extend the cork's warp field to envelop the bigger ship. We could still move at warp speed.
Carmen nodded his head.
It could be done.
All eyes turned on Sarda. Jason spoke for the group. "Were there any ships we've seen that match those specs, Commander?" he asked respectfully. Without even looking at his computer, Sarda had already decided on one. "Bring us about, Lieutenant. Our craft is 220 kilometres behind us." Manny took a moment from her search of the ship to flip open her communicator.
Sandbeach here.
She was still getting used to the change of her name. Slightly tinny, Piper's voice issued from the tiny speaker.
"How goes the hunt?"
she asked. The security chief sighed. Her job was never done. She wondered why the captain was calling, though. It wasn't her style to look over others' shoulders.
"We're minutes away from securing the breach, Captain,"
she said hopefully.
"I'm sorry to put this on you, Lieutenant, but we're going to have to speed things up. We've just discovered that if we don't stop this comet soon, it will probably destroy the star."
The edge in the captain's voice was clear. The ramifications of her statement came down on her like the proverbial ton of bricks. The stakes in their adventure just went through the roof.
"Understood, Captain,"
she said with a slight quiver. She snapped her communicator shut with a deft flick of her wrist, and then reopened it and tuned to her people's private encrypted channel.
"Teams 1, 2, and 3, we don't have time to do this neatly anymore. Set your phaser rifles on the heavy stun, wide as angle. Take down anything that moves.
We'll pick through the survivors later and sort the good kits from the bad kits then. Go.
She shut the communicator again, slipped it into her belt, confident that her people would be successful. She looked her compatriots in the eyes, making sure they understood the stakes.
Let's do this quickly, and by the numbers. We haven't had much resistance so far, but that could change when we get to the bridge. Whatever you do, keep your heads down, and don't make me have to write a letter to your families.
Her people nodded their understanding, and with many in the lead, they quickly moved forward, using their tricorder to find life forms, then their phasers to put them to sleep. The universe was conspiring against him. That Drishtagoth was convinced of. Only hours before, he had watched his friend and party leader walk off to his probable doom. He had been rescued by a Starfleet shuttle, which then had been engaged in a shooting match, and finally he and his people had been left with a bunch of religious nuts. Not that he was ungrateful for their hospitality, just the opposite. In their hour of need, Krashtallash and his people had been more than generous in their willingness to hide them. It was just that these people believed such heretical things that the priests had never uttered, like the subject of their current argument.
Are you meaning to tell me,
Drishtagoth said,
that we don't really know what colour the teacher was?
Krashtallash wore a beatific smile that was starting to get on his nerves.
Exactly. The scriptures make no mention of his colour, or that of any of those who killed him. None.
He said the last with an open-pawed flourish.
We have been lied to for generations.
Like so many who are faced with the impossible notion that their fundamental beliefs are just a pack of lies, Drishtagoth balked.
No. The priests are all white for a reason,
he said, as if that simple fact spoke for itself.
So what?
Krashtallash said airily.
I have read the scriptures from front to back. There is no mention of anyone's colouring, much less anyone even suggesting we should judge an entire portion of our population based purely on the colour of their fur. The teacher would never have approved of such thinking.
Drishtagoth looked down at his bowl of tea once more and pondered the situation. He wanted to do something, but any action on their part would simply draw attention to themselves, and that was what Commander Sarda wished to avoid. He and his people represented the legal government of Cait, yet they were effectively in exile, powerless. His host, unaware of his personal quandary, pushed a pad into the politician's hand.
If you don't believe me, my friend, read the scriptures for yourself and tell me it isn't so.
Startled at the revelation that he held the priest's holy scriptures in his hand, he almost dropped it.
I can't read this,
he said.
It's for the priest's eyes only.
Krashtallash rocked on his knees, a friendly smile on his face.
Now, that's a conditioned response if I'd ever heard one.
He touched his paw to his nose, then placed it on his new friend's shoulders.
There is no magic formula to it.
He gave a little chuckle.
They read quite well, actually. There are times when the narrative is so captivating you can't put it down.
Drishtagoth gave him an almost incredulous look.
You would make a good bookseller,
he said ruefully. Krashtallash sighed.
I just wish I could sell this book to the whole world.
And profit from it.
Drishtagoth recoiled, offended at the notion.
No.
Krashtallash said, his hands held high.
Don't get me wrong. I don't care about money. I just want the people to know the truth.
Drishtagoth tipped his head to the side, curious.
Why haven't you uploaded it to the WorldNet yet? Then everyone could read it.
Couldn't if I wanted to. Someone out there has released a worm virus into the WorldNet that hunts down and destroys copies of the scriptures if it finds them online.
The male's frustration was evident.
How about uploading it to Memory Alpha? Then people could download it directly from there.
I wish,
his host said wistfully.
Once martial law was announced, all outside connections were restricted, and besides, I don't have the equipment or the clearance to upload it. It takes someone with the right credentials to upload something to Memory Alpha. I've never had it. Neither have any of our people.
That would be frustrating, Drishtagoth thought. These people were too honest to go about uploading it using dishonest means. If they had a fault, it was that they were too nice. He cast his gaze around the room, and his eyes alighted once more on their protector, a metre-round lump of rock. Only the Starfleet voter on its side suggested it was anything other than a large mineral deposit.
Starfleet,
he said victoriously. Krestaban looked at him sideways.
What about it?
A plan formed in Dristagoth's mind. If it was true that there really was no basis for the division of colour, then the people had a right to know. And the best way of getting the message out was to publish the scriptures in a place where everyone could read them freely. Then, perhaps, the Prime Minister's House of Cards would collapse.
Starfleet has the authority to upload to Memory Alpha. If we can contact Faith on the Cork, she might be able to do it for you.
Dristagoth did not know why he was excited, but the thought gave him hope that there might be a peaceful outcome to this whole mess after all.
That sounds great.
Krestaban said enthusiastically. Then he paused.
Whose faith?
Chapter 16. The world was too loud and the sun too bright. As hard as Krashtallash tried to shut them out, he failed. A stray thought came to him that this was what humans must feel like when they have a hangover. His arms hurt too, and he found the cause to be that they were being held by two very large Caits. His wrists were tied together somehow behind his back, so the act of holding Crash up was putting undue strain on his shoulders. Now conscious, he got his feet under himself and lightened the load. While the males holding him seemed to appreciate the fact they were no longer carrying dead weight, they did not lessen their grips on his arms. He quickly came to the conclusion that he was going nowhere without them. The next problem Crash faced was working out where he was and what was going on. He found himself standing on a raised platform overlooking a stage that contained something large and cylindrical. It seemed about 1 metre wide and 2 metres tall, but that was only a guess at this range. He thought he was about 50 metres from the stage. While there didn't appear to be many in the audience, except the news media and a few unruly Caits shouting abuse, there was plenty on the stage to capture his attention. Firstly, Zift stood, proud and regal, the essence of the temporal ruler he aspired to be. After meeting him and hearing about him from others, Crash had come to the conclusion long ago that Ziff was more the antithesis of the spiritual leader he was supposed to be. Curiously, at his side was the Queen, dazzling in her regal attire of gold and royal purples. The lady would have just as easily caught the eye of the males if she was standing there naked. Her pure white fur and golden eyes made her a clear standout in any crowd. The only question that came to Crash's mind was, where's Susanna? His missing wife was never far from his mind, and trying to function properly as a Starfleet commander was becoming increasingly difficult as his fears for his wife's safety rose. Unseen until now, Hutajink's voice came from behind him to the right. It carried a sinister tone that Crash had been unaware he possessed.
Now, Blackie, see what's in store for you and that half-breed mate of yours.
Crash's eyes went wide in fear as he began to understand what he was seeing. Voices floated up from below, amplified by unseen speakers, lending them a quality far beyond the natural, designed to make one shiver.
Citizens of Cait,
Ziff said with a flourish in one of his more grandiose attempts at flair.
For many years we have been at the mercy of a breed that has insidiously worked to undermine our very morals and society. Starting with their murder of the teacher, they have continued to be a thorn in the side of our people for millennia. They have been linked to the murders of many a good Cait.
Crash wondered where he got that from.
And have robbed many good families of their rightful place of honour in our society.
He held up a finger at the closest camera as he looked straight into the lens, eyes full of malice.
Well, I say, no more.
At this point, in a move that was obviously rehearsed, the Queen took Ziff's place and held out her hands in a fashion that appeared imploring.
My people, we stand at a crossway. At this juncture in time, we have the unique opportunity to rid ourselves of our subversive elements. Even the king allowed himself to become swayed by their lies, and now has faced the consequences by being removed from office. He is now being taken care of by doctors who will help him see the errors of his ways. With time, he may be able to return to lead a useful life of service to his people. For those who are familiar with the stain of shame harbouring a black Cait in one's clan can bring, you will be glad to know we have come up with a final solution.
At this point, the Queen stepped back and indicated the cylindrical object behind her.
We have constructed a device that will humanely return them to the elements that gave us all life.
On the balcony, Crash's blood ran cold. The device was a disintegrator, of that he was certain, and the Queen and Ziff were going to put people in it to purge their genome once and for all. "When will this madness end?" he cried, loudly enough for the Queen to hear him. At the sound of his voice, her eyes narrowed, and the sheer hatred he saw in them was breathtaking. She pointed up at him and responded with a voice devoid of humanity. It was dead, lifeless, uncaring.
You and your kind started it by killing our teacher. Since then, you've continued your villainy with your traitorous support of the king with his failed coup. You have no one to blame but yourselves.
At this point, she turned and gestured towards the far end of the podium.
And speaking of traitors, we have someone special to demonstrate our new device with.
2 homeworld security guards stepped onto the stage, hauling a bedraggled Voltanic between them. The ageing opposition leader had clearly been beaten. However, he walked with dignity in every step and refused to give the Queen the satisfaction of seeing his pain. Before the Queen could utter a word, he scowled at her and gave her both barrels.
You are a poor excuse for a regent if you think this machine can subdue the people, my Queen. They will remember their courage, and on the day you think you have victory, your defeat will come swiftly.
Brave words,
the Queen stated with disdain.
However, the end will be the same. You will be dead, and your memory lost.
She turned towards the camera once more and addressed the people of Cait, the vast majority of which were glued to their vids.
My people, under my rule, you will find me fair and just, and justice will come swiftly for those who oppose me.
She turned on her heel and moved over to the side of the machine. With a deft hand, she pressed the controls, and the door slid around and into itself, a semi-cylinder door that moved into the back of the device, revealing the interior of it to be metallic, shiny, and perfectly smooth. It had no roof, but it didn't need one, as the sides were sheer and 8 feet high. With nothing to hold on to, there was no way the average Cait could climb out of it.
Put him in it,
the Queen said with all the emotion of an android. Voltanic did not resist as the guards led him to the chamber. They let him go momentarily as the Queen hit the control to close the booth. With one last defiant glare, he spat,
Your time will come, and you will find yourself wishing your death was this easy.
The Queen simply shrugged as the booth clanged shut. She deftly touched the activate control. From his vantage point above, Crash watched in horror as the booth started a low hum that slowly increased in volume. For a second, he thought he heard a cry from within the death machine, but any sound would have been muffled by the heavy drapes that obscured his view of the top of it. He wondered for a moment if Voltanic was on fire in there, whether he was being cooked by microwaves, whatever. He just prayed that his demise was painless. After a period of 30 seconds, the sound ceased, and the booth slid open. Inside it was only a small heap of light grey dust, all that remained of a once great statesman. The Queen, curiously, stooped down and picked up some of the dust and let it drain between her fingers. She watched as it fell to the floor, fascinated. Then she showed it to the cameras for all to see.
This is what those who oppose your government or myself can expect. I know that the majority of Caits are law-abiding citizens, and as such you have nothing to fear. The only ones who have anything to worry about know who they are, and I can assure you this: we will find you.
At this point, the Queen gave a slight wave of her hand at the news people. The spectacle was over. Each cameraman started shutting down his equipment, and, with the assistance of the reporters, they packed up and sauntered out. Most knew that something terrible had just happened, and that they were witness to something that would change the very fabric of their society. They just didn't know if, or what, they could do about it. Most thought the die was cast and there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they were just people, and the Queen represented the government. What could they do to stop them? The ship Sarda had chosen to be their Trojan horse was probably one of the newest to join the Ghost Fleet. It was a former starliner, although it was relatively small for its type. It had a shuttle bay that opened up beneath it, with doors that swung downwards and outwards. Fortunately for the crew of the Cork, they had been left open, possibly by those who left it behind, leaving in a shuttle much like theirs. Once beneath the Troy, as Jason had dubbed it, he carefully guided the Cork into the black shuttle bay, using sensors only. Once he had parked the shuttle square inside the bay, Carmen lit up the interior with the shuttle's landing lights. To their surprise, it looked pristine. Using the Cork's small tractor beam, they held the two crafts together while they went about their individual tasks to prepare their elaborate illusion. Firstly, Sarda, Brankovian, and Carmen donned their spacesuits, put on thruster packs, and stepped into the vessel's small airlock. Carmen gave the others the thumbs up, then the three of them took a rare spacewalk. The plan was simple. Hook the external power coupling to the Troy shuttle bay umbilical, and feed the larger ship enough power to make the things they needed to work. All they needed were the running lights, life support systems, docking clamps, and the shuttle bay doors. Everything else was superfluous. "How's it going out there?" Jason called after about 5 minutes of silence. Sarda replied, his voice muffled by his helmet. "Things are going as expected, Lieutenant. We will be able to transfer power to the Troy momentarily. Stand by." Inside the Cork, Jason gave Faith a smile. "We'll have this lot flying in no time," he said confidently.
I hope so,
Faith replied. She stole a glance at their life support systems. They were getting closer to the red line by the minute.
I have no intention of meeting my maker by suffocating out in space.
She tried to make it sound humorous, but her attempt fell flat. Taking a liberty, Jason placed his hand on Faith's paw and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Don't worry, you're in the best of hands. I trust Commander Sarda to pull us out of the fire any day." As if in response to his statements, the lights dimmed as power was diverted. Outside, the lights came on, and Jason could see Carmen in a booth opposite. The Alpha Centauran could be seen operating the controls. Then Jason noticed on his scanners that the doors beneath their shuttle were beginning to close. Also, the docking clamps above the Cork started descending, and with a clang that could be heard throughout the shuttle, they held on fast. Through the window, Jason gave his friend a wave, and smiled when he waved back. In the engine room, Brankovian looked over the controls and wondered how anyone could fly it. The controls were all made for people with paws, he concluded, and he tried to adjust for the conditions. Using his universal translator, he was able to decipher which controls were for the life support systems, and he brought them online. He smiled as he felt the artificial gravity come on under his feet. Magnetic boots were handy, but there was no substitute for gravity that affected every part of the body, not just the feet. Curious, he stepped over to the warp engines and examined them. He opened the dilithium chamber and was surprised to find the crystal still intact. Amazed, he walked back to the engineering console and ran a quick diagnostic. To all intents and purposes, the ship should still be spaceworthy. He clapped his hands together in delight, then his face fell when he saw the problem. The ship had absolutely no fuel in it whatsoever. Not only no antimatter, but no matter either. He was hoping to make the ship fly under its own power. Now he knew why Commander Sarda had originally ignored this ship. It would take too much to bring her back online. He took a moment to consider what it would take, and smiled. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility after all. It would take little doing, however, and he had other priorities. Regardless of the fact that the Cork would be providing the propulsion, the problem remained that the Troy would still have to provide its own inertial dampening field. Otherwise, the ship would tear itself to pieces the moment they tried to go to warp. Finding the Troy's computer coming back online, he instructed it to do just that, then warmed up the bussard collectors. If the ship was starved of fuel, he could always pick some up along the way. Once the reporters had left the venue, the Queen looked up at the mezzanine and gave Huttajink a nod. In turn, he backhanded Krashtallash so hard his head spun. It took him a moment to focus once more through the haze of pain in his skull.
Now, traitor,
Huttajink growled,
you will tell us what your friends in the shuffle are doing. We know that the Millennium has engaged our destroyer, and we have heard nothing from them for the last quarter hour. What are your captain's plans? What is the shuffle doing? What can we expect Captain Piper to do next?
The fact that Huttajink had essentially asked the same question twice occurred to Crash, but he was in no mood to point out this error to his captor. Instead of answering, he kept his silence and gave the information minister nothing more than a savage look. Huttajink snorted.
I would have assumed as much from a backwards black like you. When it comes down to it, you're too stupid to know what's best for you. Still, I bet I know how to loosen your tongue.
He stepped over to the railing and called down,
Bring her out.
At that moment, something within Crash died as he saw his beloved wife, Susanna, dragged out onto the stage from the same place Voltanik had appeared from. Like himself, 2 guards escorted her, and Crash could see they had not been kind to her. In places on her supple form, her tortoiseshell-coloured fur had been matted by blood from multiple scrapes and cuts. She did not allow herself to be led easily, and the 2 guards practically carried her onto the stage. The Queen walked over to her and slapped her hard across the face.
Be silent, off-worlder. You should consider yourself lucky I haven't killed you yet.
Susanna relaxed herself then, giving the appearance she had been knocked out. One of the guards, the one on her right, became complacent and relaxed his grip on her arm. Taking full advantage of the opportunity, Susanna unsheathed her formidable claws and took a savage swipe at the Queen's head. While she managed only a glancing blow, her razor-sharp claws found flesh underneath the snowy fur and drew blood. The Queen, stunned, recoiled in horror and held her paws to her cheek. She checked them for blood and found them crimson. The priest, Ziph, came to her rescue and took her aside as the guards brutally brought Susanna under control.
How dare you touch the Queen?
Ziph shouted, not only in anger but total surprise. In his wildest dreams, he'd never imagined someone actually landing a blow on his Queen, not less even wanting to. The ambassador gave him a weak grin.
How dare you lay a hand on the Federation, Ambassador?
She said, tired but defiant.
You had thrown the rulebook out the window, then wonder when someone breaks one.
She turned her gaze up at the mezzanine, where she could see her husband.
Tell them nothing, my love. Make sure Piper makes them pay.
Crash fought to speak past the lump in his throat as he knew what was coming next. I love you, Susanna, he cried, then fell silent.
As I do you, Krashtallash,
Susanna said. Besides Crash, Huttajink tried once more to coerce him.
Tell us what we want to know, or your half-breed off-worlder female dies,
he said matter-of-factly. In answer, Crash gave him a look of total conviction. If she dies, he said, so do you. Huttajink gave a small laugh.
I don't think you know who's in charge here, Blackie. It's certainly not you.
Turning his back on Crash, Huttajink indicated to the guards to put Susanna in the device. Without a struggle, Susanna allowed herself to be led forward. As if operated the controls, the door began to close. Crash's last look at his wife was of her blowing him a kiss before the door shut with a clang. Ziff waited a moment as he waited for the final confirmation to continue. Above, Hatachink tried once more.
You instill savour even now. Give us what we want.
In answer, Krashtallash took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and said no more. Hatachink shook his head in amazement, then nodded at Ziff, who hit the control to activate the machine. 30 seconds later, the door opened, and the only thing to be found was grey powder on the floor. In Crestapan's underground chapel, the whole congregation watched in open-mouthed awe as the travesty of justice played out on their vidscreen. The older members of the congregation mourned for their lost former Prime Minister, a male who had led them through many terms in office. Most joined in a prayer for their lost friend. Unlike the current Prime Minister, Voltanik had been opened to the tenets of religious freedom. From his place where he was standing at the back of the room, Drishtagoth struggled to hold back a tear for his lost friend and mentor. For all the time he had served in the Conservative Party, he had looked up to the elder statesman as a being of impeccable honesty and integrity. He displayed uncommon charity and manners towards beings who deserved none, and helped preside over a world that was peaceful and free from fear. It was after the last election, when the people had voted for a change as the Conservatives had been in power for 20 years, that things had begun to degenerate. He remembered how Voltanik had railed against the constitutional changes that had led to the formation of the Ministries of Information and Homeworld Security, but the ruling party's overwhelming majority squelched his voice. And now a male who had spent his entire life in service to his people was rewarded with a summary execution. The thought so turned his stomach that Drishtagoth was forced to run to the kitchen sink so he could vomit without making a mess. He stood there for a few moments, feeling the waves of nausea running through him as he brought up the entire contents of his stomach and threatened to try for even more than that. He became aware of a presence at his side, and he knew without looking that it was Kristapan. He felt the pastor's paw on his shoulder as he tried to lend him some comfort. Even though he did not quite agree with him, Drishtagoth had developed a fondness for the compassionate believer. If there were more beings like him on the planet, they would never have found themselves in this mess. As he stood there, he remembered his leader's last words and found within himself a new reservoir of courage. There was no way this atrocity was going to go unchallenged. They needed to form a plan of action, the first step of which was to find some support. He turned on the tap, cleaned the sink, then lapped at the water as it fell. Feeling refreshed, he stood up and looked the pastor in the eye.
Has Earhart been able to contact her people yet?
He asked. Crestaban welcomed the newfound strength in his friend's soul. He was worried he was going to sink into a pit of depression and never come out. The death of his friend had galvanized him. Crestapan found himself wondering if the Queen had gone too far with her display. Instead of spreading fear, she simply awakened a monster.
No, she hasn't. She doesn't have any idea where they've gone, but she assumes they were chased out of orbit. They may be waiting for the Millennium's return, but she doesn't think so.
Why not?
The pastor smiled at that.
She said, "It's not Sarda's style."
The new opposition leader grinned. It was good to have people like that on his side.
Is there any way of boosting the signal?
At that, Crestapan gave a reluctant shrug.
Sorry, we don't have the equipment.
Then we wait.
Drishtagoth found the notion grated, but there really was no alternative. While he had the drive to make things happen, he didn't have the resources.
Can I at least call my people in the other chapels?
Glad to have something positive to report, the pastor said.
They've arrived in one of them, but not the other yet.
Now that's good news,
Drishtagoth said. Surprised, Crestapan said.
What do you mean? It could mean that Commander Sarda's ship has been destroyed.
The politician thought of the memory still fresh in his mind.
You didn't see their ship. It's powerful, fast, and crewed by a very competent group of people. No, they're still out there, and we've just got to be ready when they return.
His confidence fairly radiated. As the pastor led him back into the common room, he said,
I thought I was the one for living in faith.
Drishtagoth laughed at that.
My friend, you have a talent for believing in the unseen. I have the benefit of believing in what I have seen.
Lieutenant Manny Sandage led her still intact and unhurt team to the bridge doors. They had had a couple of close shaves as they made their way forward, but it was nothing they could not handle. As Manny looked at the locked door, she considered the different ways she could enter. Blow, storm, and blast seemed to be effective, but this time she decided on something a little more subtle. She knocked.
Who's there?
Came a voice muffled by the metal door. Manny slitted her eyes in annoyance. Of all the stupid questions. She gave her full name, then demanded to enter in the authority of Starfleet.
As long as you promise not to kill anyone.
The voice was full of fear. The lieutenant's patience was running out.
We haven't killed anyone. Yet.
She said.
That's not true. We've been watching on the monitors. Your people have been choosing everybody they meet.
Manny sighed.
We've been stunning them, not killing them. You should know it's not Starfleet's way to go around shooting to kill. As a rule, we'd like to give everyone a chance to do the right thing.
Her argument carried weight. Although this group had gone rogue, they were aware of Starfleet's reputation for promoting peace. The door slid aside to reveal a group of 6 clustered in the middle of the bridge. A quick glance at them with her mini-mirror showed them to be unharmed. Manny gave the nod, and her people swarmed onto the bridge and fanned out. As Manny took stock of the ship's status, her security forces made sure those with her were unarmed. They were quickly herded into a corner and held there at gunpoint. Satisfied there were no surprises from the ship itself, like nasty self-destruct mechanisms, Manny turned her attention to the bridge crew. One anomaly became clear fast.
Where's the captain?
She asked forcefully. There were a number of shrugs, but none of them spoke a word. Manny took out her tricorder and ran a scan, and curiously found a dampening field in effect. Someone was hiding something. That was obvious. She considered where the captain may have gone, and looked about for a way out. Aside from the door she had entered through, there were none. There were no life pods to abandon ship in, so where was he? The only other option she had to find him gave her pause. It might not work, she thought, but then... She hung her phaser rifle over her shoulders, then sat back on the floor on her haunches. She closed her eyes and cleared her mind, then used her sixth sense to feel for those on the bridge. She quickly found the pirate crew, her people, and then 3 others. Once their position was certain in her mind, she opened her eyes and looked in that direction. It was a bulkhead wall with no apparent handle or mode of entry, but she knew there was one and where to find it. Certain where she would find the captain, she pointed to 2 of her people and ushered them over silently. They joined her and levelled their faces at the bulkhead as she reached out and brushed the tiny part of the wall she knew would open it. It slipped in and slid off to the side. Startled, those inside blinked in the sudden light and grappled for their phasers. The 2 at the captain's side fell to quick shots from Manny's assistance. The captain himself was smart enough not to go for his. He simply glared defiantly at the lieutenant. Manny gave him a smile that was closer to a snarl and entirely devoid of mirth.
Hello, Captain,
she said. Then she knocked him out the old-fashioned way, with a vicious blow to the head with her balled fist. Once he dropped, she turned her gaze to his companions. They were dressed in peculiar fashion, not as the others on their ship. The black garb reminded her of the being she had shot at in the forest after he had shot her husband. The really interesting part was that they were white, not tawny like the rest of the crew. Were they also a part of the Assassin's Guild, she wondered? If so, why were they white? Was there something she was missing? At that point, her communicator chirped. She flipped it open.
Lieutenant,
The leader of 2 squad said.
we have secured the cargo deck. Like you guessed, it was full of blacks. We've liberated them, but I recommend we beam them over to Millennium. Most of them are in a bad way.
Well done,
she said.
Go ahead. Once they're out, let me know. We'll move the crew into the cargo hold and keep them there. Let them see what it's like.
Understood. Out.
Manny snapped shut her communicator, then looked down at her most recent captives. They were an enigma, that was to say the least. She turned to the others and indicated the surrendered crew.
Put them in the cargo hold with the rest.
As they were ushered out the door, Manny flipped open her communicator once again.
Sandwich to Millennium. I had 3 unconscious Caits at this location. Can you scan them?
Manny recognised the science officer's voice as he replied,
Negative, Lieutenant. We have no reading your location.
Opening her mind once more, Manny quickly found the dampening device and shot it. Once it was nothing more than a sparking remnant, she said,
How about now?
Got them, Sandage. What do you want to do with them?
Manny gave a victorious grin.
Beam them directly to the brig. Take extra care of the whites. I think they're assassins and they are not to be underestimated. I recommend complete scans and removing their clothes. They don't need them.
That's a little paranoid, don't you think?
She shook her head.
That's what they pay me for,
she said. In matters of security, she had the last say.
Just make sure it's done.
Got that, Lieutenant. Beaming now.
The 3 forms disappeared from the floor, and many considered the rude awakening they would find when they regained consciousness. At that, she felt no pity for them. With that done, Manny touched a button on her communicator that put her directly through to the captain's chair.
Captain?
She asked respectfully.
Got you, Lieutenant.
Piper was all business.
What's your status?
There was always a sense of joy at a job well done.
The ship is secure, Captain.
Excellent. I'm beaming over a skeleton crew to run her.
As soon as she uttered the words, 6 forms appeared near the view screens. They quickly fanned out and took station at the various posts. Manny knew without looking that it was the same case throughout the ship.
Lieutenant Standage,
Piper continued.
Assign a security detail to watch over the prisoners, then get your people back here ASAP. We've got a comet to stop.
Manny nodded to herself, then gave her acknowledgement. She quickly dispatched the appropriate instructions to those she wanted to remain, then ordered the rest back to the shuttle, double time. As she ran with the others, she took a moment to think of her husband and the love he entailed. As she revelled in their mutual affection, which she knew Scanner was unconsciously returning, she felt something dark and disturbing. It wasn't about Scanner, that was certain, but she knew that someone she cared for was in pain, a world of it. With the Troy's final preparations made, including a fake ID signal, the crew of the Cork powered up the 2 vessels. For the first time in many years, the Troy's navigation lights started blinking as the whale-shaped vessel once more became useful. The Bassard collectors on the vessel's tight-fitting warp nacelles glowed as a small amount of power was diverted so the antique vessel could draw hydrogen from space.
By the time the ship made orbit, it would have gathered enough deuterium to power itself,
Brankovian thought, or at least hoped. On the liner's bridge, he tapped out the appropriate commands for the vessel to power up its inertial dampening systems. Without them, anything loose within the vessel would be liquefied by the sudden acceleration to warp, including people. As this was not a desirable outcome, the appropriate adjustments were made. At his side, Faith helped out with the translations. The glyphs her people used for a written language were beyond the Andorian, so he was relying heavily on her assistance. With the comms system linked, the occupants of the 2 vessels kept a constant link open. "Is all prepared?" Sarda asked, on board the Cork. "Cork ready," Jason acknowledged. Brankovian nodded for her to speak for them.
Troy ready,
Faith stated. She was enjoying herself so much her tail was curling and uncurling continuously. "Warp speed," Sarda ordered. Jason extended the Cork's warp field around the larger ship and took them to warp. With the extra bulk, the best he could manage was warp 2, but as they only had a short distance to go, they were nearing Cait within seconds. So as to not appear suspicious, Jason dropped them out of warp 2 light seconds from the atmosphere. Once in normal space, Faith opened a channel and said in Standard, the interstellar language for navigation,
"This is the Starliner Trojan Horse. En route from Vulcan requesting landing instructions.
On Carmen's panel, he noted from his scans that the fighters had already come alongside to escort them. He kept an eye on them for any suspicious activity. 5 seconds to beam point, Jason reported. Sarda ushered the first couple into the transporter booth as he brought the equipment online. Outside, the fighter pilots looked over the older vessel and noted it was a little banged up, but that was nothing new for the budget liners. Faith frowned when the planetary controller answered.
Trojan horse, we don't have anything on our schedules regarding you coming our way.
She rolled her eyes as she stated,
This is our maiden voyage since our relaunch.
She switched to her native tongue.
We thought we'd bring her home for our first run, as it's a dry one. We only got a skeleton crew aboard.
Recognizing he was talking to a local, the controller relaxed and continued in standard.
Assume in standard orbit. Stand by for landing instructions.
Faith gave a tight smile. She didn't like using deception, but the stakes were too high not to. She took solace in the fact that she had not, technically, lied.
Understood, Control,
she replied, as Sarda had instructed her. Below decks in the Cork, Jason made the necessary adjustments to assume the appropriate orbit. Behind him, Sarda was working at a feverish pace to beam down the last few couples of politicians. There was no telling if, at any time, their ruse would be discovered. There was one person who did recognize their arrival, and he was waiting with bated breath. As soon as the third chapel called to report they were receiving their visitors, Earhart opened a secure channel to the Cork. Sarda almost started when the computer automatically put through her request.
Earhart to Cork. Respond, please.
The Vulcan glanced at Carmen and nodded for him to take the call. Carmen tapped the communications panel.
Come in, Earhart. It's good to hear from you.
And you, Lieutenant.
Earhart grated.
I have a request from our distinguished guest.
Even over an encrypted connection, she was taking no chances.
That you, as soon as possible, upload Faith's favorite book to Memory Alpha for all to read. And I understood.
Now he had finished beaming down the refugees, Sarda took the call. Understood, Ensign. We will do so with all dispatch. Are you in need of assistance?
Not at this stage, Commander. All is well. Earhart out.
Sarda raised a curious brow. He had a fair idea of why the request had been made. He just wondered about its effectiveness. Alongside the Troy, one of the fighter pilots decided to have a better look at the vessel. He had overheard the conversation with the ground as it was an open navigational channel. What he found curious was that, given this ship was supposed to have been rebuilt, it still looked like a junker. He brought his craft up and over and behind the larger vessel and wondered why the impulse engines weren't glowing their customary red. He could tell the Bassard collectors were functioning, but the warp nacelles seemed inactive. Stranger and stranger. Inside the Cork, the fighter pilot's move had not gone unnoticed. Carmen sweated over the console as he watched what he was doing, and he tried to see in his mind's eye what the pilot must be seeing. The reality of the situation came over him like a flood.
Commander, I think we're about to be found out. The Troy's impulse engines aren't running, and this pilot can see it.
With their primary mission successful, Sarda reconsidered staying any longer than they had to. Lay in a course back to the far side of the moon, he said. Engage when ready. Outside, a very suspicious fighter pilot radioed the ground.
Control, my scans are registering a power output from the Trojan horse, but I'm not seeing anything from her impulse engines. Also, there only appear to be 5 people on board the entire ship. That's too few, even for a skeleton crew.
The authorization came immediately.
Board the vessel immediately. If they don't permit it, disable it.
Understood,
he replied. He called his associates.
Form up on my wing. We're taking this ship.
On the Troy's bridge, Faith listened to the interplay between the pilots. Before they could utter a word, she said,
Cait Control, we're encountering power fluctuations in our engines. We're going to leave orbit and get away from a planet in case the engines go critical. Bye!
No sooner had she said it, and before the pilots could react, Jason took them to warp, and the Troy disappeared from sight. Chapter 17. Although the dungeon was dark and dank, and the light shining through the windows was meagre, none of this was noticed by its occupant. Krashtallash of the Lash clan was elsewhere in his mind. As he sat on the stone floor, his mind replayed his wife's last moments over and over. Emotions raged within him, each one fighting for domination. Denial had come and gone. It was replaced with misery, warring with bald fury. The image of the female he had loved, married, and lost in such a short space of time would not leave his thoughts. Whether his eyes were closed or open, all he could see was her face as she blew him a final kiss. Her lovely long fur, her whiskers, her sparkling eyes, her gorgeous smile, these stayed with him as he sat there, caring little for anything. His wife was dead. The door that had finally opened up in his life, the one that would lead to happiness and perhaps even children, it was irrevocably shut. In his mind, it slammed with a resounding clang. His thoughts towards the people who had made it happen, those he held responsible for his wife's death, were simple. They would pay. Pure and simple. Blood for blood. As a plan started formulating in his mind, he finally noticed the light filtering in through the window. It would not do. He considered ways of blocking it. He looked around him and found nothing loose. He peered once more at the small, windowless opening and noticed a small vine growing through it from the outside. He considered the notion that, if he pulled hard enough, it might drag a larger section of the plant over the hole. It could work, he thought. Anything was better than inaction anyhow. Taking a bead on the vine, he stepped as far away from the window as he could, then ran the 3 steps and leaped as high as he could, fingers extended, and just fell short. Not to quit on the first failure, he tried again and fell just short once more. He then tried again and failed again. After the 3rd attempt, he reconsidered his options and found there were no others. This was the only way. He just wished he could jump as high as Susanna. As he thought of her, a fresh wave of emotion flooded over him, and he barely managed to regain control again after a few minutes of fresh weeping. His mind went back to the day on the Millennium when Susanna had jumped up past the branch he had been sitting on. She was able to jump higher than any Cait he had ever seen. He was proud of his lady and her many achievements. It was then he decided to give it one last try for her. This time he called himself up as much as he could, sprung forward, and literally ran up the wall until he gripped the vine. Once he had it, he fell backwards into the room, dragging it behind him. As he suspected, the vine was connected to a larger bush that was dragged back over the window, blocking 90% of the light that used to pass through it. With the small success came an unexpected bonus. The vine broke off from the remainder of the plant, leaving him with a length of about 2 meters. Delighted, he quickly coiled it around himself, then prepared for the next stage of his escape plan. Once the Millennium's skeleton crew got the Caitian destroyer functioning again, they moved it out of the comet's tail and formed up on the Starfleet vessel's port side. Piper was surprised to find that the ship that had no name as far as the Cait populace was concerned, mainly because they were unaware of its very existence, literally had no name. In a fit of annoyance, she dubbed the vessel the
Jolly Roger.
So she had something to call it other than the Caitian ship. A scan of the archives found some interesting details regarding the Jolly Roger. Its design was modelled after a recent type of starliner that resembled a large space-going whale. Little did the captain know, but the Jolly Roger and the Troy were practically identical from the outside. However, the Jolly Roger had been completely reworked internally, altering large, common recreation areas into cargo holds and cabins into weapons bays. Even though Piper had ordered the destruction to the Jolly Roger's weaponry, she sent a group of engineers over to her to repair what weapons they could. Being this close to a comet, one never could tell when a nasty piece of detritus could be blasted off it and into your path. While the Jolly Roger's shields had been restored, a large enough piece could do an awful lot of damage. The captain laid in a course, taking the two ships to the head of the comet, where they could examine it more closely. Within moments, they had passed the highly reflective tail of the comet and came to its head. From the outside it appeared like a dirty chunk of ice. It was highly irregular in shape, more like a shard of glass than a snowball. Piper stepped past the forward consoles and gazed at the scans of the comet. It was peculiar, to say the very least. There was something about the mind that bothered her, something familiar, as if there was a thought in the back of her mind that was remaining just out of reach. It had been bugging her all day, but she just couldn't coax it to the surface.
Now I know how Tantalus felt,
she thought. Without looking, she said,
"Computer, rescan for life signs."
Immediately, a number of red dots appeared, most of them moving slowly about the interior of the comet. Most of them appeared somewhat lethargic, and Piper assumed it was because they were wearing spacesuits. With the virtually zero gravity and harsh conditions, it would be nigh on impossible to function otherwise. A thought came to her.
"Computer, scan for hand weapons."
Curiously, everyone showed up as having a weapon.
"What the? Scanner, come look at this."
The ever-rumpled engineer sauntered over and perused the screen. He suppressed a smile as he understood what they were looking at.
Piper, but computer can tell the difference between mining tools and phasers.
"Ah,"
she sighed.
"We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way,"
she said. Scanner agreed.
"You're right about that, Cap,"
he said.
"With the way that thing's spinning and its high volume of dilithium, we could easily lose people if we try beaming them. A shuttle's the only way to do it safely."
He traced his finger along the screen.
"We'll have to board it from here."
He pointed at what appeared to be an airlock.
"Once we're inside, we'll have to work fast. If they get wind we've arrived, it'll get very messy."
Piper nodded.
"Agreed."
Her gaze turned inward.
"Manny's going to need every hand she can get,"
she said quietly. At the mention of his wife's name, Scanner smiled.
"She can take care of herself,"
he said with all the confidence in the world. The captain gave her old friend a grin.
"You're right about that, Scanner,"
she said.
"Still, I'm going to go with her."
For a moment, Judd wondered if Piper was doubting Manny's competence. Then he realized she just wanted to help. As well, most captains itched for the chance to see a little action. They had once been junior officers who had been in the thick of it, and now they were climbing the ranks. They were the ones who ordered people into dangerous situations while sitting on the sides, watching. Action was addictive. Most Starfleet captains were daredevils who had attained their rank through talent, intelligence, and a good amount of luck.
"Be careful, Piper,"
Scanner said in a low voice.
"I don't want to have to break in a new captain."
In reply, his old friend gave him a wink.
"Don't worry, Judd. I'm charmed, didn't you know?"
She started towards the turbolift doors and gave him her parting orders.
"You're in charge while I'm gone. Work with the others to find a way of changing this comet's course."
"Don't you worry, Pop,"
Judd said with a grin.
"We'll figure it out."
The captain stepped into the lift and quickly disappeared below decks. Scanner turned back to the view screen and the scans of the comet. The rock was enormous. He wondered whether his confidence was unrealistic given its huge mass. One way or the other, the mountain would have to be moved. If there was one fault with the guards in this antique building, it was that they were punctual. Crash watched as the light faded through what remained of the window. As the world got darker, the exterior lights around the King's Palace came on automatically, shedding their blue hue on the lawns and gardens surrounding it. Once night had fully fallen, he knew it was only a matter of minutes until his guards arrived. With his plan in mind, he got ready. He just hoped the guards didn't keep him waiting. With the rusty sound of a key in an antique lock, the door opened and one of the guards tentatively stepped into the room. In one hand he held a bowl of food. In the other he held a phaser. He looked around for his prisoner and noted with alarm that he was nowhere to be seen. In the dim light filtering in from the corridor and the virtually no light from outside, even a feline would have been hard-pressed to see anything in the gloom. Given that the prisoner was black, did nothing more than complicate things.
Hey!
He shouted when it became clear the room was empty.
Where'd he go?
His partner, waiting outside, put his head, then his shoulders, into the room. "What?" he asked. The first guard, a tall, tawny fellow, not unlike the other, looked about in amazement. He repeated himself.
Where'd he go?
Fascinated, the second guard ventured into the room. It was his undoing. From his vantage point overhead, Crash let go of the wall he was barely clinging to and dropped like a stone on the second guard. The force alone knocked him to the floor, unconscious. Stunned by the sudden commotion, the first guard reacted too slowly. Crash lashed out with both feet and swept the guard's paws out from under him. Dropping into a heap and trying in vain to right himself, he flailed about, trying to aim his phaser, but failed to do so before Crash aimed the one he took off the second guard and fired. To Crash's surprise, the first guard disappeared in a blaze of light. Too late, he discovered the guard's phasers had been set to kill, not stun. The Starfleet commander felt no pity for the guard. He had been part of the system that had killed his wife. He was the enemy, and in his state of mind, the enemy deserved no mercy. The compassion part of his brain still functioned, however, and he reset the phaser to heavy stun, then shot the second guard to make sure he stayed down. Stepping silently into the corridor, he closed the door and locked it behind him. He took the key with him, not knowing if it would open anything else he might find. He moved down the hallway, being careful to hug the shadows. Although he could not see the cameras, he operated as if they were there. Now he was out, he had a few appointments to keep. On the far side of Cait's moon, the crew of the Cork worked feverishly to open the docking bay doors of the Troy to take aboard the fighters who had been waiting there for them. At this point in time, they were short on oxygen and fuel, and each pilot had been sitting in his craft for hours. Each needed to stretch their legs. The Troy's docking bay was literally packed by the time they closed the outer doors and repressurized the bay. The pilots had to climb over each other's ships to make their way to the Cork and inside for a much-needed feed and visit to the head. Afterward, they collected in the rear compartment of the vessel to discuss their options. Sarda started things off. Captain Piper ordered us to remain as support to those on the ground. At the moment, that includes Commander Krashtallash, the ambassador, and the opposition party members, not to mention the Believers sect. However, we have not heard from the commander or the ambassador for some time. I believe they have been taken into custody. One of the pilots, a young female from Terra's New Zealand Islands, put her hand up.
Are you planning on launching the rescue mission, sir?
He shook his head. No. We have far too little intelligence regarding their present status. I have requested the sect members monitor the news channels for any word as to the location. All they have been able to tell me so far is that the opposition leader has been publicly executed, and that the commander may have been an unwilling spectator. Jason rubbed the stubble that had formed on his chin. It had been some time since he had had time to shave. I take it the commander and the ambassador aren't carrying subcutaneous transponders, he said, expecting a negative answer. You are correct, they're not. Sarda looked about him at the crew. Without any other means of locating the commander and the ambassador, all we can do is wait and hope for useful intelligence. Carmen sat back in his chair and stretched his legs.
Why don't we just call the Prime Minister and ask him? After all, what's the worst that can happen?
Sarda looked at him in surprise. The obvious thought had not occurred to him. Indeed, we should do so. The New Zealander put up her hand once more.
Why can't we contact the Millennium, sir?
Sarda narrowed his eyes slightly, the only sign that he was at all annoyed. I have tried. There seems to be something local to the captain that is preventing long-range communications.
Commander,
Brankovian said a little reluctantly. Noting the lieutenant's discomfort, Sarda asked curiously, "Yes, Lieutenant?" The Andorian was practically squirming in his seat.
Without orders, I activated the Troy's Bussard correctors when we left the asteroid belt. With our flight to and from Cait, we've managed to collect enough fuel to sustain her to fly and collect some more as she goes. Simply put, we can fly her on her own now. She's not perfect, but I thought it might be useful to use her to follow the captain's paths and make contact with her. Then we may be able to coordinate our resources.
There were a few times in his career when Sarda was genuinely surprised by another's initiative. This was one of them. "The Troy can power herself?" he asked in quiet awe. Brankovian looked embarrassed. His usual middle blue deepened in colour. Reluctantly he said,
Before I entered Starfleet, I was doing a course in engineering, sir. My father wanted me to carry on our family physician.
Opening up a little more, he added,
You could say I was raised working on starships. I'm good at it, sir. But it's not where I want to spend the rest of my life. Anyhow, when I was in engineering, I found that enough systems function to get the Bussard collectors working, and with a little work, I can have the Troy back to full warp capacity in an hour.
The silence was so profound people could hear themselves breathing. Sarda's voice sounded unusually loud when he asked, "Do you need any assistance?" Pleased with the show of confidence, Brankovian brightened up.
Yes, sir. With your help and that of Lieutenant Velastro, I believe I can cut that time in half.
Sarda wanted to smile, but would not indulge in it. Instead he said, "Very good, Lieutenant." He turned back to the pilots. "If you have any maintenance to do on your ships, now is the time to do it. Otherwise, I would suggest you rest until it is time to move. I am aware that a few of the Troy's recreational systems are still functional. Otherwise, get some sleep if you can in one of the cabins." With that he stood, the others taking the cue and coming to attention. Dismissed. As the pilots left the cork to attend to their next tasks, Sarda left orders for Faith and Jason to monitor the scanners while he, Carmen and Brankovian left to attend to engineering. With all the goings-on in the world, if there was one thing people did consistently, it was socialise. Whether to discuss the goings-on around the world or simply to gossip about theirs and others' fortunes, people came together to talk. And one place you can find on any civilized world in the galaxy is a cafe. So even though the government was in turmoil, the Starshine Cafe was still doing excellent business, although, Tish noted, that she never saw black Caits anymore. It was as if they had all vanished. She wondered about that sometimes. Ever since the hostage situation only days before, she had seen none. She considered the possibility that they were afraid to after Red's actions. Yes, maybe that was it. As she made her rounds taking care of her customers' needs, she came to the booth that Merete and Jennifer had occupied only days before. In it sat a person, small in size for the average Cait, and trying very hard not to be recognised. The hooded cloak hid most of their features, and what little she could see didn't help much.
"Can I serve you?"
she asked.
"My name's Tish, and I'll be your waitress for today."
Keeping the hood in place, the stranger, a female from the sound of her voice, asked for water.
"Can I get anything else for you?"
Tish asked.
"Some to eat, perhaps?"
The sigh that came from the stranger was deep and soulful.
I wish that could fill the hole in me,
she said cryptically. The depth of pain in her voice touched Tish in a way that would have been impossible only days before. But her recent experiences had taught her the importance of caring for one another, as the opportunity may not present itself again. She slid into the seat on the other side of the booth and reached out for the stranger's paws. For all her secrecy, she did not resist, as Tish gently squeezed them.
"Whatever it is, I'm sure it's not that bad,"
she said, putting all the compassion she could into her voice. Tears flowing freely, the newcomer looked up at Tish from under the hood. At the sight of her, Tish caught her breath. She knew this female. She had been on the news.
Yes, it is.
The stranger said.
I am cut off from my people and on the run.
The truth in her words cut at Tish's heart. She knew the stranger was right. If she was found by the government forces, she would be killed on sight. Of that she was certain.
What can we do to help you?
The stranger shook her head.
I can't get you involved. You'd be killed too.
Tish gave her a heartfelt smile.
You've come to the right place. I knew you're a friend of Merete AndrusTaurus the Brisk, the doctor who saved us, and any friend of hers is family of ours.
The stranger squeezed her paws gently.
I can't ask you to get involved here. There's been enough killing.
The waitress would not be swayed.
You're right about that, and we're going to make sure you're not one of them.
She sat back and thought.
The best way out is for you to contact your people, and I have a way you can do that.
Stunned at her good fortune, the stranger almost lost her hood.
How?
She squeezed her paws once more.
I'll show you. I'll be back in a minute.
She got up and made her way quickly over to the counter, then returned a moment later with a small black item in her hand, and with Tish in tow. She surreptitiously placed the unit in the stranger's hands, which she looked at in awe. Tish was beaming with pride.
I found it this morning when I was cleaning. It was stuck to the bottom of the table. I think Merete put it there during the trouble and forgot it was there. I've been meaning to give it back to her, but I haven't had a chance.
At her side, Tish nodded at their new friend.
When Tish told me who it was, I almost had kittens. Now I know it's you. We'll do whatever we can to help you. We can hide you until your people come for you. That's the least we can do.
Touched by their generosity, the stranger gave them a wan smile. It was the first bit of good news she'd had all day. At least, now there was hope. Amazed at his good fortune, Krashtallash had managed to get out of the palace without being seen. The corridor led in two directions. One led further into the palace, and Crash was tempted to try and find the king and somehow rescue him, but he discounted the notion as being totally fanciful. He had no idea where to find him, and didn't even know whether he was even in the building. No, the first thing he had to do was get out of there and join the general population once more, although his first problem was that he was conspicuous, to say the least. To his knowledge, it was possible he was the only black Cait left on the planet. So, Crash had taken the other exit from the dungeon and found himself behind some bushes on the outer wall towards the rear of the building. He knew the area well enough from his studies as a youth to know that to the south of the king's palace was a small forest. On the other side of it was an industrial area where a lot of Cait's foodstuffs were made. It was the reason he headed in that direction. For people to work, there had to be transportation, and where there was transportation, there were transporters. With one, he could go anywhere on the planet. He knew it was a risk using one, but it was a chance he had to take. Edging his way around the building, he found to his delight that most of the wall was surrounded by bushes. As long as he kept between the wall and the bushes, he remained unseen. He just about reached the point where he was going to make a break for the forest. It was all of 100 meters from the bushes. One quick dash, and he would virtually disappear into the trees. The soft padding of feet on grass alerted him to danger. Crash dropped back into the bushes, careful not to even rustle a leaf. He sat there for a moment, fingering his phaser, having it ready just in case push came to shove. Two tawny Caits dressed in the uniform of the palace guard walked by him. From their relaxed posture, he guessed the word had not gotten out yet about his escape. For a moment, they seemed to pause right in front of him as they looked off into the distance, checking for invaders. Finding nothing, they decided to chat for a moment about the Queen's coup. From his vantage point, Crash could do nothing but listen. He kept his eyes slitted to keep his retinas from reflecting the light.
Can you believe that psycho did it?
One asked. The other laughed at that.
Which psycho? The king or the queen?
The first joined the laughter.
You're right about that. The king was mad to try to dissolve Parliament, and the queen was probably totally insane to overthrow him for it.
The second stopped laughing suddenly.
You know, I think she's mad. Just trying to kill all the black Caits, you know.
She looked about fearfully, as if someone might have been listening. The first shrugged.
She's no worse than most of the kings and queens with that. They're all just in the game to serve themselves.
You're probably right about that.
The second sniffed the air.
Do you smell something?
The first laughed at his own joke.
Only the excrement. You keep talking.
She sniffed again.
Nah, I must be going crazy too. This whole thing's gotten everyone's tail tied in knots. You know, the Queen wants us out of the Federation, thinks we can get along fine on our own.
The first snorted.
Oh, now that is excrement. Doesn't she know our world's got nothing much more to offer than tourism? If we cut off our major clients, who have we got left?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Second stretched, then started walking again.
You know,
She said as first joined him.
it's only a matter of time before Starfleet shows up.
And then what?
And then?
The rest of the sentence was lost to Crash as the pair of guards had turned a corner. With the guards gone, Crash took a quick look around him, then sprinted for the tree line. Within 7 seconds, he was out of danger and lost among the bushes. He just wished he was right about those transporters.
What do you mean he's disappeared?
The Queen snarled.
I put that traitorous vermin in the cell to rot. How could you be so stupid to let him get away?
The Minister for Homeworld Security was not used to being yelled at, and he took great umbrage at the Queen's tone. His tawny fur bristled, his tail curled, and he almost growled.
Madam, I can assure you he will be caught.
Even though the conversation was over a video link, the Queen raised herself up on her hind legs and stared down the errant minister through the camera lens.
Madam! Madam!
She shrieked.
I'm your queen, you pompous little worm, and you will address me as your majesty. Or Krashtallash will not be the only one who will have vanished. Do I make myself clear?
The minister's eyes widened at that notion. He knew she was quite capable of making it happen. His mind went back to the execution of Voltnik and the Federation ambassador. If she was ruthless enough to kill them, there was little to stop her from adding him to the list. With as much humility as he could muster, he said,
Yes, Your Majesty. My apologies. I have every last man out doing their best to find him. At least it may be possible the Krashtallash is dead. One of the guards is missing, presumed dead, and he may have killed him before he too died.
The Queen found herself wondering how such a moron could have risen to such a high rank in the government.
No,
She stated categorically.
he's alive. He's a commander in the Starfleet and their training is excellent. Never mind his teachers reported he had a genius IQ. No, he's out there somewhere.
Her mind had drifted a little then, and she worked to focus her mind on the problem at hand.
You must be prepared for exceptional cunning. He is not a foe to be underestimated. Do you understand?
As she spoke, Smeaterblink considered her manner and choice of words. She was worried, that was sure. It took him a moment to realise what it was. Then it all became completely clear to him. She was scared, perhaps terrified. The Queen had personally executed Krashtallash's wife. Such an action could not go unchallenged to a Cait. He would be out for blood, and her name would be on the top of his list. Then again, he had stood by and watched it happen as well. There was every possibility the Krashtallash would be after his blood as well. He decided to double his personal bodyguard until he was found.
Do you understand?
The Queen had repeated herself, and she was not happy about it.
What are you thinking about that is so important?
She said, dripping sarcasm. He caught himself.
Your Majesty, I was thinking that the fugitive will probably have vengeance on his mind. I would recommend a temporary increase in their palace guard.
The thought hadn't occurred to her, but she was not about to let the minister one-up her.
I'd already considered that, you retarded mouse. There is no way he can get to me here.
Smeaterblink was getting very tired of the insults. Their new monarch was letting her station go to her head, that was certain. He would have to consult Huttajink regarding the matter. Feentathat was fast turning into a despot. They had to rein her in before she went too far and started targeting those who had supported her and their families. His mind turned to his wife and 2 kids, whom he loved dearly. The thought of them being threatened made his blood run cold. He refocused on the terminal at his end. Yes, he thought, something had to be done about the Queen.
Very well, Your Majesty,
he said carefully.
I will update you as soon as I know anything.
Without uttering another word, the Queen snapped off the connection. There was something in that one's eyes, she thought. She knew rebellion when she saw it. She made a mental note to have Smeetablink replaced with someone with a better attitude. She got up from her cushion, considering turning in for the night, then thought the better of it. She sat down once more and put in a call to Ziff. There was no time like the present for taking care of business. The shuttle met the airlock with a slight bump. The pilot looked back at the captain with a apologetic smile, then put her helmet on. Piper ignored the minor inconvenience. Some of her fellow captains liked pulling down the lower ranks for minor mistakes, but it wasn't her style. Major mistakes, well, that was a different kettle of fish. She put her helmet on, then let Manny check her fittings on her collar. You could never be too careful in a vacuum suit. Manny gave her a nod that her seal was good, then moved so Piper could check hers. Manny had suggested that she go first. She had purloined a suit from the Jolly Roger the Cation Guards wore, and with her white fur, they would not be able to tell her from any other guard. That was assuming they were white like her. But, given what she had learned so far, that was a real possibility. She also had an ulterior motive for wearing it. It was a very comfortable suit, and even had a section for her tail.
Is everyone ready?
She said into her helmet mic. The thing she hated about helmets was they had a bad habit of annoying her whiskers. A collection of ayes sounded in her ears, and no nays. She gave the captain the nod, then stepped over to the door. They dimmed the lights to a bare minimum, then she checked the panel for air in the lock. There was some, so she palmed the door open. It slid aside with a slight hiss, then Manny stepped alone into the lock. Before looking through the glass, she put her hand on the door and tried to see in her mind if there was anyone around on the other side. There was, but she sensed no hostility in him. He was, however, a guard. She waved at those behind her to step away from the door, then closed the shuttle door. She was alone. She switched on her magnetic boots and felt their familiar tug on the flooring. Then she toggled the airlock to remove the air, and, when that was done, she opened the inner door. The guard looked up at her in mild surprise. The suit was right, her colouring was right, but he did not recognize her. Still, he did not raise his weapon. He was certain no one knew where their secret mine was located. "You're early," he said.
Of all the things to say,
she thought.
Actually, I'm very late.
She snapped up her phaser and shot him point blank on heavy stun. A funny thing happens when a person is stunned in zero gravity while they're wearing magnetic boots. With no gravity to pull them down when rendered unconscious, their body simply remains floating ungainly. To give him some semblance of still being awake, Manny tore off a strip of double-sided tape in her waist pouch and taped his arms to his sides. With that done, she touched a button on her helmet and changed frequencies to that used by the Millennium crew.
We're in.
A moment later, the rest of her squad and the captain had formed up behind her. Now she was finally inside. Piper had a chance to look around her. The mine did look familiar, and it wasn't because of her recent exposure to things Cation. It was alien, even to them. Silently, Manny gave the orders. Her people were to separate into 2 groups, one led by the captain, the other by herself. The tunnel branched off into 2 different directions at this point, but it was clear that this section of the mine had already been stripped of dilithium. Piper gave Manny the thumbs up, then started moving down the metal walkway, making sure she kept at least 1 foot on the floor at all times. She had no intention of floating off the deck. She would be a floating version of a sitting duck. There were a lot of stupid ways to die, and that was high on the list. and that was not the way the captain was planning on going out. With paranoia being the name of the game these days, the landing pad at the Blink's house was virtually floodlit. It made landing on it that much easier, but it also gave the homeworld security minister's bodyguards reason to worry. With it that well lit and out in the open, it made anyone exiting the vehicle an easy target. And Krashtallash was counting on it. From his place high in the trees on the roof of a neighbour's dwelling, only one thing burned in his mind: the need to avenge his wife. His only weapon was the hand phaser he had taken from the guard, but that was all he needed. He had multiple choices. He could shoot Smeetablink in the head. At this distance, he was confident of the shot. He could also fire at the flitter's power cells, and the vessel would leave only a smoking crater in the deck. He didn't have long to wait. The sound of a flitter in the distance quickly grew louder, and the minister's craft came into view above the treetops. It described a graceful arc, then alighted on the landing pad. The door opened, and a guard looked out tentatively. He stood with his back to the door, his nose and ears twitching, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Confident that all was secure, he ushered out his fellow guard, and the two of them stood together, their bodies shielding the minister as he exited the craft. From his position, Crash was uncertain that he could make the shot to the minister's body, so he trained his weapon on the flitter. Before he could do so, something unexpected happened. The door to Smeetablink's home opened, and a small female kit came bounding out. She ran straight up to her father and into his outstretched arms. As she licked his cheek, he scratched behind her ear. It was clear that the child was his. This was something he was not prepared for. The minister was a fair target, even the guards, but there was no way Crash was going to have the death of a kid on his conscience. He lowered his phaser and began doubting if this was the right way to get justice. A movement out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. To his right, a shadow had moved once, then again. He wanted to cry out a warning, but it was already too late. A crossbow bolt hit Smeetablink in the right leg, severing a tendon and making him drop the child. She rolled across the deck, caught herself, sat up in confusion, then watched as the poison went to work in her father. She saw one guard position himself between her father and the direction the bolt had come from, and the other drag her father out of the way. She sat next to him, touched his face, and watched, frightened and confused, as he found each breath harder and harder to take.
"I'm sorry,"
was all he could utter before the poison did its deadly work, and his heart stopped. His body went limp, his tongue lolled out of his mouth, and his head dropped into his daughter's hands.
"Daddy!"
she said, shaking him, begging him to wake up.
"Daddy!"
she cried.
"What's the matter with my daddy?"
The cry tore at Crash's heart. He had seen too much tragedy in one day not to be affected by what he had just seen. He looked over again in the direction of the killer and saw him slink into the shadows. It was clear to him the guards had no idea where he was, so it was up to him. Using the shadows for cover, Crash leapt from the rooftop onto the next one. He did his utmost to keep silent as he pursued the killer. Whoever it was, they were fast, but Crash was running on pure adrenaline. There was no way the killer was going to get away. From rooftop to rooftop, Crash managed to keep the killer in view. It was hard to do in the gloom, and the sheer fact the killer was wearing a body-hugging black suit. The crossbow slung over his back helped a little, but whoever he was fast. Looking ahead, Crash had to consider, was he simply going to follow him, or was he going to catch him? And what would he do with him then? The problem with following him was the real possibility he could give Crash the slip. No. Intercept and interrogate. With that decided, Crash worked on getting closer to his adversary. That was proving no small problem. Fate intervened. The killer came to a small gully he had to cross. As he considered his options, unaware he was being followed, He was taken completely by surprise as a huge weight suddenly crashed into him, sending both of them rolling into the gully. Disoriented, the assassin flailed about as he rolled. The crossbow dug into his back and splintered as he fell. He felt a sharp pain and wondered whether the weapon's sharp edges had cut him, or maybe one of the small trees he was breaking. Unlike him, Crash had the advantage of knowing what to expect. He remained on his paws and followed the killer down. He kept punching the killer's head as he fell, making sure he stayed down. At the bottom of the gully, the killer finally got his bearings and got his feet under him. He tried to focus, but found he was totally disoriented. As he did so, something slammed into his head once more. Stunned, he fell to the floor and finally saw the feet of his attacker. They were black. "Who?" he said with a slight slur. Smack! His assailant hit him again. His ears ringing, he shook his head to try to think through the haze of pain, but it was getting harder by the second. "Shut up!" Crash snapped. "I asked the questions, not you." The killer noticed the blackie held a phaser at him, but that was the least of his problems. He knew the effects of his own poison, and it was acting fast. He gave his attacker one last vicious look, then said, "Go to hell," before he chomped down on his suicide tooth. Already doomed, he did so because of the need to dispose of any evidence. He swallowed the lethal cocktail and immediately felt its effects. The monstrous chemical began eating his flesh from the inside out, causing him to cry out in pain, his last act before his heart flatlined. Smelling the burning within the killer before realizing what was going on, Crash reacted on instinct. He tore a few hairs protruding from the assassin's torn outfit from his flesh before the body erupted in flames. The fierce heat pushed Crash away from the conflagration, and he stepped away in amazed wonder. He had never seen someone spontaneously combust before. Whatever the chemical had been, it only seemed to have a taste for flesh, as no sooner had the body been completely consumed by blue flame than the fire extinguished itself. Nothing remained of the assassin, and Crash now had a clue why very little evidence of the Assassin's Guild had ever been found. He held up the hairs to the light coming from a nearby domicile. They were white. "Now, isn't that interesting?" he said quietly to himself. He looked about him, concerned someone had seen the fire. He decided he had stayed in one place long enough. He tucked the hairs into his phaser's handle, then attached it to his vine belt before taking off in the direction of a distant public transporter. He didn't know where he was heading at this point, but he knew something would come to him. Chapter 18. Their job done in the engineering room, Brankovian sat in the centre seat of the Troy. As he and Faith knew the ship better than anyone else, they were chosen to run it. As the ship was largely automated, it required few people to man it for basic operations. Sarda had decided to keep the Cork just out of sight of Cait on the far side of the moon. They could still receive messages from Earhart, although there was little to tell. There was no sign of their people. Jason and Carmen would be staying with him. The pilots, with their nearly depleted craft, stayed with the Troy. Although they were now fed and rested, Sarda made the decision to send them back to the Millennium. The idea was that the other half of their squadron could come back when the Troy returned. Once the bay doors opened, the Cork popped out the bottom of the large vessel and went on station. "We'll see you when you get back," Jason said with a wistful smile. Faith smiled back at Jason's visage on the view screen.
"We'll try not to keep you waiting,"
she said in all honesty, but with good cheer. She gave him a jovial wave. Brankovian spoke up for the fighter pilot, manning the flight controls.
"Set course for the far side of the sun. Warp 3.
From his chair in the cockpit of the Cork, Jason watched as the Troy vanished in a rainbow of light. "That pair gets all the fun," Jason mused. At their speed, it took only minutes for the Troy to pass by the sun. The ship came around it in a wide arc, then Brankovian ordered their velocity lowered to sublight so they could scan for the Millennium. Faith had learned enough about starships to know how to run the scanner. The first thing she noticed was the equipment had seen better days.
"I think I found a comet,"
she said, trying to be helpful.
It could be the source of the interference you've had every time you've tried to contact the captain.
Brankovian frowned as he considered her thoughts.
Why do you think that?
Faith ushered him over.
I'm having some trouble scanning it. These scanners weren't made for much more than navigation, so they're pretty low resolution, but every time I try to look at the comet, it looks fuzzy.
He could see what she meant. It was peculiar.
Let's have a look at that,
he said.
I could guarantee you there are Millenniums near it. Full impulse.
Their pilot, the feisty New Zealander named Rebecca Emu Armitage, relished the chance to fly something different. Having marked the appropriate controls with a permanent marker pen, thanks to Faith translating the labels, Emu was finding the change as good as a holiday.
Full impulse, aye,
she responded, then tapped in the order. The Troy surged forward and rapidly closed the distance to the comet. All the while, Brankovian and Faith hovered over their scanners. At the first sign of actually finding the Millennium, he raised his hand and ordered,
Full stop.
Emu brought them to a complete stop, 1,000 kilometres short of the comet. She toggled the viewer to zoom in, and they could clearly see the Millennium, being shadowed by a ship much like their own.
Now that's weird,
Faith said quietly. Brankovian's antennae twitched. If this day got any weirder, they would have to slap themselves to see if they were awake and not dreaming.
Open hailing frequencies,
he asked without thinking. Faith leaned across the panel in front of the lieutenant and activated the comms panel, giving him a cheeky look as she did so.
They're open, my friend,
she said with a purr. The Andorian gave her an embarrassed smile. He had forgotten where he was.
This is Lieutenant Brankovian of the Starship Troy, calling the USS Millennium.
The view screen changed from its image of the comet to that of the friendly face of Scanner, albeit with a slight distortion.
Brankovian, when did you get promoted to captain?
He said with a grin. He turned his head slightly and addressed his companion.
Hiya, Faith.
Faith nodded at the engineer as Brankovian said,
Commander, we've been unable to raise you on subspace for some time. I believe the comet is interfering with our transmissions. I'd like to use the Troy as a relay station so Commander Sarda can check in. Also, I've got a shuttle bay full of fighters needing refueling. Permission for them to transfer to the Millennium.
By all means, Captain Brankovian. Send them over.
Scanner was about to continue when Emu put up her hand. He turned his gaze to her.
Ensign, do you have something to add?
The fighter pilot inclined her head on her unusually long neck and asked,
Permission to remain with the Troy, Commander. She needs a pilot and I've gotten used to flying her.
The temporary captain of the Millennium saw the logic in the request, although he'd never admitted to Sarda.
Granted,
he said.
Now, Brankovian, you said something about Sarda wanting the word with me?
Aboard the Cork, the comms panel chirped, alerting Sarda to an incoming call. It was a little sooner than expected, but then he hadn't thought it would take the Troy too long to find the Millennium once they had passed the star. He tapped the panel. This is Commander Sarda of the USS Cork. Instead of the captain's familiar voice, another spoke. It was one he hadn't heard in days, and it was very welcome.
It's good to hear your voice, Commander. I trust you know who I am. I can't take the chance of this communication being overheard, so I won't identify myself. Suffice to say, I am large, and I need extraction. Can you assist me?
The commander was sorely tempted to fly in and beam her out immediately, but common sense told him it was a bad idea. The fighters were still lying in wait for them. Not at this time. His mind scrambled for a way of telling her what she needed to know. I do believe it is your destiny to be with those who are in opposition. Do you believe this? The caller was quiet for a moment, as if she was mulling it over.
Understood, Commander. Godspeed.
The channel closed with a click, and Sarda once more had to suppress the desire to sigh. Instead, he drew a steadying breath and looked at the others. They knew who it was as well. Carmen scowled, but not at Sarda. He knew the risks.
I hate having to leave her there,
he said with a grimace. The thought left a bad taste in his mouth. Jason said, "What if we—" then discounted the notion. Damn. His voice was full of regret. Their leader stood and took a brief walk through the ship. Even Vulcans need to stretch their legs from time to time. Also, he needed to clear his mind of their current dilemma. They were supposed to be on station to assist those on the ground, but the best they could do at the moment was simply exchange messages. The notion grated. When he returned to the cockpit, he heard the comms panel chirp once more. Again, he took the call. Before he could say a word, he heard Scanner's voice.
"Hey, Points. Long time no hear."
The ever-pleasant human was amused to teach Sarda patience. Of that, he was sure. "Greetings, Scanner." The screen above the comms panel lit up, and the slightly distorted image of his old friend materialized.
"Am I glad I found you,"
Scanner said.
"I've got a major headache here, and I need your help."
Sarda's eyebrows shot up, for the engineer to request help so boldly meant the situation was grave. "What can I do for you?" he asked. The first people Manny laid eyes on were prisoners. The looks they gave her were hostile, to say the least, but when they saw the Starfleet personnel following her, their faces changed to sheer joy. Each individual was given the universal language to stay quiet, a finger held up to pursed lips. Eager not to mess up their sudden rescue, each kept quiet. Once they were secured, they relieved them of their tools, then ushered them back down the tunnel to the shuttle. They noted that some of the black Caits were barely standing, and that not all of them were adults. Some of them were little kits. They were children who should have been bigger, but the sight of their sunken, undernourished eyes made Manny and her people see red. It wasn't just Manny who was taking this personally, it was all of them. Each held his or her phaser just that little bit tighter, and they were keen to use them. It came sooner than they thought. Manny had point, and she soon came to a turn in the passage. That was when she saw a guard using an electric lance to spur on one of the workers. He had accidentally lost his grip on the chunk of dilithium he had just cracked off, and now it was floating up and away from him. The guard decided a little discipline was in order, so he took his lance and gave the offending Cait a 10,000-volt reminder not to do it again. Manny wasted no time on the offender. She blasted him into next week. The force of the shot blew the guard off the floor and left him floating grotesquely, his limbs pointing in awkward directions. The slaves, realizing Manny was liberating them, lost all semblance of good sense and started cheering. Some even came over and embraced her and her compatriots. Knowing the word was out now, Manny asked,
"Are there more of them?"
A young Cait looked up at her and smiled at her. He gestured further up the hall and said in a sad, weak, yet happy voice,
"There are 4 more further up."
She stooped down and picked up the little fellow. He could not have been more than a 2-year-old, she thought.
"You've been very helpful,"
she said with a voice that would have made a kindergarten teacher proud.
"They'll need you and the others to move as fast as you can back towards the airlock. Can you do that for me?"
The boy nodded, then started back down the mine. The others followed, trying to keep quiet. Trouble came sooner than they'd hoped. Phaser bolts lit the air as 2 guards came stomping down the hallway as fast as they could. Manny dropped to a crouch and returned fire, catching one in the chest and knocking him out cold, and just missing the other as he hid behind his fellow.
"Get some cover!"
Manny yelled. Her people didn't need encouragement. They scurried as fast as they could around the last corner, with their fearless leader coming up last as another phaser blast sizzled over her shoulder. More blasts chipped rock off the wall next to Manny's head. She noted they were coming more frequently than one phaser could deliver, so she spied around the corner with her mini mirror. The other 2 had joined their fellow, and they had taken refuge behind some large rocks next to the wall. There was no way any of them could survive if they tried to storm them, and they could not use concussion devices without the possibility of killing some of the hostages. Their options were extremely limited. A thought came to her. It was something she had never tried before, and there wasn't any reason why she shouldn't give it a go. As she had practiced with Sarda, she cleared her mind and thought only about the guards around the corner. As she focused, their forms took shape in her mind. Even their thoughts could be heard, as if from someone whispering quietly in her ear. They were just beyond her ability to understand. Nevertheless, it was all she needed. She reached around the corner, phaser ready, and pulled the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times. She checked again with her mirror. They were all out cold. With a slight grin, she looked at her people and said,
Let's go free some slaves.
Captain Piper was not having as much luck. The guards at her end of the mine heard the same commotion from Manny's group and had come to investigate. It wasn't long before a shooting match started and people on both sides were hurt. At her end of the mine, they had so far taken down 6 guards, but 6 more remained. At least 20 slaves were still caught behind the guards, and they were not above using them for cover. The captain and her group could not advance as, like Manny, they were pinned behind a corner in the corridor. As phaser beams were not an option, she decided to try diplomacy.
You might as well lay down your weapons. There's nowhere to go,
she said into her helmet mic.
Our shuttle is docked in your airlock and we've taken your support ship. No one is coming to get you.
That got their attention. Each guard checked their air gauge. They only had an hour's supply left. One of them ventured,
How do we know you won't kill us anyway?
Piper rolled her eyes.
If I wanted you all dead, I would have just waited until your air ran out.
She paused and let that sink in, then continued.
The way I see it, you have 2 choices. You can either come back to my nice, safe, warm starship, or you can die of oxygen deprivation. I suppose you won't be around to burn up when this comet hits the sun anyway.
Out of sight of the captain, the guards all shared a look. She was right. There was no other way. One by one, they lay down their arms. Each of their faces was magnetized, so they stuck them to the floor. Once they had all done so, their leader said,
Okay, you win. We've laid down our weapons and we're coming out peacefully.
Piper ventured to look around the corner and smiled when she saw they were true to their word. Hands held high, they walked towards her, looking sullen and defeated.
Score 1 for diplomacy,
she said to herself. As her people gathered the guards and put bonders on their wrists, Piper had a brief opportunity to look around her. It was clear the mine was not entirely the Cait's. There were a number of braces put in place to keep the comet from crumbling in on itself. They were clearly manufactured by the Cait, but there were other braces, each one on a different angle to those put in place by the Cait, that were obviously alien. They were almost all badly damaged, yet their basic form was still there, and it was a design form that Piper was familiar with. With a flash of recognition, she realized where this comet had come from. Her eyes widened with amazement, and, to be sure, she stepped over as close as she could to one of the structures. It was a door frame. Who knew where its door was now, but the metal was painted with a typically Klingon shade. She ran her glove over the frame and came to the typical red Klingon Sword of Destiny design they proudly imprinted on everything. She took out her tricorder and scanned the metal to confirm her suspicions. Sure enough, it was of Klingon in origin.
Wow,
she said in amazement.
Aren't you a long way from home?
Within 15 minutes, the entire population of the mine had been transferred to the Millennium. The guards were escorted to the brig and the slaves were taken to sickbay for a checkup. Leading the way was Manny, who had picked up a fan. The young Cait, who had helped her in the mine, insisted on holding her hand. She was touched, especially as she knew that at least 2 white Caits had been assigned to their prison. The others followed, 29 in all, everyone black. They ranged in age from 70 years to Manny's young companions, too. They were all grateful to be alive and overjoyed to be aboard a Federation starship, but most were still suspicious of their guardian angel. As they stepped through the door into sickbay, Manny finally remembered her manners.
By the way, I never got your name. Mine's Lieutenant Manny Sandage. I'm Chief for Security aboard the Millennium. What's your name?
The trusting young lad said.
Drallah.
He frowned.
That's a funny name for a Cait,
he said, astonished. He wasn't the only one to be surprised. At the sound of his name, she stopped and stooped down so she could look him in the eye.
So you're the one we have to thank for us getting involved,
she said with a huge grin. She stood up and addressed the crowd.
You all have this young fellow to thank for your freedom. If it wasn't for his letter to the Federation Council, we would never have known of your plight.
The rest of the crowd rallied around the youngster, and a couple of males lifted him onto their shoulders and gave him a hero's reward. At the sight of the men, he felt a delight unlike any she had previously felt. Here was a room full of people who had spent their lives shunned, the last weeks imprisoned and forced into hard labour in the harshest of conditions, and now the joy of their sudden release and freedom was infectious. Yet she noticed she was standing at the edge of the crowd, and most seemed to avoid her. Determined to break down some barriers, she stepped into the group, walked up to those carrying Drallah, reached up and gave the little guy a scratch behind the ear.
Well done, Drallah, well done,
she said. A number of the others shunned her closeness without actually touching her. Drallah simply climbed down from her carrier's shoulders and onto hers.
Thank you so much for rescuing us, Manny.
He said jubilantly.
You're my new bestest friend in the whole world.
His voice was young and sweet, and to Manny's ears it was music.
Thank you.
Manny said with a catch in her voice.
That means a lot to me.
At the sight of the youngster being so cosy with the white, some were repulsed, yet most realised there was something different about her. She embraced their kind, even fought for them. One by one they started gathering around her and embraced her. The love and gratitude in the room was virtually palpable, and Manny lapped it up. She glanced over at the door and noticed her husband leaning against it, grinning proudly. He gave her a wink, then turned and left her to her work. From the other side of the room, Dr. Merete AndrusTaurus, fresh from finishing surgery on her last patient, gazed at the sorry-looking group and said with more than a touch of irony,
I guess my work is never done.
His quick break over to go and check on his wife, Scanner returned to engineering to work on his latest project. During his discussion with Sarda, they had quickly come to the conclusion that there was no way they could divert the comet with the resources at their command. Even if the Millennium dragged on it with its tractor beam with all its might, it was now far too late to divert its course. It would have to be stopped permanently. In the centre of their workshop, next to the laser lathes and their industrial-sized replicator, was a 2-metre-long metal frame containing a number of the components that, when finished, would be a 100-megaton atomic bomb. The comet was so big that a certain amount of overkill was called for. Judd glanced up at the wall chronometer and grimaced. Time was rapidly running out. Still, with the majority of his staff working on the project, it should only take them another hour to piece it together. He smiled at the thought. He was proud of his crew. His chief of systems sidled over to him.
This thing had better work the first time. It's not like we can test it before we use it.
I'm not sure we get a bang at it, that's for sure,
Judd said, his attempt at humour falling on deaf ears.
Ha ha,
Jenny said. She looked up at the clock and glanced back at her boss.
I hope you don't mind me saying, sir, that you need some sleep. We can finish this job without you, you know.
Scanner knew he was not indispensable, but this whole business had become very personal to him.
I want to see this one through, Jenny,
he said, determined. Jenny sighed. She had at least tried.
I understand, sir. Shall we get back to it then?
Dragging his weary bones, Judd accompanied her back to the device. Only an hour after they had left, the Troy returned to the far side of Cait's moon with a shuttle bay full of fighters ready for action. In the same fashion as before, the Cork docked with their new acquisition, and Judd, Carmen and Sarda came aboard and decided to take a stateroom each and get some rest. Before its return, the Troy had taken aboard a small complement of crew to assist with her running. Engineering got a crew, and they set about getting the vessel into proper active service. They also took on a skeleton crew to man the essential stations, including helping out on the bridge. This gave Brankovian and Faith the opportunity to do something they had had little chance to do for some time: get a good feed and a decent night's sleep. On the surface of Cait, the capital city was in darkness. It was late at night, and the vast majority of the planet's inhabitants were asleep. Among them was a lone black Cait. Crash was tired and scared, but he had managed to find somewhere to rest. He knew the Queen's people would look for him at his parents' home, so he had kept a wide berth from it. Instead, he had decided to stay at the home of one of the blacks who had disappeared. When he had been searching for the missing, he had called upon the homes of a few who had lived alone. Assuming that they were still uninhabited, he had made for the nearest one and gave the door to the underground dwelling a knock. Receiving no answer, he decided to enter. Finding the door unlocked, he let himself in, locked the door behind him, then checked out the home. There had been no one home, so after a drink and a little food, he curled up on the mattress, keeping his phaser close to his head, and immediately fell asleep. Such was his state of exhaustion. Crash wasn't the only one who had been looking for shelter. A robed being also used the address Sarda had given her earlier on an encrypted subchannel to find a similar underground dwelling. She approached the door fearfully, with Tish on her elbow, and knocked tentatively. She was startled when the door was flung open and the two of them were ushered in quickly. They were greeted by Krashtallash and AndrusTaurus, who were tired but still delighted to have them here.
It's so good to see you,
Krashtallash said, delighted. He shook both their hands.
We were beginning to worry. When Commander Sarda told us you were coming, we started praying for your safe arrival.
AndrusTaurus, on the other hand, was more cautious.
May I ask who your companion is?
She introduced herself.
I'm Tish,
she said unabashedly.
I work at the Starshine Cafe, where Dr. Merete saved us. So when she
touched her friend on the shoulder.
Came to us,
it was a chance for us to repay her in some small way.
At this point, the object of their interest threw back her hood and shrugged herself out of her long coat. It left her with nothing but her multicoloured fur. She put out her paw and shook the opposition leaders.
Sir, I am Ambassador Kristofoli, and I'm happy to make your acquaintance. Now we've met, I think we should start talking about how we're going to set things right around here.
Once the doctor had given them the all-clear, the recently freed Caits were ordered, without objection, to the mess to get a decent feed. Manny happily escorted them, as, left to their own devices, the hapless band would have gotten hopelessly lost in the mammoth vessel's corridors. Drallah was too tired to walk, so the ship's indomitable security officer carried him on her back. Although sleep was calling to him, the sheer excitement of the day kept him going. He had a welcoming smile for everyone that passed them by, as if they had all participated in his rescue. Finally, Manny stepped through the twin doors that led to the ship's mess, and each Cait took a seat. Manny stepped over to the food replicator and began ordering and distributing the biggest, juiciest T-bones it could create, with 2 to each plate. Eyes widened in amazement as Manny placed each plate before their guests. All the while, Drallah still clung to Manny's back, but she didn't mind. She loved having him there, even though his lack of weight disturbed her. While some persisted in their suspicious glances, most had come to accept her for what she was. They gave her grateful looks and ate their steaks ravenously. Unseen by her, Pashtallash had remained in the recreation area, sitting in the oak in what she knew to be her son's favourite spot. She recognised his scent on the branch. Her husband had gone off to sleep in the cabin supplied by the Starfleet officers, and she could care less. The next chance she got, she was going to inform him she was leaving him. She had grown tired of the abuse and the fact he would choose his pride over common sense any day. It had cost her the opportunity to partake in their children's lives, as they had chosen to leave the two of them behind. The only child that still wanted to visit was mooching off them, and of the three, although she loved Kraltathat, she was anything but proud of his participation in their government's horrendous agenda. As she watched her only daughter wait on the poor, starving black Caits, she felt a shame so deep, so profound, that she began to sob. Her daughter's humility cut deep into her soul and laid bare the rampant favouritism she had displayed with her children. Yes, she loved Krashtallash, but she too had always favoured Pashtallash, just because that was the way of things. It was a way she now saw to be totally wrong. It took a few minutes for her to get the feelings out and give them vent. When she was finished, she noticed her daughter had taken a seat of her own and was sitting next to a kit she was helping feed. Although she was getting a little older, Pash took pride in the fact she could still climb with the best of them. She rose on the branch on all fours, then stepped to the side and dropped to the floor below. She cushioned her landing well and made barely a sound, but it was enough to get the attention of her ever-aware daughter, whose eyes and ears were now facing her direction. She saw the recognition in her eyes, and yet she stayed where she was. The offence she felt was still fresh and went deep. Undaunted, Pash stood on her hind legs and walked over to the table. Without asking, she sat opposite Manny and waited.
If you're expecting a rousing welcome,
Manny said neutrally.
You've come to the wrong place.
Pash nodded at that.
I don't expect your forgiveness. I just hope that you will.
She took a breath whilst wringing her hands. She couldn't bring herself to look her in the eye.
I wanted to let you know I'm leaving Krashtallash. I can no longer support him in the way he treats his children. The three of you came out of my womb, and I should have treated you all the same. Instead, we spoiled you and mistreated Crash terribly. And to make matters worse, we stood by and praised Grun as he became a minister in the worst government our people have ever had.
She looked to and fro, not knowing quite how to put it. In the end, it was simple.
I am so ashamed.
Next to Manny, little Drallah looked over at Pash and said simply,
I forgive you.
He turned to Manny.
Is she your mother?
He asked plainly. His words had profound effects on both women. The child of horror had found it in his heart to forgive one of his oppressors and made Manny examine her own prejudices. As Pash shed grateful tears, Manny turned to her new friend. Today was a new day, and it was time to put the hurts of the past behind them. She had learned the hard way that forgiveness was a choice, not a feeling.
Yes, she is my mother,
she said simply.
And I love her dearly.
Drallah paused in his meal long enough to say to Manny,
I like her. She's a lot like you.
That widened the eyes of both mother and daughter, but neither of them was going to press him for the details. Before Manny tore off another peak of steak, she asked her mother,
Where are you going to stay?
Amen.
At her daughter's slightly annoyed look, she rephrased,
Manny, I thought I'd stay with my mother. She always said, when you realise what a louse your husband is, you can always come home.
Manny thought she did a good job of imitating her grandmother's crotchety way of speaking.
How is Ned?
She asked, getting comfortable. The bomb was ready ahead of schedule, just. Scanner mopped his brow as he finished inserting the last screw in the mechanism. Jenny stood at the other end and ran its computer through a number of diagnostics, ensuring that when they wanted it to go off, it would. Tired beyond his ability to gauge it, he sat down on his stool and looked through bleary eyes at their device of destruction. Although he was exhausted, he knew that it would work properly, and when it went off, it would make a very big bang. On the Millennium's bridge, a weary piper sat, staring at the view screen. The sun was now noticeably larger, so much so that they had to block out the discs so only the corona's outer edge could be seen. The nearby comet was starting to heat up from the increased density of the solar winds and the hard radiation thrown at it. The communicator on her chair chirped.
Popper,
she heard Scanner report.
Firecrack is ready.
Finally, some good news. The sooner they blew up this monster, the sooner they could get back to Cait.
Thanks, Scanner. Move it down to the shuttle bay and put it in the Banana Republic so we can transfer it to the comet. Make sure you have anti-gravs attached to it. We don't need to haul something that big around when we put it in the center of the comet.
Gotcha, Camp,
Scanner said, tired but glad his work was done. Outside, the effects of the solar winds were getting more pronounced. The comet was literally melting, its tail growing by the minute. One section of frozen water vaporized instantly, causing massive outgassing. The effect was the same as if someone had attached a rocket motor to its side. It thrust the comet so that it was now spinning off its axis, shedding parts of itself. Rocks flew off in all directions as the shearing forces tried to tear it apart. Some of them bounced harmlessly off both the Millennium and the Jolly Roger's shields. However, the comet was still made of sterner stuffs and remained intact. However, Piper noticed she had other problems. As the comet spun on its axis, she noticed that where the airlock had once been, there was now only an open space, the airlock having been torn off it. The interior of the former mine could be seen through it.
Damn,
she said under her breath. Now there was no way to get the bomb into the mine. She looked up at the chronometer. There were now only 2 hours before impact. As if he didn't have enough work to do. Until Prime Minister Kraltathat had decided on a successor for Smeetablink, Kraltathat had been asked to head the deceased member's department. In a way it was a blessing, he thought. As head of transport and energy, he could now oversee the movement of dilithium from the comet and its implementation in their new antimatter reactors, most of which were due to come online tomorrow. He had just received some bad news, and since he was not the sort to repeat the mistakes of others, he decided to report it to the Prime Minister, even though the Queen had decreed that she was the one in charge. Burning the midnight oil was something the Prime Minister was known for, and so it came as no surprise to find both he and his assistants still at their desks. As soon as he had stepped into the outer office, he was ushered into the Prime Minister's office. Kraltathat looked up from his paperwork and glared.
If you're coming to me at this time of night with news, it can't be good.
His tone was calculated to intimidate. It put Kraltathat on the back foot, but he did not turn back. Even bad news needed to be reported. As neutrally as possible, he said,
"The dilithium shuttle is an hour overdue."
The Prime Minister thumped his desk in irritation.
I knew ordering the shuttle to observe radio silence was a mistake. There is such a thing as too much security.
Having the luxury of having someone to blame was a rare commodity this late in a government's life cycle, so one never wasted the opportunity to use it. Kraltathat uttered a low growl of disapproval as he said,
"Smeetablink was a fool to allow it."
The remark resulted in the Prime Minister slapping down his pen in anger.
And of course, as you're in a position to judge him, you are above making mistakes.
Kraltathat flinched at the comment.
"Nobody's perfect,"
he said dismissively.
Yes, I can see that.
His superior snapped.
I'm surrounded by imperfect people.
Fuming, he sat back in his specially made chair and rocked gently.
Do we have any ships that can determine its fate?
"Only freighters. As the destroyers are still overseeing the operation of the mine, they're stuck with a communications blackout. However..."
Kraltathat looked up at the wall chronometer.
"The comet's due to fall into the sun in 90 minutes. I expect they'll return in shortly after. They'll be useful when the Millennium gets back."
Kraltathat scowled again.
That's assuming they haven't already found it,
he said thoughtfully.
The Millennium broke orbit shortly after the last shuttle left.
"Coincidence,"
Kraltathat said with a shrug.
Only a fool believes in coincidences.
Kraltathat snapped.
From this point on, we must operate as if the Millennium has destroyed our destroyer. We must be ready for her return.
He looked Kraltathat in the eyes, hard and fast.
Will our reactor be online soon?
At least I can deliver some good news, he thought.
"It will be in the morning."
And is the Cait's Roar ready to launch?
Only too happy to build on his master's good mood, he said.
"Yes."
The Prime Minister relaxed a little and put his paws behind his head.
Then we'll be ready for Piper,
he said with a cruel grin. Kraltathat nodded, understanding.
"If there's nothing else, sir?"
he asked, seeking leave. Kraltathat waved him out.
Go, get some sleep. We've all got a big day tomorrow.
The Energy Minister bowed at the waist, then turned and left, grateful to be able to do so. The Prime Minister watched as he disappeared through the outer office, then was lost in the hall. The situation troubled him. Piper and her starship were a formidable force, but he felt sure that she would have to back down once they declared their independence. The door behind him on his left opened, and the Queen re-entered the room. She sidled up to him and looked down at him. He noted the concern on her face and inquired of it.
I'm worried about that one,
she said, pointing out the partially opened door. Noting the lack of privacy, she walked over to the door and shut it, then returned to his side.
Why? He's one of my most loyal people. That's why I've trusted him with his portfolio.
The Queen gave him a smug look.
We'll see how loyal he is when he finds out his parents were on the last shuttle of workers out.
Kraltathat whirled on her in amazement.
Please tell me you were joking.
Offended, the Queen recoiled.
What do you mean?
Knowing full well she wasn't joking, Kraltathat jumped out of his chair and stood over her, even though they were practically the same size.
Are you completely out of your mind?
He snapped.
It was bad enough that you pulled your little stunt earlier, executing Voltanik on public vid. But to kill the parents of a person who is running the transport, energy, and now the military ministries is one step short of totally insane.
He grabbed her by the wrist and forced her down to her knees, all the while glaring into her golden eyes.
You fool! I should never have trusted you to take over the Regency. Our agreement was that we would rule this planet together. But now you have jeopardized everything.
The Queen cried out in pain as he continued applying pressure. He relented and released her. He felt like boxing her over the ears, but let it go.
You've just made my job harder. Kraltathat is a very capable person, but now you've left me no choice but to remove him. Permanently.
He wrung his hands together.
But not now. We've had enough disruption with this Smeeta-Blink dismissal.
Is that the latest euphemism for assassination?
The Queen snarled. Kraltathat gave her a withering look.
You would know,
he said darkly.
Now, for the time being, it will be business as usual. You can guarantee the Millennium will be back tomorrow, and while I am confident that we can fight them off if we need to, I want you to declare our independence from the Federation. Pub will have no choice but to honour our new status and withdraw.
Her sense of superiority restored, the Queen took a seat before Kraltathat's desk, not liking the distinction. His was the place of power, not hers. The Prime Minister noticed her discomfort and was glad. She did reminding that his was the true seat of power in their constitutional monarchy, not hers. The best she could hope for was the power of veto. He decided a change of subject was in order.
Speaking of the Millennium, has there been any word regarding its third officer? Or is Krashtallash too much of a Cait for you?
The Queen bristled at the comparison.
How dare you compare that black filth with me?
I'll compare whoever and whatever I like,
Kraltathat said carelessly.
And as you didn't gloat over his capture, I'd have to take that as a firm no.
The Queen curled a lip in disgust.
My incompetent guards have yet to locate him.
Don't go killing them off, or soon you'll have no one to watch out for you,
Kraltathat joked darkly. He rubbed a finger across his lips.
Having him at large could be a real problem for us, not to mention you've given him every reason in the world to hate you. First you kill his wife, then you add insult to injury by sending his parents to die in the comet. If I were him, you'd be on the top of the list of people I would want dead.
The knowledge unsettled the usually unflappable Queen.
I have taken steps to protect myself,
she said, trying to bolster her own confidence.
We both know that if someone really wants to kill you, they will find a way to make it happen, and no amount of security in the whole world will stop him from doing so.
He snorted.
With his Starfleet training, well, I would wager that he would pull it off.
Rattled, the Queen stood to leave. Spending time with Kraltathat always put her on edge, and this was no exception.
I will take my leave of you now. I will return in the morning, so we can take the necessary steps.
She turned to leave, wishing to be just about anywhere else but here, as long as that place wasn't anywhere near Krashtallash.
Oh, and my queen?
Kraltathat said to her back. Having to stop was more than she cared for at the moment. She scowled as she looked back at him over her shoulder.
What?
She snapped. He gave her a callous smile.
No to more political assassinations without my say-so,
he said firmly. The Queen showed him her teeth in a thin smile.
I will assure you, Prime Minister, if I were to order another assassination, You would be the first to know.
The veiled threat was not missed.
Good to know where we stand, my queen. Nobody's irreplaceable.
A chill went through the sovereign's veins. As she walked out, she wondered if he had just declared an open or cold war. Only time would tell. Chapter 19. In the Millennium shuttle bay, Scanner and his people were preparing the boxy Banana Republic for departure. The bomb was tied down inside, and the captain stood beside it. As she waited, she finished donning her personal spacesuit. It wasn't long before the person she had requested arrived. Curious, she noted she wasn't alone. With Manny was someone who could only have been her mother. On the lieutenant's shoulders was a small black kit who seemed to be enjoying the ride. Piper noted the little one was barely awake, but steadfastly refused to go to sleep. Before she could say anything, Manny said to her,
I heard. Let's go.
She handed the little one to her mother, much to his disappointment, and said,
Drallah,
Piper started in recognition.
I have to go with the captain now. I'll be back soon.
Don't send me away!
Drallah cried, terrified. He reached out for Manny's arms, fear etched in his tiny face. Manny ruffled his head fur and gave him a loving smile. She understood the source of his fear.
I'm not sending you anywhere, Drallah. The captain has to do something and she needs my help. I'll come for you when I get back. I promise. Pashtallash will look after you till I come back. You can trust her. She is my mother.
Drallah looked up to Pashtallash a little fearfully, then back at Manny. Trying to be brave, he said timidly,
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Manny looked up at her mother and started giving her instructions.
Find a computer terminal and get it to direct you to my quarters. The two of you can get some sleep there. Don't worry if Scanner gets home. He won't mind at all.
She noted even her mother was a little fearful for her.
I'll be back before you know it.
She gave her a gentle push towards the doorway, then turned to the captain.
I'm ready when you are,
she said confidently. Before Piper could reply, they both overheard Drallah saying sleepily,
I wish she was my mother.
They shared a meaningful look. They both knew that in her heart of hearts, Manny wished she was his mother. Bringing them back down to earth, the captain broke the spell and said,
I'm not going to order you, Lieutenant. This mission is far too dangerous.
The angelic Cait simply smiled.
Like I said, let's go.
Shortly after, the captain found herself using all the skills she had dodging cometary debris. It took precious time as Piper did her best just to keep them alive. Every now and then, smaller rocks could be heard bouncing off the hull. They were not the ones she was worried about. It was the larger chunks, some as big as the Banana Republic, that had her worried. Slowly, surely, she crept closer to the comet and the gaping hole left by the destruction of the airlock. As they neared, a larger rock bounced off the hull, knocking them sideways. Manny reached for something to hold as she was thrown from her seat and just managed to grab the back of the captain's chair before she was slammed into the wall. Not taking the time to look back, Piper simply muttered,
Sorry.
As she held on for dear life, Manny replied with a stammer,
Just don't do it again.
Her sense of humour hadn't completely deserted her. Piper said through gritted teeth as she fought to keep them alive,
There are some things I can't guarantee.
Finally, the captain managed to bring the shuttle close to the comet. Approaching tail first, she got within inches when they fired pitons from the corners of the shuttle through the opening and into the rock. Each piton was attached to a high tensile wire, whose other end was wrapped around a powerful winch. The four of them dragged them hard and fast into the hole, where there was relative safety. Not wanting to waste a second, the two donned their helmets. Manny was wearing the suit she procured earlier, and once again they checked each other's seals. They were tight. They were waiting for the air to be sucked out. Piper simply hit the emergency open button and the rear door dropped open. The air whistled out a second later, and they found themselves in hard vacuum.
Now's the fun part,
Piper said through clenched teeth. each strapped on a high-speed thruster pack. Then each took a side of the bomb and untied it before turning on their magnetic boots.
Shutting down artificial gravity now,
Many said, then hit the button. Instantly, they felt as if they were falling with no bottom in sight. To the uninitiated, the feeling is quite nauseating. Fortunately, both had undergone Starfleet's zero-G combat training and were quite used to it. Manny took out her tricorder, turned on its magnetic cover, and attached it to the bomb.
Let's go,
she said, not really wanting to go, but knowing there was no real choice. Both jumped off the floor, the bomb held at each end in their left hands. With their right hands, they controlled the joysticks that would guide the thruster packs on their backs.
I'll go first,
Piper said. She adjusted the angle, then hit the thrust button. A jet issued from the back of her pack and propelled her, the bomb, and Manny, who was hanging on, up the shaft. Most of the lighting in the mine was still functioning so they could see their way. Manny acted as navigator as they flew further and further inside.
So far, so good,
Piper said as she passed the fourth turn. They had moved over a kilometre into the mine and still had 10 more to go. She checked the chronometer on her wrist. They had only an hour to go.
Let's get a move on. We don't have much time left.
Don't worry, Captain.
Manny said.
I'm behind you all the way.
The captain allowed herself to laugh at the little joke. It relieved some of the tension. They turned another corner and Piper accelerated. The walls whipped by as they flew down the shaft. Manny watched the tricorder as they flew.
We're coming to a junction, Captain,
she said, trying to remain calm.
Take the right turn.
Ahead, Piper saw the tunnel Manny indicated.
Oh, great,
she said, disappointed and annoyed.
It's not lit.
She slowed down so she could turn on her beam helmet lights, which illuminated the tunnel nicely, casting long shadows into the gloom. Satisfied she could do no better, she accelerated once again, and the pair zoomed down the shaft, turning this way and that as Manny navigated them through the mine. As she hung onto the bomb with both hands, Manny did her best to ignore the tunnel walls whizzing by. She noted the temperature gauge did not show absolute zero. It was 20 degrees above that, and slowly rising. She realized the comet was going to heat up fast as they neared the sun. At that moment, she realized why people like Faith prayed. It would take a higher power to save them, and knowing they were looking after you could lend some comfort. So, in the privacy of her own thoughts, she said a prayer. At that moment, the comet shook as the section cracked off it, causing its rotation to shift. Piper struggled to adjust for the change in momentum and came dangerously close to the wall. She slowed down momentarily for safety's sake. Manny tried to give her some hope.
We've only got 2 kilometres to go,
she said, then yelled,
Stop!
The captain brought them to as abrupt a stop as was possible, and she put out her feet to absorb some of the shock as they encountered a collapsed section of the mine. Her shoes connected with the rock, and she took the remaining momentum with her knees. Even in zero gravity, one can get killed hitting a solid object if one is travelling really fast. She felt something pop in her left knee, but she managed to stop them and the bomb from any more damage. She sucked in a painful breath through her teeth, then turned to face Manny.
Got to go back and try another way,
she said, trying to mask her pain. Her security chief looked her in the eye.
I don't think so, Captain,
she said.
I don't think so, Captain. I've looked at the scan and I believe we can phaser our way through. Besides, we simply don't have the time to backtrack.
The captain nodded.
Go ahead,
she said, then got out of the way. Ripping her phaser off her Velcro belt, Manny adjusted it for maximum output, aimed it at the wall, and fired at what she believed was the optimum place with a wide beam. She kept the beam going for 3 seconds, then stopped. As there was little gravity, there was no subsequent rockfall, and the path through was clear.
After you, Captain,
Manny said with a flourish. Piper gave her a winning smile.
With an offer like that, how can I refuse?
She turned once more, glad she was in zero gravity as her knee was aching terribly.
Hang on,
she shouted, then applied maximum thrust. The pair, bomb included, shot through the gap and on down the tunnel. Fortunately, they came upon a lit section, and Piper relaxed as the remainder of their journey was trouble-free.
Slow down.
Manny said. Then,
Right here.
Piper brought them to a stop, noting her thruster pack was nearly empty. She shrugged it off and pushed it down the tunnel away from them. Both placed their magnetic boots on the metal walkway, Piper wincing as the movement jarred her knee. This time, Manny felt the shock of pain from the captain.
What is it?
She asked, concerned. Trying to be brave, Piper said.
Nothing. The doctor can't fix.
Understanding her intentions, Manny said.
Okay, let's get this bomb ticking.
She checked her chronometer again. There was only a little over an hour before impact. She had only half an hour to get back to the shuttle before their time ran out. Their proximity to the sun would roast them alive. It was at this point that Scanner gave the order. The captain made it clear she wanted the Millennium to remain on station no closer to the star than they were.
All stop.
Both the Millennium and Jolly Roger came to a halt, hovering in space. As the comet continued on its path to oblivion, it was picking up the pace. It was not long before they could no longer see it.
Keep the comet on constant scan.
Scanner ordered.
I want to know as soon as they make it back to the shuttle.
The commander seemed unusually tense, and the crew understood why. The captain was one of Scanner's best friends, and his wife, Manny, was with her. The stakes were high, but even more so for him.
Done,
Piper said as she hit the fail-safe timer. The clock started counting down. If they could not remotely detonate the bomb, it would go off automatically in 35 minutes.
Let's get the hell out of here.
It was a little undignified, but the only way Manny could get the both of them moving was as if the captain was in front of her, holding onto her with both arms wrapped around her. This left her right hand free to guide them, and her left hand holding the tricorder. Piper looked up at Manny and said,
I won't tell Judd if you won't.
The white Cait roared with laughter, then gave her captain a broad smile.
Let's get home,
she said, with all the confidence in the world. With that, she gunned the thruster pack and sent them hurtling back the way they had come. The light helped, and for a while the path was clear. Manny kept up a constant pace, and all the captain could do was hold on to her. From her position, all she could see was a blur of rock. She tried not to think about it. They quickly passed from day into night once more, and Manny turned on her lights without slowing down. Dodging this way and that, she found the way arduous, as, time and again, not only were the walls buckling under the strain, but pockets of gas were heating up and jetting into the tunnel. It was the rockfall that brought them undone. As they passed through the gap Manny made, a stray rock had come loose and knocked the tricorder from Manny's hand. She stopped the two of them as quickly as she could, then turned around to find their electronic map and lifeline home. It revealed itself after a moment, a sparking wreck. Manny shook it in disgust. The captain gave her a look that did not judge her.
It was fun while it lasted,
she said without regret. Annoyed that fate seemed to be playing a game on them, Manny said,
If I may, Captain, I plan on getting us home yet.
Piper looked at her with a funny expression.
Are you suggesting...
What have we got to lose?
Manny said with a touch of fatalism.
You're right about that,
Piper said, the corners of her mouth turning up.
Give it a try.
Once more, Manny took a breath and cleared her mind. If this was going to work, she had to be focused. The terrain around her soon filled her thoughts, and, as if on instinct, she suddenly knew exactly how to get them back to the shuttle. Without a second thought, she gunned the thruster suit, and within seconds the two were hurtling through the tunnels once more. Manny turned off her suit lights. She found they only distracted her as she kept them moving. The further along they went, the more confident Piper became of Manny's gift. So far they hadn't hit anything. She checked her chronometer once more. They had only 15 minutes before they were beyond the point of no return. For once, Piper was glad she couldn't see anything. Somehow, she knew the two of them were moving a lot faster than was probably safe. She felt the twists and turns of the tunnel as their bodies shifted against each other with each change of direction. Soon, they re-entered the lit section of the tunnel, and Piper got an idea just how fast they were moving, but also how badly the comet was heating up. It seemed gases were leaking into the tunnel from every direction, often clouding their view of things. Yet the lieutenant kept them on course, unerringly leading them home. Within minutes, Manny slowed them down to a crawl. Then the two of them touched down on the ruined pathway. What they saw crushed their hopes. The shuttle had dislodged itself from the wall and was now floating away from them into the debris field.
Perhaps we can use the thruster pack to get us out to it,
Manny suggested hopefully. With no other options, the captain was game, but even that option was cruelly stripped from them as a huge boulder smashed into the Banana Republic, turning it into scrap metal. Pieces of it flew in all directions, some sparking as their energy cells gave up their charge. As their final option was gone, Piper touched the send button on her helmet.
Piper to Millennium. We've lost the shuttle, and we're too close to the star for retrieval. Keep on with the mission and get Cait out of its mess.
With that said, she added a soulful,
"Take care."
As she turned back towards the mine, she caught a reflection in Manny's face shield that took her breath away. It was the Millennium dropping out of warp. Before she could say another word, she felt the familiar tingle of being transported as the two of them were beamed away to safety. When Piper rematerialized, she forgot the damage to her knee. As her body felt the full 1G of gravity pull her down, she shifted her feet and cried out as her knee buckled under her. Off balance, she tumbled towards the floor in sheer agony. Stunned, the transporter technician froze for a moment. However, Manny had expected this, but had not had the time to warn her. She caught her arm on the way down and broke most of her fall, then scooped the captain into her arms.
"Sorry, Captain, I should have warned you,"
she said apologetically.
"My own stupid fault, Lieutenant,"
Piper said. She turned to the transporter technician.
You better beam us up both directly to sickbay,"
she said with a rueful grin. Once more they felt the tingle of the transporter, and the two found themselves in the familiar surrounds of sickbay. That's when the lights went out. On the bridge view screen, the image of the comet took centre piece. In the upper right corner of the image ticked down the time the bomb had left before it detonated, courtesy of the remote system Judd had built into it. There were only seconds to go.
"Turn us about,"
the scanner ordered.
"As soon as you can, take us to warp."
The pilot brought the Millennium around in as tight a turn as he could given their momentum and the increased gravity of the star due to their proximity to it. The comet passed them by on the starboard side as the final seconds ticked down. Then as soon as he had the right vector, he called for warp speed. This close to the star, it required every ounce of energy the engines had to take them to warp. The lights all over the ship went out as emergency power was diverted to the engines. On the screen, the sun's glare was suddenly overshadowed by the light of the exploding bomb. In the first instant of detonation, impossibly bright light shone from within it before the massive radiating energy shattered the comet into billions of pieces. It was all they saw before the Millennium answered the call and shot into high warp, taking them safely away from the destruction that removed the comet from the sky. With one problem out of the way, the captain thought it was time for the crew to take a momentary breather. The majority of the senior staff had been up for 24 hours, and she noted that the Caitian capital was slumbering. She thought it was time to do the same. She gave the order to Manny as Merete tried to push her down on the examination table in sickbay.
"I want those who have been on shift to get at least 6 hours sleep. We're going back to Cait tomorrow, and I want everyone to be rested."
"Yes, Captain,"
Manny said, still wearing her spacesuit. Piper looked down at her knee, still fuming that the doctor had cut up her favourite spacesuit to get at it. It was swollen, that she could see, and Merete was having a trying time getting the captain to sit still while she scanned it.
"I also want us to regroup with the Jolly Roger, the Troy and the Cork. Have us all form up into a formation and get engineering teams working on both Cait ships. I want them ready for tomorrow."
Piper winced as Merete prodded her knee.
"What was that for?"
she yelled in pain. Merete gave her a look that told her who the boss was here.
"To get you to shut up,"
she said, not unkindly.
"I need to fix this knee sooner rather than later. You've ruptured both your anterior as well as posterior cruciate ligaments. It's going to require hours in the regeneration unit and a couple of days in the splint.
Piper looked ready to argue, then recognised the look in her eye.
All right, Merete, have it your way.
The doctor scowled.
In my sick bay, I usually do. Now sit still so I can fix you up and go take care of my babies.
The lieutenant nodded to the captain, her white fur bobbing with her.
I'll pass on your orders and make sure Dabma's shift takes over. Scanner will try and help with the work to the other ships, but I'll throw him over my shoulder if I have to and carry him to bed.
I don't know if there's a regulation about carrying off a superior officer to bed,
the captain said, joking. She winced once more as Merete worked on her knee. She got the hint and shut up.
Good night, Captain,
Manny said as she stepped through the door.
Good night, Manny,
Piper said to her retreating back.
And well done.
The snowy Cait stopped in the doorway for a second, her ears flicking back towards the captain as she looked her in the eye and said,
You too, Captain, you too.
Then the doors closed and Piper relaxed. Her ship was in good hands. 20 minutes later, an exhausted Manny and her equally exhausted husband arrived in their quarters. They stumbled into their room, having fulfilled their duties and divested themselves of their outer garments. Manny left her new suit in the corner and walked into the sonic shower with her husband. She held him up as the shower did its job, then helped him into his nightclothes. She had told him beforehand they had guests. They found the master bed had been taken by Pashtallash and Drallah, who were curled up against each other in the middle of the mattress. Neither of them wished to disturb them, so Judd took a blanket and 2 pillows out of a closet and dragged the couch cushions onto the floor to create a makeshift bed. He dropped the pillows at one end, then sank onto the cushions gratefully. Manny pulled the blanket over them as she curled up next to him, feline style. Still, she liked the comfort of laying her head on a pillow, and did so. Her husband slipped an arm over her side, and she snuggled into him. As she slowly wound down, Manny said quietly,
You know, I've never saved an entire solar system before. It's funny, but we really changed the course of the solar system's history today. If we had left things as they were, the sun would already be dying, and the billions of people on my homeworld would die with it. But because we decided to do something, we really made a difference. This is a day I'll always remember. It's the day we saved the star.
She paused as she reflected.
What do you think, my love?
The scanner's only answer was in the soft sounds of his breathing as he slept. Following Piper's orders, the Troy made the quick hop around the sun to meet with the Millennium. With the Cork's crew, namely Jason Nunn, Carmen Velastro and Sarda, still asleep in their staterooms, one of the fighter pilots took the Cork for the short hop from the docking bay of the Troy over to the shuttle bay of the Millennium for refueling and maintenance. Before they left Cait's moon, they dropped a repeater satellite so they could keep in touch with Earhart, even though the Horter had not made contact for some time. Whilst the senior staff of the USS Millennium slept, the Beta and Gamma shifts got to work on the 2 Caitian ships, making sure each vessel's shields were operating and up to scratch. Not to mention the work to the Jolly Roger's phaser banks. They had been damaged when the Millennium had opened up on her, but not beyond repair. And so, the Troy would not be taken as a powder puff. The engineering crews were working double time to install 3 sets of phaser banks on her. As there was every possibility that all 4 vessels were about to go into combat, they wanted to make sure they could hold their own in a fight. Given the time frame, Piper had decided against calling for reinforcements from Starfleet, as most of their fighting vessels were on the other side of their space, either patrolling neutral zones or fighting skirmishes. The only other ships available were science vessels, and the sad fact was she had more firepower available than the ships she had with her. Besides, she knew her own people, and they worked well as a team. Piper did not trust easily, but when she did, that trust was firm and lasting. It was well known in the fleet that if you wanted to work with her, she had to respect you first and trust you second. If you failed the first, there was no getting the second. But if you were that rare breed of person she took under her wing, Then she not only would be happy to work with you, but she would look after you like family. And that's what it was like to work on the Millennium. She made a point of knowing not only the names of every person on her ship, but where they were born, and even their birthdays. That kind of personal attention to her people brought a strong sense of loyalty, and she was happy to work with and sponsor her crew members to help them further their careers, even if that career had them leave for other postings. At 0630 ship's time, all 4 ships had been synchronized. The alarm went off in Piper's room. She had programmed the computer some time before to make the old-fashioned ringing from a mechanical alarm clock. She had found through experimentation that the sound was the best to rouse her. She had tried replicating a mechanical alarm clock once, but it had not survived the first attempt to wake her. Piper found they didn't bounce too well. She raised her head blearily off the pillow and scowled. She had just been sunbaking on a beach on Riza, enjoying the feeling of the natural heat on her body. The warm water had been lapping around her toes, and she had felt totally relaxed. Now reality had come back to haunt her. Today, she had determined that the Caitian homeworld was going to wake up to reality. It was make or break time for them. She just hoped they decided the right way. She stuck her tongue out as she tasted her own morning breath, then hobbled, as she was still wearing a knee brace, barefooted, into her personal bathroom. She looked at her face, noticing the bags under her eyes and realizing she and her crew needed some shore leave. Perhaps when this crisis was concluded, they could have it here. She picked up her aging toothbrush, applied paste, then gave her teeth a good scrub. She'd been careful over the years to keep them in good condition. Her mother had always told her she would only have one natural set of teeth and made sure that her little girl brushed twice every day. When preparing for her academy survival test, she still made sure she had her toothbrush. Feeling a little more human, Piper took off the brace and gently stepped into the water shower and enjoyed the cleansing sensation of the water flowing over her. A sonic shower was great if you wanted to get clean quickly and with little mess. However, there was no comparison to the real thing. She took the time to wash her hair and condition. Then, once she was done, she dried her hair and put it up in her customary ponytail that ended at her shoulders. Even in the 23rd century, most women wore makeup to some degree. Not Piper. She would disagree, but the fact was she was a natural beauty. Her skin was as supple as when she was 18, and she had managed to remain physically fit. Her green eyes caught many a man off guard, and gave her an advantage, as she was thinking while most males were just dazzled by her eye colour. The captain replaced the brace, then quickly donned her uniform, but took a lot longer with her boots, as the analgesia Merete had given her for her knee had long ago worn off. As she finished up, she popped 2 pills, then checked herself one more time in the mirror before she left her cabin and headed out to the mess, making good time on her crutches. It wasn't her first leg injury, so she was well practiced on them. As she had forgotten to eat dinner, so her stomach started growling the moment she got out of bed. She started reflecting on her plans for the day, but the first step was getting a hearty breakfast. It would have to be reasonably substantial this morning, as her usual fruit and nut bar just wouldn't fill her, and certainly not sustain her through the trial to come. As she entered the mess, she looked about for her senior staff and found most of them collected together at the tables near the oak. At her entrance, her first officer, Sarda, looked up at her, and she felt his warming presence in her mind. She had known he was back since the moment she woke up, as she sensed his proximity through their link. Piper headed over to the replicator and ordered up a banana and some cereal plus a glass of apple juice. Before she could try to manage the tray, it was deftly scooped up by Manny, who eyed her bleary-eyed. Piper frowned at her.
What happened to you? I thought you were going to get a good night's sleep.
She felt a little annoyed that her orders had been disrupted. Manny gave her a sheepish grin.
That was the plan, but a couple of our black guests became destructive during the night, and security called me to restore order. Curiously, the blacks we rescued respect me.
The captain's eyebrows raised.
What were they up to?
The security chief sighed.
Apparently, word had gone out that the captain of the Roger and his henchmen are our guests in the brig. They wanted to break in and deal with them, Cation style.
Piper grimaced. She could guess what that meant. Then she frowned.
Are you telling me they tried to break into the brig?
With a chuckle, Manny started carrying Piper's tray over to the table.
Yes, they did. I told them that if they didn't stop misbehaving, I would put them in the cell next to the captain and let them glare at each other all they liked. I also told them that when we get things sorted at home,
She spoke of Cait.
they would stand trial for crimes against sanctions, among other things.
Her eyes looked around as she searched her memory.
I believe you humans have a saying that we throw the book at them.
The captain's grin was forced.
They're lucky I don't just space them for what they did,
She said, venting her feelings. With a sigh, Manny wiggled her whiskers in cheerful frustration.
But we're the good guys. We don't do that sort of thing.
Piper stopped next to Sarda's table and leaned her crutches against the end of it. She hopped over, then slid onto it, the bench seat next to Sarda. The other occupants of the table were Jason Nunn, Carmen Velastro, Faith, Pashtallash and Drallah. It was at this moment she keenly felt Krash's absence. They often met for breakfast here and shared stories. A host of "Good morning, Captains" accompanied her appearance, and she gave them all a collective greeting in return. Thinking of Krash brought the ambassador to mind.
Has anyone heard anything about Krash or the ambassador yet?
She asked the heir. Sarda nodded. Yes, Captain. Although there is no more news regarding our third officer other than his being held captive by the Queen, the ambassador managed to escape. It is currently with the Believers and the opposition party leaders. Piper blinked. Of the two of them, she would have put money on Krash being the one to break out. She was sure there was a story behind that one.
Anything else? The Queen has capitulated, the government has resigned, anything like that?
Nothing so dramatic. Sarda shifted, knowing the captain was being flippant to put her people at ease. It would have been a desirable outcome, however. The other thing I can report is that the engineering crews have nearly finished the upgrades, and the Cation scriptures have been uploaded to Memory Alpha. They are now available for any member of the Federation to read at will. They have also been translated. There was enough research done regarding the ancient Cation dialects that it was a simple matter for the Universal Translator to render them in Federation Standard. That gave the captain a reason to smile.
Let's hope it makes a difference,
she said sincerely. From her chair opposite the captain, a little further down the table, Faith turned her attention to her.
Captain, I can't tell you how grateful I am that you've been able to upload the scriptures to Memory Alpha.
She gushed.
We've been trying for years, but Ziff has managed to stop us every time.
Jason scowled. That's one Cait who I won't be sorry to see fry, he said, quietly angry. Faith put her paw gently on Jason's hand, looking soulfully into his eyes, and said,
Don't hate Ziff, Jason, please. I pity him. He's been deceived into believing a lie. I pray when he hears the truth, it will turn him around, and he will become the high priest he should be.
Even though the young man was tempted to roll his eyes, he managed to refrain from doing so. He respected Faith's beliefs, but he was anything but a devotee. I don't think he deserves the compassion you're showing him, love. All I've seen him do is hurt your people over and over. How can you forgive a monster like him? Taking his hand in hers, she applied a tiny amount of pressure as she stroked his cheek. The motion was so intimate that he flushed, but he did not back away. The love she was showing him was of a sister to a beloved brother.
Jason, my dear, sweet friend, the teacher told us to love our fellows. That includes our enemies. If we only love those who love us, we're no different from anyone else. I'm sure your captain will tell you that no civilization would last that did so at the end of a phaser. The only way to create a lasting peace is through love, communication, respect, and understanding. At the moment, my people have forgotten all of them. We are no longer encouraged to talk or think for ourselves. and so we don't really talk to each other anymore. If respect was still alive, the king would never have been overthrown, and the Black Cait would never have been persecuted. And if you don't have communication, you will never have understanding. My people need to see the truth once more, and it will set them free. They just need to find their hearts once more.
She gave Jason's hand one more gentle squeeze, then put it down. At that moment, Jason found himself totally infatuated. The love this young lady was capable of amazed him and enthralled him, and he wanted some of it for himself. He just didn't know how to go about it. Before he said anything that would put his foot in his mouth, the captain rescued him. From her place at the head of the table, Piper said,
"We just need to let them know they can read it for themselves."
She rhythmically tapped her spoon on the table as she thought and crunched on her cereal. She had opted for Fruit Loops this morning. An idea was forming in her mind.
I hope everyone got a good night's sleep, because this is going to be one busy day.
All around her, Susanna heard the sounds of her companions sleeping. Caits don't snore, so a room full of slumbering Caits wouldn't bother each other. However, it wasn't the company that kept her up all night. It was the thought that her husband was still in danger, and worse, still thinking she was dead. She knew from the wall chronometer that it was now daylight in the city, and yet everyone was still asleep. Well, they had a good excuse. Of the group, the half that were believers spent a fair amount of time in prayer for their situation. The other half, the politicians, who were cynical by nature, had spent the night strategizing. With Susanna in their midst, they felt that their cause had a chance. Her presence reminded them that the Cait was still a part of the Federation, and that their friends off-world still cared and would fight for them. A pragmatic female, Susanna knew the need for sleep. She understood her body needed rest, and yet she could not stop worrying about Krashtallash. Although she came from a different world, her own people still held a belief in a loving creator, and so hearing the Cait asking their compassionate God for help in saving Crash was comforting and welcome. All the same, she did not have their faith, and so she worried. And no matter how hard she tried to close her eyes and go to sleep, it kept eluding her. Ever so quietly, she sighed. Frustrated at her lack of slumber success, she wearily got to her feet and stepped over to the replicator. Very quietly, she ordered breakfast and a strong mug of coffee. Although her husband did not like the stuff, she found that she had developed a taste for it during her work with the humans. However, unlike the humans, she drank it through a straw. She had yet to master drinking from a mug. She took her breakfast into the next room where she could eat without disturbing anyone. She guessed it was used as a kind of study, with books lining the walls on a number of shelves. One wall was clear, and Susanna guessed correctly that it was a vid wall. She quietly closed the door, then turned the vid on, selecting the News Prime network. While compromised, the station still tried to report the facts when possible. She settled down on the floor on a comfortable mat, placed her plate and mug on the low desk, and began to eat as she watched the news. The impeccably dressed and manicured presenter wore the plain and emotionless expression of newsreaders the galaxy over. Yet as Susanna watched, there seemed to be a little less sparkle in his eye today. She had seen this male many times during her brief stay on Cait, and he had never failed to impress her with his professionalism. Now it seemed as if he had swallowed a lemon and was being asked to report on its sweetness.
The Queen has handed down a personal directive that the people of Cait be on the watch for an armed and aggressive fugitive who escaped from her custody last night.
A three-dimensional image appeared over his left shoulder. It took Susanna's breath away.
The fugitive, Krashtallash, a member of Starfleet, is at large and should be considered extremely dangerous. It is reported he killed several guards last night and is suspected of having assassinated Mr. Speeterblink at his private residence in front of his kids.
The newsreader curled a lip in disgust, but Susanna got the impression that he was not angry at Crash, but at the notion he had to broadcast this garbage.
Citizens who have encountered this male should not approach him, but contact the Ministry of Homeworld Security so he may be recaptured. The Queen has stated she wants him either dead or alive.
The newsreader glanced off to his left, as if looking for someone. He appeared mildly distressed by the report. Also, Susanna caught the implied, preferably dead, message. The Queen was obviously trying to start a witch hunt and let the masses do her job for her. She cast about in her thoughts for some way to contact him, but came up with nothing. She turned her attention back to the newsreader, who was obviously warring against his better conscience. However, he had moved on to another subject.
The Queen will be making an appearance at 1 after median to make an announcement. There are inside rumours that she'll be announcing Cait's succession from the Federation.
At that, the newsreader's eyes widened. He was obviously reading off a teleprompter, and was not aware of the news until he had uttered it.
Also, overnight, the government passed legislation banning the Conservative Party from office. From now on, only the Caitian Liberal Party will be recognised as a legal political party. If any loyal citizen sees any member still at large, you are ordered...
Disdain dripped from the word.
...to inform the local police or the Ministry of Homeworld Security.
To his relief, the next report went on to simply cover a local weather disturbance. At this point, Susanna tuned out and considered the reports. She glanced back at the door, and her thoughts turned to those still snoozing on the other side of it. Most of them were now fugitives from the law, not only as far as the government was concerned, but now the citizens were being asked to turn them in. Not good. Her eyes narrowed as a thought came to her. There was an inconsistency between the two reports. Once more, she was glad for her virtually eidetic memory. People who saw Crash were being asked to report to the Ministry of Homeworld Security, yet the treatment for the politicians was different. The police were just as good. Why the variation? Her experiences with Homeworld Security gave her cause to shudder. Her husband was much less likely to be treated decently by the ministry than the police. His recent experiences with a hostage drama had led the police to give him a grudging respect. She could expect no such treatment from him at the hands of the Queen's security people. They had become a type of Gestapo, stormtroopers who didn't question their orders because they enjoyed carrying out the dirtier jobs. Unconsciously, she found herself muttering under her breath.
Please don't let him fall into their hands.
She prayed quietly. Krashtallash woke with a start. He had dreamed that Susanna was out there somewhere thinking of him. It had been so real that he could smell her breath, her fur. He could still remember the flecks of gold in her eyes. The remembrance brought a new wave of mourning that washed over him like a wave, carrying him to a state of abject misery. The hole inside yawned like an open chasm, like a black hole of melancholy that threatened to suck him in permanently. He wanted to yell, to cry out in his despair, but the rational part of his brain reminded him that it might give away his location. Instead, he whimpered quietly as he took stock of his situation. It was just past dawn in the capital, he noted. Daylight was his enemy, as his colouring may as well have been neon. There was no way he could venture outside during the day without something to completely hide his colour. He bounded over to his unsuspecting host's closet and went through his sparse clothing. He noted a number of cloaks, giving him a glimmer that their owner had tried to hide from the world that despised his colour. He tried on a couple and found to his dismay that he was too tall for them. His feet were totally exposed and they were tied across the shoulders. He dropped the last one to the floor in disgust and considered other possibilities. It was obvious to him that if he ventured out the front door as he was, the authorities would be on him in minutes. The only thing he could do was somehow change his colour. It was possible, he knew, but it would take time. He stepped over to the counter in the small flat and activated this home's computer terminal. He logged into Memory Alpha, which was connected to Cait through a subspace link, and requested the information he required. He had never done something like this before, and he had to prepare. Chapter 20. Once their morning prayers were finished, Drishtagoth was loath to interrupt his host's communion time. They got down to the business of planning their next move.
The Millennium was clear,
Earhart stated flatly from her place near the door.
Your scriptures have been uploaded to Memory Alpha.
At that, Kristapan let out a delighted yelp, as did a number of the others. Excellent! Awesome! Wonderful! Were some of the words used in elated tones by the group. Those with their thoughts a little close to the ground nodded in agreement.
Now the question remains,
said the ever-pragmatic Susanna.
How do we get the word out?
At that, most looked around them with a blank look on their faces. Nobody had a clue. Drishtagoth voiced what they were all thinking, sullenly.
The government controls all the media.
Susanna narrowed her eyes and thought.
Is there a way to hack in?
Her time with the humans was showing again as she used one of their idioms. It carried enough clarity for Drishtagoth to understand.
No.
He was certain of that, and sighed in frustration. He turned and looked away at a blank wall. It reminded him of their options.
We neither have the equipment nor the knowledge to even try to do it without setting fire to our home.
The ambassador missed the reference, and her visage reflected it.
Sorry?
She said, askance. The opposition leader gave her a wry smile.
In a world built in a forest, there's no way of drawing attention to yourself more.
Ah.
The notion of falling once more into the hands of the Queen made Susanna shudder involuntarily. She had barely escaped last time.
So, how do we get the word out?
A gravelly voice came from over by the door.
I have an idea.
Once more the great bulk of the USS Millennium warped into orbit around Cait, totally unseen to all below. The stars twinkled as the mammoth ship's ultra-secret cloaking device fluctuated, then settled as the ship came to a relative stop. In the captain's chair, Piper sat calmly. At least that was the air she was putting on. On the inside, Piper was worried. Earhart's plan was sound, but there was always the chance that Murphy's Law, as Mr. Nunn called it, would intervene. In her experience, it was all too often the case that what could go wrong often did go wrong. She looked off to her right at Science and gave the nod.
Link us up.
In her quarters in the palace, the Queen sat, considering her options. As she was being pampered by her age, she began thinking about the words she would use to announce her world's succession from the Federation. It was time for her people to not only stand on their own, but to take their rightful place in the order of things as a power in their own right. And she would be the one to lead them into their destiny. She took a moment to stare at her own visage in the mirror opposite her. As she caught her own eyes, she shuddered as she remembered the nightmare that had roused her from her slumber the night before. Once more she had found herself on the floor in front of the throne, powerless. Someone was towering over her, wearing her crown, yet, strangely, the killing blow she expected never came. Then the ultimate shame came as she slinked away into the darkness, where she faded into the black and disappeared. It was at that point that she awoke every time. She had had the same dream for 3 nights in a row now, and each time it ended the same. She scowled to herself and vowed that her dream would not reflect her future. At that point, one of her groomers found a knot in her fur at the back of her head and snagged her comb. In so doing, she tugged ever so gently on the Queen's fur. It was enough to infuriate the monarch. The vengeful Queen spun about and cuffed her assistant soundly on the cheek, sending her sprawling to the floor.
How dare you!
She screeched as she reared on her hind legs, fury blazing in her eyes. All of the stress that had slowly built over the previous days bubbled over, and the Queen let the poor female have it. She lashed out with her left foot, catching the tawny young female under the ribs, causing her to suck in a desperate breath as she rolled into a ball, twisting herself so that she moved out of reach. Not that the Queen was going to let her off with that. She followed, kicking her again with her right foot.
I am your sovereign, you little flea.
She shrieked as she followed with a right-handed punch to the side of the girl's head.
You live to serve me, not the other way around.
Bending over, she took hold of the groomer's neck fur at the back and tugged her to her feet as the other 2 assistants looked on in horror. The thought that they should intervene never even entered their consciousness. The Cait, whilst technically a constitutional monarchy politically, still held their sovereigns as being something more than just normal people. With a step forward and a sound yank, the Queen sent the young female flying towards the door, which, even though it was automatic, did not open quite in time. The sound of cracking bone was heard as her victim rebounded off the right-hand door, but such was her determination to get away from her furious monarch that she didn't let the broken collarbone slow her down. Wanting to finish her off, the Queen stepped over to the comm panel and slapped the button.
I want that useless youth put in the atomizer and vaporized,
she said with a quiet malice. She added, slowly,
and if her family complains, let them join her.
With that said, she spun about and quickly returned to her place amongst her cushions. Her two remaining assistants cast worried glances at each other before tentatively resuming their duties. Not paying them any mind, the Queen turned on her wall vid. The news feed from News Prime came on by default, and the face of her favourite newscaster, whose name she could not recall, spoke as if speaking directly to her.
This is News on the Hour, and News Prime brings you the news that matters,
he said.
The Queen has indicated that if she is to make an announcement to people at 1 after meridian, we'll bring you that exclusively on News Prime.
Before he could say another word, the image changed, and her avowed enemy occupied his place. Behind him he could see a nondescript little room, and two of his people stood by his side. A low growl issued from the back of the Queen's throat as her eyes turned to slits.
Fellow Caitians, I am AndrusTaurus, your rightful Prime Minister in exile. As you may have heard, our Queen, a usurper who I fear is insane, murdered our former party leader before your very eyes. She called it an execution, but a killing without due legal process is murder, plain and simple. Also, we have word that she intends on having our world secede from the Federation. For her to do so would be to totally disregard our highest laws enshrined in Cait's constitution. Such a drastic change can only be approved by a general referendum, of which I have not heard the Queen announce that one is coming. Even if she does the right thing and announce such a referendum, I urge you to send a message to our government, and our Queen in particular, and abstain from voting. The sound of silence can be the loudest of all, and, we can hope, the message will be received, and our desire to have law and order restored on Cait will resume. Perhaps in a fit of conscience, the Queen will abdicate and answer for her crimes against her fellow Cait. As well, I have been informed that our great teacher's book has been uploaded to Memory Alpha for all to read. I have been able to read some of it myself, and I can assure you of one thing. There is no mention made anywhere about the colour of the teacher's fur, or anyone else's for that matter. He was killed because of his message, not because he was white. It would appear we have been lied to, and that we have a great apology to make to our black brothers and sisters.
He glanced to the side.
I see our time is running out. Make a difference again, my friends. Abstain from voting, that your voice be heard again.
At this point, the screen went dark as the feed was cut. The vid phone on the Prime Minister's desk jumped as he slammed the off button. It had taken far too long for News Prime to find a way to shut down what was obviously an outside feed. The source of it could not be traced, even how it was superseding their own broadcast, and in the end the only way to stop it was to shut down the channel.
Incompetent morons,
he muttered quietly. He tapped his fingers on the desk, waiting. A glance at the wall chronometer showed that about 20 seconds had passed when the phone rang again. He noted the line was his private line, and he did not have to be clairvoyant to know who was on the other end of it. With a sigh, he accepted the call.
Yes?
He asked wearily. Through the tiny screen, she glowered at him.
Is that any way to address your Queen?
She snapped. Krashtallash scowled right back at her.
I'm not in mood for your childish theatrics, oh Queen.
He sank as much derision as he could in that single word. Without waiting for her reply, he continued.
I assume you saw the broadcast. He's right about the Constitution, and now the people are aware of the law. You're going to have to revise your speech if you want any support from them once we do secede.
The Queen was startled.
You actually want to go ahead with this farce?
She sneered. The Prime Minister gave a dark chuckle.
The people can vote all they want. It won't mean anything. Either way, we'll announce the people have spoken and secede.
You are even more devious than I thought,
the Queen said with a sultry purr. Her tone brought a raised brow from Kraltathat. She seemed aroused by the notion. She was even more disturbed than he had earlier surmised.
Go ahead with your announcement at 1. Let the people know we will hold the referendum at 4 this afternoon, and that the voting will take place during the following hour. Tell them the reason for that is to show how important the matter is to you and the government. We'll announce the results at 6.
Good,
the Queen purred quietly. The power she was wielding was intoxicating her. It was obvious to the minister, and it worried him. Then she remembered the other reason she had called, and a shadow passed over her face.
Do you think that it's true what he said about the scriptures?
She asked a little uncertainly. For the first time in days, Kraltathat paused to think about that one. Worry for more than the future of his people raged within him. After a lengthy pause, he said,
The only thing I'm worried about is if the people turn against Zif. It's up to him to prove the blacks did what they did to the teacher. If he can't, we could have a revolt on our hands. Our children have been programmed from infancy that the blacks are evil for killing the teacher. If they find out it's all been a lie...
He gave a shudder.
We could have an insurrection on our paws.
He made a quick decision.
I'm going to call Zif and find out what's going on. I'll get back to you later.
Once again, the Queen looked ruffled. The Prime Minister had a bad habit of talking to her as if she was just like everyone else. Did he truly not understand she was a female of destiny? She let her annoyance show once more as she said between clenched teeth,
I will speak with you then.
Her image winked out, thankfully. The Prime Minister gave a little growl.
Psychopath,
he muttered. He summoned his secretary. He had to organise the referendum and call a meeting with Kraltathat to find out how the final shipment of dilithium was going, and if they had finally taken care of their blacks problem. After all, if there were no blacks left to save, the point was now moot. He glanced at the wall chronometer. The comet should have fallen into the sun hours ago, taking the last of the blacks and their accursed families with it. He decided then that he didn't care what the scriptures said. He would not abide a single black to live, let alone be born. At least now they were all dead. Zif had said he would take care of that. He frowned when he realised he was wrong. There was one black left on the loose, somewhere in the capital. Hopefully, it would only be a matter of time before Krashtallash was hunted down. The irritating black would suffer the same fate as his bride. If he had to, he would take care of it personally. The subject of the Prime Minister's musings was taking great delight in anonymity. Although his flesh and nasal passages were still suffering in places where they had been burnt by the chemicals he had submerged himself in, Krashtallash was taking the rare delight of walking amongst his own kind without drawing stares. The bleaches and colouring agents he had replicated had taken hours to apply, but the overall effect was astonishing. To the casual eye, he seemed to be a normal, everyday, tawny Cait. He was certain that his own friends would not recognise him. Right now, that suited him just fine. Uncertain of his next move, he decided to simply head for the Starshine Cafe and see if there was a way he could contact the Millennium from there. He knew that after the hostage drama only a few days before, he would find people who would be sympathetic to his situation. He still had no way to contact his ship, as subspace communications were surely being monitored. Even so, while replicating chemicals was relatively easy, it was another thing to try and make a transmitter. Still, at least he was fairly confident his email had gotten through. As such, he knew his people would be looking for him. So the idea was to be somewhere they would look. As he made his way across his homeworld's idea of a city square, which was really a large open space that was unpaved and covered with tightly groomed grass and adorned with colourful flora, he kept passing by groups of his people, talking amongst themselves regarding the recent goings-on. The general atmosphere was worry bordering on paranoia. He understood why. He, too, had watched Drishtagoth's appeal to the people of Cait to abstain from voting. While it wasn't against the law to abstain from voting, his people took a general pride in making sure they participated in the democratic process. Their individual voices had always been heard before. It was how they had fashioned their lasting peace. Now the open and free dialogue they had been enjoying for millennia had been subverted by political correctness and a religious system gone mad. Having seen many worlds and cultures, Krashtallash could see it. However, he knew the people of his world had become like the Terran frog who had allowed itself to be slowly boiled to death because the rising temperature had been gradual, like the fear-mongering his government had been responsible for. Seeing his people in such disarray moved him. He stopped for a moment, concerned for his safety, but more concerned for his fellow Cait. They were like sheep without a shepherd, and he felt compelled by his serving nature to do something. In the middle of the square was a slightly raised mound. History lessons had told him that the teacher himself stood in this place before to deliver his message. He had hoped by taking this action he might be heard, but also that it may not be sacrilegious. He may not have been the most spiritual person of his world, but he also did not want to offend the creator of all. The fact that a lone Cait stood on the mound and held up his hands for attention quickly caught the attention of many. Soon a hush came over the crowd, and Crash knew he had to choose his words carefully. "My brothers and sisters," he said as loud as he could without shouting, "Cait has lost its way. The friendly world I grew up on has become dangerous and suspicious. When I see someone walking towards me today, I wonder what evil he may do me, rather than try to see the good in him, as I had once done as a youth. I now live on a world where I am not entitled to my own opinion, a place where there is only subjective truth, a place where those truths that are allowed are forced on us by threat of law and imprisonment, or worse." He paused for a moment. He knew the crowd's mind's eye would recall the recent execution of their opposition leader. "We have allowed ourselves to become sheep, my friends. Where once we were roaring Caits on a world that respected the individual's right to choose and be heard, we have now allowed ourselves to be ruled by a government that is rotten to its very soul." As he spoke, he saw some nodding, some afraid they may be seen listening to him. On the edge of the crowd, he saw one individual speaking to a communicator. He suspected he only had a minute more before the police broke up the crowd and arrested him. A quick genetic test would reveal his ID, and that was one thing he could not afford. Out of fear, one male blurted out,
"What can we do?"
Crash singled out the one who had spoken and strode over to him. He spoke up once more so all could hear. "Stand up and fight! This cowardly government comes after us in the night and picks off individuals as we sleep. I say we start by telling Kraltathat and his minions that we will no longer put up with them, that we want freedom for all Caits once more."
"How?"
Crash didn't see who spoke, but he knew the answer. "For a start, we can make our voices heard and abstain from voting, as our rightful Prime Minister Drishtagoth said. They may lie to us about the vote, but they will know that Cait does not support them, and their time is over. They will know that the people of Cait want their world back." A cheer went up from the crowd, but a sudden commotion to one side drew everyone's attention. The police and security forces were trying to push through the crowd and arrest Crash, but they were finding the going tough. They found themselves facing a sea of angry Cait who had no intention of letting them through. It took several minutes of pushing, cajoling and threatening before they finally made the 50 metres to where Crash had been standing, but by that time he had melted into the crowd and gone his way. Things were not going according to plan. The notion was peculiar to Ziff, and he found himself on unknown ground. Those involved in rounding up the last of the blacks and disposing of them had not replied to recent requests for information. He still had no idea what had happened in his museum, and he seemed to be losing control of the Queen. The white female was only in her place because he wanted her there, but she seemed to have forgotten that. What was worse, she seemed to have an agenda of her own, and now it was getting harder and harder to get in contact with her. His spies were still passing on information regarding her activities, but it did not help when she had recently thrown out one of his people and insisted she be vaporized. In a bid to save one of his most useful people, he had allowed her to enter the execution chamber, but he had immediately beamed her out of it when it had been closed, and a pile of powder beamed in to allay suspicion. Now his best source of information was the Prime Minister himself, although having to deal with him was proving anything but delightful.
Is it true?
Krashtallash barked over the vidphone. No preamble.
No, hello, how are you today? Straight to the point. That was their Prime Minister for you.
Zif thought. Succinct to the point of just plain rude. Tempted as he was, he did not have to play by the same rules.
What in particular are you asking?
He said amiably. The look the minister gave him should have melted the view screen.
Don't play games with me, Zif. Is it true that the scriptures don't mention anything regarding colour when it comes to the teacher's death?
The minute pause before Zif answered was all the verification the minister needed.
Well, they don't,
he said quietly.
So, it's all just a lie?
Krashtallash was not only shocked, but horrified. Zif drew in a breath.
No, it's not. The knowledge came in a vision given to one of our most revered high priests 1,300 years ago. His name was Sin, who wrote it down in our chronicles.
He finished there as if that was all that was needed to be said. Krashtallash was not impressed.
Are you totally out of your mind?
He said, incredulous. The priest did a double take.
What?
If he could have reached through the screen and throttled Zif, he would have. In an effort of self-control, he bit off the invective he wanted to deliver. Instead, he said,
Are you telling me that we have had 1,300 years of us versus them because one of your lot had a dream?
At that, Zif recoiled.
It was hardly a dream. The priesthood has for many years used the Guala root to induce visions from the Almighty.
He smiled at that.
I've had some pretty good ones myself, you know.
Eyes open wide, Krashtallash openly growled.
Guala root is a narcotic,
he spat.
Your people have been getting high for well over a millennium and interpreting the scriptures through the veil of delirium.
He shook his head in wonder.
How have let your people influence us for 2,000 years, I don't know. You're all totally mad.
That was just about all Zif was going to take. His tone became deadly, and his eyes blazed with barely contained fury.
Far from being mad, my order has been making and breaking political leaders for as long as our people have had a recorded history. Think of all the kings, queens, and their prime ministers that have died quite suddenly under mysterious circumstances. It's because they forgot who their real friends were. It's because they forgot where the real power lies on this planet, and it's not in the government. Have I made myself clear?
Arms crossed, claws extended, Zif glowered into the monitor. Knowing he had stepped way over the line, Krashtallash backpedaled without making it obvious.
So, this high priest had a vision of the teacher's death, I take it.
He tried to make his voice as non-confrontational as possible. Zif decided the best course of action was to let the Prime Minister think he was forgiven and move on. Affably, he said,
As a matter of fact, he did. He saw it in vivid colour. He saw the teacher as being incredibly white and his attackers as dark. His killers were black. If you read his chronicle, you would be quite taken by the amount of detail. It's very disturbing.
Something about what the priest said bothered Krashtallash, but he didn't know what. Mentally, he shook his head and let the thought go. Now was not the time for philosophical or theological debates.
Perhaps we can use that. I don't think there's anything wrong with letting the people know the source of the vision. It might even bring them closer to the Order.
Ziff showed just enough of his teeth to let his caller know just how much that idea rankled him.
Our Order has been guarding its secrets for nearly 2 millennia. We're not about to start letting the common people know them now.
A lesson taught Kraltathat years ago came back to mind. Knowledge is power, and he who controls the information controls the world. He had taught his old philosophy teacher to be foolish, but now he saw the truth of it. He realized Ziff's order held sway because they controlled what the people believed. Cait's entire worldview was given them by the Order. The people blindly followed the priests without really knowing what it was they believed, or worse, why.
What of the word that the scriptures have been uploaded to Memory Alpha?
The news caught Ziff off guard. He hadn't seen the opposition leader's speech.
What?
He spluttered. Finally, the minister had the upper hand.
It seems like AndrusTaurus people managed to upload your scriptures to Memory Alpha.
Ziff acted without thinking.
We should shut down the subspace link immediately.
Kraltathat understood the folly in that suggestion.
I would say it's far too late for that.
When Ziff glared at him blankly, he elaborated.
As soon as word got out, I'd say half the planet rushed to their computer terminals and downloaded them. If you shut down the link, you'll only increase interest in them by making people wonder what we might be hiding.
He smiled at the irony.
No, I'd say it's far too late for that now.
The priest surprised his caller by letting out an ear-splitting roar, displaying his razor-sharp leonine teeth. He then slammed his paw down on the desk, nearly shaking the comm terminal off it.
How could this be?
He said through tight vocal cords.
We've managed to keep the scriptures out of the hands of the commoners, who could never understand them for so long. Now we're going to have all kinds of people questioning them, questioning God, questioning our authority.
The last words came out with a hiss. A moment of clarity came upon the minister as he gazed at Ziff through the link. He spoke with quiet conviction.
That's the nature of freedom. Your God gave us the right to choose.
Unsure of what emotion to go with, Ziff chose fury. He raised his paws in anger.
Yes, he gave us the right to choose, but it's never been about whether or not he is real. It's about right and wrong. It is right to follow the way of the destiny tree.
Kraltathat's eyes narrowed.
So you say. That too is part of our right to choose, whether to follow your interpretation of God's will or not.
The priest growled at that. His speech took on a low, dangerous tone.
Our order has kept its way pure for over 2,000 years. It will continue to do so, and we will stamp out heresy wherever we find it.
I think enough tragedies have been laid at God's doorstep, don't you?
The Prime Minister sighed. He knew there was no way to change Ziff's mind. He was a zealot of the purest kind, unshakable.
Good luck with that, Ziff. Let me know if you hear any word from your people regarding the disposition of the last blacks. I will speak with you again later.
In resignation, he leaned forward and cut the link. Ziff balled his paws into a fist and hammered the bench top. He turned his face towards the heavens and cried,
It is our time, and we will not be robbed.
With that said, he defiantly turned and stormed out of the room. He had people to kill. It had taken more hours than Merete could remember to patch up the Caits who had been hurt by spacing. Most of them were on oxygen in the ship's hyperbaric chamber, the increased oxygen and pressure improving their recovery time. As she wearily leaned against the wall outside an operating room, she brushed a stray hair from her eyes and allowed herself to slide slowly down the wall, her knees bent double before her. For a time she sat there, giving her brain a chance to stop thinking for a few minutes, but knowing the luxury would have to be kept short. A small part of her brain that refused to shut up was screaming at her to go and check on her babies, and that her engorged breasts needed release. Speaking of which, Merete could feel how damp her bra had become, and slowly, painfully, pushed herself to her feet. She had one final duty to perform before she went to sleep. Fortunately, the thoughtful team that had designed the Millennium had put the CMO's quarters close to sickbay, and so, a moment later, Merete staggered into her private rooms. Naturally, her children were the only ones present.
Mummy!
She blurted in surprise.
I didn't expect to find you here. I thought you'd be on the bridge.
Her friend looked up at her with lazy eyes.
The captain reminded me that even security chiefs need a break, and ordered me off the bridge.
She focused on the doctor with bleary eyes.
I'll let your nurse take a couple of hours break.
The healer in Merete took in Manny's state of near exhaustion.
You need a rest.
She stepped over to Rogan's cot and picked up the stirring tot. Their mother's timing was excellent as usual. She quickly moved him over to the change table and expertly changed his diaper, then passed him to Manny.
I'll be able to rest when I know my brother is safe,
Manny said defiantly, but with the slur that betrayed her state. She nestled Rogan into her side and warmed him whilst his mother changed Piper. Too tired to care, Merete divested herself of her upper garments and sat in her feeding chair. She organised baby Piper to feed, and did the same with Rogan when Manny passed him to her. Then she turned her compassionate grey eyes on Manny. As the children began to suckle, Merete said,
You know better than that, my friend. You'll be no good to Crash if you're too exhausted to pick up a phaser.
Manny did nothing more than nod at the wisdom of her statement, but she still refused to close her eyes. Something inside her indomitably refused to give in to slumber. The doctor sighed, then remembered to check on the results of her analysis of the spike. Whilst its composition had been verified chemically, it was the blood that held her fascination. The Caitian DNA genome had been mapped long ago, and from this mapping, certain aspects of the donor's being could be determined. As the computer started rattling off statistics of the blood with cheerless monotony, Merete found her thoughts drifting. It all seemed so mundane, and she almost fell asleep when it made a statement that caught her attention and brought her back to wakefulness. "Computer," she said, excited, "repeat your last two analyses."
Working,
the computer stated. What it related nearly brought her to her feet, but she remembered her children and she contained her excitement. What the computer was saying was breathtaking. She looked down at Manny, keen to share her discovery, to find the ghostly Cait had finally succumbed to her body's need for sleep and was snoozing quietly. She sighed. There was nothing worse than having a revelation and not having someone to share it with. She glanced down to make sure her children were still feeding happily, and they were, then reached over and took hold of her personal pad with 2 fingers before gingerly pulling it over to herself. On it, she tapped out some commands, and quickly a holographic representation of the Caitian DNA double helix formed before her out of thin air. She once more thanked Sarda for his invention and installation of it in her room. Another few commands brought up the DNA from the blood, and she began to inspect them visually. The more she did so, the more she marvelled. On the bridge of the Millennium, Piper was tapping her chair arm in frustration. She was well aware that she could do nothing until the vote. She was confident the Queen and her cronies were unaware of the status of both her ship and the others she had taken. She was also confident they were still unaware of the bulk of the Millennium hovering in orbit, safely cloaked. She remained so she could keep in contact with her people below. It was clear in her mind that the vote would be rigged. Even if the people spoke loud and clear and abstained from voting, the government would go ahead regardless. However, now the people were going to the polls, it would look bad if she were to intervene before that took place. If she tried anything overt before that time, her adversaries would simply use it against her politically, telling the people the Federation was trying to squelch their democratic rights and such. She had tried to have Susanna beamed up, but the ambassador had been adamant. She wanted to see things out with Drishtagoth, and Piper respected that. In fact, it was good to have a representative of the Federation close to him. However, Piper suspected Susanna's main motive was to stay close to those who could bring her word of her husband's whereabouts and safety. There had been nothing from the news media regarding his capture, and as governments were loath to advertise their failures, so it was clear Crash was still at large. That knowledge gave her hope for his safety, but also concern for his state of mind. As far as she knew, he was still operating under the knowledge his new bride was dead. While one of the most capable officers she knew, she was worried he would turn his talents in more destructive directions in a quest for revenge. While receiving his email brought her hope for his safe return, being unable to reply to it brought her nothing but frustration. He was a major asset on the ground, and being unable to communicate with him was almost wasteful. Yet she still had faith he would get in touch with her. The ball was in his court, and she just had to wait for him to play it. Becoming aware of a growing stiffness in her spine, and realizing it had been some time since she had taken a break, she turned the con over to a junior officer and went to the rec deck for some exercise with strict instructions that if anything happened, she would be notified. The food on the Millennium was not too bad, considering it was being replicated by a group of people who knew little of Caitian cuisine.
Mind you,
Martin mused,
there were only so many ways one could prepare fresh meat.
He and his cohort sat together, segregated from the rest of his people. The 6 Starfleet security officers, phasers in hands, were taking no chances with them. They had been assigned by the security chief, and if Martin knew anything of the officer from what he had encountered at the cafe and since, she was not one to be underestimated. And not only that, she knew what kind of people she was dealing with. After all, she was a Caitian female. As he ate his midday meal, he watched as Amantallash's mother played with the kit, Drallah. She was watching over him for her daughter as she slept. The captain may have issued orders for all to get some rest, but, like the captain herself, Manny was not one to sleep whilst work needed to be done, and as long as people like himself remained on board, there was work to do. A small part of him felt sorry for inconveniencing her. At heart, Martin was an old-fashioned gentleman. He didn't like putting anyone out. Yet the situation had called for action, and although she was white, he had to give her grudging respect for not only loving her black brother, but being willing to be under his authority. It was a notion that was foreign on his world, and he found himself longing to be a part of this culture that not only accepted him the way he was, but influenced his own kind in such a way as to follow their example. He sighed. There was no way that was going to happen now. His actions below had not only alienated him from his own people, he had broken Federation law, and so he would never get a chance to serve in Starfleet. The only way he was ever going to get a chance to do so was to somehow redeem himself in the eyes of the others, and the only way he was ever going to do that is if he could somehow disappear first, and that was about as likely as the security officers downing their weapons just because he asked nicely. He glanced at the lead security officer who was eyeing him suspiciously.
No,
he thought.
Definitely not likely.
His male companion, a hothead he had recruited from the university called Prontatril, whispered under his breath.
When are we going to escape from these people?
He said with fear mixed with disdain. Martin did not move his gaze from Pashtallash, who was helping Drallah out of the oak. He climbed up a little too high for his age.
We move when I say so, and not before.
He added a growl for good measure. Prontatril scowled at Pashtallash.
I say we make a run for that pair and use them as hostages. We could force the captain to give us the shuttle, and then...
Martin's nails screeched across the tabletop as he balled his paw into a fist. Sound shut up his compatriot and drew the attention of the security people, who started moving towards them. His tone was deadly.
If you so much as ruffle a single hair on any of their heads, I will gut you and make you watch as I strangle you with your own entrails.
The youth's eyes went wide in horror at the visual image and the certainty that Martin was serious.
Yes, sir,
he said quietly. Yet Martin did not miss the hint of rebellion. He would have to keep a close eye on him. The moment ended as the security officers waved them to their feet.
Okay, you three,
the lead guard said, waving his phaser in the direction of the door.
Lunch time's over. You have an appointment with the brig.
His no-nonsense tone and body language fairly yelled,
Don't mess with us.
Martin acquiesced and started towards the door, and with a final look at Pashtallash and Drallah, who were continuing with their play, oblivious to the danger nearby, he could not help but have a little hope that the future of Cait was safe as long as people like them could play and not care about their colour. The word on Cait had spread like wildfire. Not only was there to be a referendum on the question of succession from the Federation, but there was a growing movement against voting at all. Like most Federation worlds, Cait had its own version of the internet, and it was not long before pages and forums hotly debated the topic. Both sides of the political equation watched as the Cait, both male and female, voiced their opinions in online blogs and in chat rooms. In his borrowed quarters, Krashtallash used his skills to quickly create his own anti-government website, stating his reasons for abstaining from voting, and then he protected the site with every skill in his decidedly large personal arsenal. He noticed with glee that the number of hits his site was getting was increasing almost exponentially. He also rejoiced that, for the first time in so long he had forgotten, his people were voicing their opinions without fear of reprisal. He guessed the sheer volume of messages being posted were beyond even this world's government to censor. Unbeknownst to Crash, his wife read his website. She noted with an aching heart that one of the charges he made against the government was her murder rather than just execution. It was obvious to her that he was still unaware that she was alive. She wished there was some way of finding him via his website, but he had protected both it and his identity so effectively that it may as well have been written by a ghost. In his underground control centre, Ziff was berating his people for not only failing to tear down Krashtallash's website, but every other one that had sprung into being. He noted with alarm that the majority of them were decidedly anti-government, especially those that mentioned the Queen. His stress levels were increasing to the point where his fur was standing on end and eyes were like saucers. What bothered him the most about what was being written was the frequent references to the scriptures and how they failed to mention the teacher's colour. It was becoming clear to the religious leader that the people were getting tired of being lied to, and their search for the truth was becoming personal rather than simply accepting the word of his priests. The control of the average Cait was slipping through his fingers. He could almost feel it happening, and now the word was out. There was nothing he could do to stop it. At the prescribed time, the people of Cait assembled in their homes to vote on the question at hand. Even those on the dark side of the world had risen from their slumber to voice their opinion. When the time came, the screens on the walls in every home on Cait glowed green, announcing in their written language not only the intent of the vote, but the choices given. And with most having debated the topic either verbally or electronically, they've made their voices heard. In his temporary residence, Krashtallash stayed only long enough to make it look like he had voted, then left. He had considered trying to stage some kind of mass rally to decry the Queen, but had decided against it. Whether his people decided to vote or not, he decided that they deserved the dignity of doing so personally in their own homes. Besides, he had no illusion that the government forces would try to put down any kind of protest, and probably with more than undue violence. Whilst he hated the present government and all it stood for, he would not try to stage a coup that could end in the deaths of many of his countrymen. At least, not yet. Now he quickly made his way to a public transporter and on to the Starshine Cafe. It had been his intention to get there all day, but one thing after another had ultimately prevented him from doing so. As he briskly walked, he noted that more and more people were emerging from their homes, and most of them looking quite pleased with themselves. He could only guess at what they were thinking, and the more pessimistic side of his nature feared the worst. Still relishing the freedom his new colouring gave him, Krashtallash leisurely instructed the transporter to take him to the Starshine Cafe, and grinned in pleasure when it deposited him not 100 metres from it. A quick sprint, and he found himself padding up familiar steps to the door he had glared at Martin Luther through only days before. After years in space, the feeling of wood beneath him was very welcome. The automatic sensor above the door registered his presence and drew it inside to make way for him. The lack of reaction to his entrance into a public space was something that he was still getting used to. All his life, just entering a room in any one of Cait's plethora of buildings brought looks of concern, suspicion, or even open hostility. Here, today, at the Station Cafe, nobody paid him any attention other than a quick glance brought by his sudden motion into the building. It was nearly unsettling. Krashtallash found his way over to the booths and took a seat at an empty one. He cast a glance about for a familiar face and found the friendly visages of both the proprietor and the waitress from the other day. He had no idea of their names. There was never any time to be introduced, and many had done the debriefing. Not wanting to bring any undue attention to himself, he waited for the waitress to attend him. Within moments, she had taken care of some patrons who had been waiting longer than he before lighting up the booth with one of her trademark smiles.
Like, what can I get you?
She asked, a smile on her lips and a paw on her hip. At that moment, Crash's stomach growled and he realized he hadn't eaten in hours.
I guess you'll want more than a latte,
she said with a cheeky smile. Suddenly, she stopped grinning. She sniffed the air around her and her eyes widened in astonishment.
I'd know the smell of hair dye anywhere,
she said, patting the pink tuft in her head fur that she had done the night before.
But that's not the only thing I smell.
Her eyes narrowed with delight. Then she slipped into the seat opposite Crash.
I never forget a scent,
she said. Fighting the fight-or-flight reflex that engaged in situations such as these, Crash just looked coolly across the formica at his sudden guest. If you know who I am, then you know I can't let the whole world know I'm here. Tish nodded slightly, understanding. She leaned forward and lowered her voice to the point that Crash had to focus his ears on her to hear her at all.
The price on your head is huge.
At the look on his face, Tish added,
Don't worry your fur, sir. You're with friends. You and your people saved us from the fuzzbrain Martin Luther, so there's no way we're gonna turn you over to the fuzzier queen. Besides, you're a friend of the family.
Those few words put Crash at ease. It was clear that the young female understood the ancient traditions regarding hospitality. One thing you did not do was turn on your friends and family. It just wasn't done. He let out a sigh of relief and relaxed, letting his tail lay flat next to him instead of bouncing around the air, revealing his agitation. Thanks, he said with a heartfelt smile. Do you think I could get something to eat? I'm famished. With practiced ease, Tish slid out of the booth and slipped out her order book.
What'll you have? It's free.
She flourished her pen in the air, ready to fulfill his wishes. Suddenly feeling like royalty, and not really worthy of it, Krashtallash ordered a juicy steak, raw, of course, and a fruit juice. With a quick smile, Tish took off to pass on his order, but a glance in her direction put him on edge once more. Tish was talking to someone he thought must be the owner, who looked his way, recognition clear in his eyes. Worried things were about to get very messy, Krashtallash started edging off the seat, his eyes on the door. Before he could rise, Tistabrisk strode over to his booth and put a friendly paw on his shoulder. Quietly he said,
This is a place of sanctuary for you, brother. Do not fear.
Crash considered himself a good judge of character, and one glance at his host's expressions put him at ease once more. A nod over his shoulder, and one of Tistabrisk's other staff members brought over a plate with the biggest steak he could remember seeing. With that was a glass of juice that he could have bathed in.
Eat, my friend,
Tistabrisk said.
Then we will talk.
They left him to enjoy his meal while they tended to other customers. Without pause, Crash tore into the steak. He had no idea just how hungry he was until he took his first bite, and it was so delicious. A part of his brain told him that food always tastes better when you're hungry, but the rest of his brain just told the voice to shut up and enjoy the meal. Within moments, he dropped the bone on his plate with a satisfied thunk before taking a huge draw on the straw protruding from his glass. Feeling rejuvenated, he looked over to Tish, who took the hint and invited her boss back to the table.
What can we do for you, friend?
Tish asked, eager to help. Crash gave a little chuckle. I know it's a big ask, but I was wondering if there was some way you might be able to help me contact my ship. He really didn't expect a positive answer, but it never hurt to ask. Tish shook his head.
I'm sorry, my friend. This is a cafe, not a comm shop.
Tish tipped her head to the side. A thought came and dismissed.
It's a pity we don't have that communicator Merete left behind anymore.
Crash gave a start. The doctor left one here? The waitress nodded.
She was very clever. You remember. She stuck it to the bottom of the table with it switched on. That's how you were able to hear us.
Crash remembered. The intel was valuable. So, it wasn't collected afterwards?
Nope.
Tish said, leading Crash to wonder if this young lady spent all of her spare time watching old Earth movies. Her manner and vernacular were excellent reproductions of old Earth style. Then what happened to it? Crash tried very hard to keep his impatience from showing in his voice. Tish gave Tish a look, unsure what she could and should not reveal.
Go ahead,
her boss said confidently.
She's one of his people.
Thoroughly confused, Crash just looked from one to the other of them, waiting for them to fill him in. He had no idea who they were talking about. What? Who? He stammered. Tish slapped his arm playfully, but kept her voice low.
Why, the ambassador took it, silly. She was in here yesterday.
Crash was not sure he heard that right. What ambassador? He asked, dazed. A little concerned for her friend's state of mind, Tish rubbed Crash's shoulder.
The Federation ambassador, Susanna something. She escaped from the Queen's death chamber and came here looking for help.
The smile that came over Crash's face could have reignited a dead sun. The pure joy that radiated within him was beyond his ability to express. The one he had sought all his life, the other part of his being, the one he thought lost to him, was still alive. It was all he could do to stop himself from quivering in ecstasy. With delight he told them, "Her name is Susanna Lash, my wife. I thought she was dead." Delighted to have been the bearer of such glad tidings, Tish gave a low, proud growl.
She is not, sir, and I would suggest you keep your voice down.
Having been brought back to the moment by the subtle warning, Crash lowered his voice. He cast his gaze around looking for anyone acting suspiciously, but came up blank, thankfully. Where is she? Tish gave him a small smile at that one.
Safe, sir,
she said quietly.
I don't want to say openly because there's a lot more at stake than her life alone.
Crash nodded his understanding. All right, then. Can you take me there? Tish arched his whiskers forward positively.
We can, but not now. We must wait for sunfall.
While Crash's heart burned to be with his beloved again, there was no way he was going to put either of them at risk by acting irresponsibly by trying to find her during the daylight hours. Cait's night vision was nearly as good as the day, but there was no point in trying to draw attention to oneself. The thought warred with his sense that he was practically invisible now with his artificially coloured self. But there was no point in pushing your luck. His train of thought was interrupted as a message popped up on the cafe's wall vid screen. The fact that it came on by itself indicated the importance of the message it and every other screen on the planet was about to report. The vote was in. He touched each of his host's arms and pointed to the screen as a hush came over the room. There was not a Cait or off-worlder who was not interested in the result. Seemingly serious but concerned at the same time, Kraltathat appeared and gave an address that he was obviously aiming at the heartstrings.
My fellow Cait.
The Prime Minister was blissfully unaware of the disgusted snort from Crash. He continued solemnly,
Your voice has been heard and will be acted upon immediately. Your vote has overwhelmingly given flight to what will become the greatest chapter in our world's long history. From this time on, we go it alone. You have voted for secession, and so we have.
A letter has already been drafted and will be dispatched by a diplomatic courier to the Federation Council today. Never mind their opinion. This is a great day for the people of Cait.
Krashtallash mused that the letter had probably been drafted weeks ago. He was fully aware that the whole thing was a lie. A quick glance around the cafe confirmed that his fellows knew it was too. But what to do about it? Card to shop continued, and Crash could not miss the air of smugness around him.
My fellows, it is no longer for our voice to be one of many, a voice lost in the multitude. From now on, when Cait speaks, she roars.
With that said, the screen went blank, then switched itself off.
Now that was straight out of the letterbox.
The voice came from the other side of the cafe, and Krashtallash strained to see who it was, but could not make it out. Nevertheless, it was joined by numerous others, all in agreement. A lone voice spoke up in the midst. It was young, male, and definitely idyllic.
Where's your patriotism?
Crash could not help but growl at that comment and found himself joined by 7 others, all on their feet and moving towards the lone speaker, menacing. Yet the young tawny male stood his ground.
The Queen is our sovereign,
he pleaded.
Doesn't she deserve our loyalty?
At that, Crash pulled up short. He waved to his fellow Caits, and they followed his lead to stop. Instead of attacking the youth with claws, he decided to appeal to his mind. "Have you even met the Queen, son?" he asked. The youth shook his head, no. "Would you support someone you knew was psychotic? Would you support a government that tries people without the courts, throws them in jail, and executes at will those who disagree with it?" At the boy's bewildered look, he continued. "I have met her, and I can tell you with absolute certainty, she is not sane." The last words came out with a hiss. "I watched the Queen murder our government's opposition leader simply because he was following the King's order. Should we follow her?" Again, he shook his head. Crash's eyes narrowed to slits. His voice was low baritone, full of emotion, yet even though he was quiet, everyone heard him. "Our religious leaders have kept the truths of the teacher to themselves and fed us lies for generations. Should we follow them? Our Prime Minister holds office only because he refused a lawful order from our rightful sovereign. Should we follow him?" Completely out of his depth and confused beyond his ability to think rationally, the youth grasped at the only truth available to him, and it came to him in a flash of recognition.
You're that fellow Krashtallash, aren't you? You're the one the government's after.
Every eye in the cafe turned to Crash. Knowing the risk, yet unwilling to deny the truth, he calmly answered, "Yes, I am." The words hung in the air like a wrecking ball, looking for something to smash, yet no one moved. One older male stepped forward and stretched out his paw, human fashion.
"Pleased to meet you, sir,"
he said respectfully. The ice broken, every other being in the cafe circled around him as if he was some kind of rock star who fell from the sky.
"Are you him?
I thought you were taller.
Why, you Tony? I thought you were black."
Can you help us?
One person asked. That was the question Crash was waiting for. "I think I can," he said, radiating confidence. "But first, I need a computer with net access." Out of the corner of his eye, Crash noticed the young male who had defied him slip out the door. 2 other males noticed him go and made to follow, but looked back at him first for his permission, as if they needed it. Crash was touched by their trust in him. He nodded. "Stop him, but don't kill him. Otherwise, we're just as bad as the Queen."
"Yes, sir,"
they said with gusto, then darted out the door in pursuit of the youth. He turned back to his new friends. "I'd appreciate your silence regarding my colour. It's the only way I can move about freely." The others indicated their understanding, then listened as he laid out his plans. In the back of his mind, he mused that, even though he now knew his wife was alive, he may not be able to catch up with her soon after all. There were more important things to get done. He had a planet to save. Chapter 21. The Caitian capital had one of the quietest evenings on the street it had for years. It was because nearly everyone who was awake was online, swapping opinions about the day's goings-on. Once dusk fell, Krashtallash and his new friends relocated to a home on the outskirts of the city, owned by one of his followers from the cafe. She swore her allegiance to their movement, and Crash had taken her at her word. Besides, if they were going to return to the old ways of friendship and trust, he believed he must lead by example. The 20-odd Caits quickly made themselves at home whilst Crash, with the help of a fellow, started work on a new website. Its purpose was simple and its aim precise. If they were to ever prove to the people that the voting had been rigged, they needed someone to hack into the government's computer system. No mean feat. And to back it up with a repeated vote taken from his website. Using all the skills of programming at his command, he created a shadow vote, asking any and all Caits to register their real vote on his website. He requested that all votes be made only once, and he explained on the site that any rigging or tampering with the result would wind up with as unfair a report as the one the government performed. He also did his level best to protect it with the best encryption and firewalls at his disposal. Once again, word got out about the duplicate vote. The ever-honourable and noble Cait responded with vigour, and soon the votes were pouring in. Those with less honourable notions fought it tooth and nail. In government, the Prime Minister and his people fought it because they did not want their fraud to be discovered. The Queen railed in the privacy of her chambers because she could see the vision of her personal empire dying before her eyes. Ziff, on the other hand, had a fair idea of who it was that was behind the website. His staff was feeling the pain as he unleashed his fury on them. It was bad enough that their long-laid plans were coming apart in front of their eyes. It was a whole new level of shame that it was being orchestrated by a lone black. Ziff believed in the scriptures, but he had a much greater faith in the traditions that had been added to his religion since the teacher walked the plains. His belief that the blacks were indeed guilty of the blood of the teacher was so profound that he would have sooner believed the moon was made out of wool than to believe otherwise. The high priest had no sooner stormed into his underground intelligence centre than he was bellowing,
"Have you shut it down yet?"
He came up behind a bank of monitors being operated by some of his world's foremost computer experts. White Caits, of course. As one, the group ducked for cover. The boldest of them at least ventured,
"Not yet, sir."
Ziff bent over the desk, peering right into his face. The obvious reply was uttered with a sneer.
"And why not?"
The technician was tempted to answer,
"Because we're not magicians."
However, wisdom prevailed.
Whoever it is using our level of encryption is beyond our ability to penetrate. Even with a supercomputer, there isn't enough bandwidth to try every single combination to crack his encryption before tomorrow.
He may as well have been speaking ancient Egyptian. All the same, Ziff was not going to let on his complete lack of understanding. He was far too proud to show any kind of weakness. He decided on a completely different angle.
"So, if we can't get him online..."
That much understanding he had managed to glean.
"We'll have to get him in the real world."
He frowned in thought as an idea percolated.
"Are you able to give me an idea of where he is running his operation from?"
The technician, for the first time that day, began to see a ray of hope.
"We may be able to trace his address, but it'll take a while."
It was not exactly what Ziff wanted to hear.
"Do it quickly,"
he hissed.
"I will not let that..."
He visibly trembled as he said it.
"Black undo centuries of good work."
When the technician did not move immediately, he got a cuff under the ear from Ziff, sending him tumbling to the floor. He was smart enough to stay there.
"Get a move on,"
the priest bellowed before turning and leaving their midst. As one, the technicians breathed a sigh of relief, then got back to work. As the night wore on, Krashtallash watched as his website received more and more hits. It seemed the whole globe had gotten wind of what he was trying to do, and the vote counter already scored in the millions. He wanted to get at least half his world's opinion regarding the vote, as that amount should be enough to convince anyone of the overall thinking of the world's population. Those who read his website felt strongly regarding the subject one way or the other. However, there was much debate regarding the cryptic message in the bottom corner. It simply read, "I know you're out there, Fluffy." Even Cait's version of the Talking Heads was debating on Late Night Vid. One stunning female considered,
Perhaps it's the author's private deity.
A male sitting on a cushion opposite shook his head in disagreement.
No, I think whoever it is just trying to mess with those who oppose him.
He refused to voice the fact that it was the government. Another was a little closer.
I think it's a pet name for something or someone.
One particular viewer smiled to herself.
You have no idea,
she said with a slight smile. Susanna shed a silent tear of joy. Her husband knew she was alive. She flipped open her communicator, hit the encryption key, and signalled the Millennium still in orbit above.
Fluffy calling,
she said with a chuckle. Piper replied.
You're in a good mood,
she said, her tone curious. Susanna's tail curled in delight.
I've had word from you-know-who,
she said, delighted.
He knows I'm still in the land of the living.
The captain could be heard giving a quick laugh.
Nothing ever did escape his attention for long,
she said. The ambassador could hear her smile over the link.
How did he contact you?
In his webpage, there's a line that says, I know you're out there, Fluffy. It's his pet name for me.
Oh.
Piper sounded a little disappointed.
So you can't get a message back to him the same way?
Sorry?
Susanna said with a regretful sigh.
I can't.
Damn.
There was silence for a moment, then Piper spoke again.
I can't wait much longer. We're going to have to move quickly before the Queen and Krashtallash consolidate their positions. When is the vote in on his side?
Susanna checked the wall chronometer.
6 before meridian tomorrow,
she said into the grill.
I'll give it 15 minutes after the vote is in before we come in,
the captain said quietly. The import of her statement was not lost on Susanna. Piper was going to launch an all-out attack on the government and its Department of Homeworld Security.
I understand,
Susanna replied.
Fluffy out.
Even giving their encryption, she still wasn't going to give out her name, just in case someone was listening. It was a good thing, too, because someone was listening. That someone was a minor analyst in the Ministry of Homeworld Security. Her job was a simple one, cryptographing. In her time, she had managed to crack some of the Federation's enemies' strongest codes, yet she remained a minor analyst because her fur was a little darker than usual. While she was technically tawny, due to her slightly darker colouring, she was looked upon with suspicion. Even though her talents were unquestionably brilliant, her superiors kept her on a short leash. This led to Kintabung having what humans would call a chip on her shoulder. Her IQ had been tested long ago, and while it was widely known it was higher than anyone else in her entire ministry, she remained in Cait's version of a technological dungeon, the basement of the Ministry of Homeworld Security building. As the ministry had many departments, it had been decided some time before it would be better to house them all in a single building. So, contrary to millennia of tradition, the Ministry of Homeworld Security was a sprawling concrete and steel edifice that reminded one of a brick with windows, and there weren't that many of those. Especially in the basement, an omission that was not lost on Kintabung. She longed for just a little sunshine. However, she knew it was never coming, so she decided to let the light of truth instead shine on her superiors. She made a habit of pulling off cryptographic miracles that continually drove home the point of her intellectual superiority. At her desk, a table littered with notes, computer tablets, and keyboards, Kintabung balled her hand into a fist and gave a smug smile.
I got you,
she said victoriously. Even though she had missed the beginning of the conversation, she had made a point of recording it, so once she had broken the cipher, she would be able to hear it in full. Now, as she had done just that, she listened with more than a little curiosity. Piper's last point brought her ears and whiskers on end. It appeared an attack was imminent. Not bothering to report to her immediate superior, she was fed up with his annoying habits, Kintabung made her way over to the lift with a copy of her report in her hands. She stepped out of it a moment later and walked straight over to the minister's office, expecting to be let straight in. She knew what they thought of her, but she was tired of caring. She was never going to get anywhere in her career, so she had decided to have as much fun doing what she did anyway. The minister's aide stood and blocked her way.
Where do you think you're going?
He asked suspiciously. Kintabung stopped and scowled at him.
If it's not obvious to you, I suggest you get your eyes checked,
she said testily.
Not without an appointment, you don't,
the functionary declared, drawing himself up to his full height, which was still 3 centimetres shorter than Kintabung. She gave him a look that made him wonder if she was considering eating him for dinner.
How about you let me in before we all find ourselves out of a job tomorrow, if we're lucky?
The aide just gave her a confused look.
What are you on about?
He asked. His nemesis just sighed.
I need to remind myself that you're not responsible for the fact that you were born stupid.
She patted his shoulder.
It's not your fault,
she said, as if comforting him.
Now, I know this is a lot for you to understand, but I need to speak to the minister before there is nothing left of this building but a smoking crater. Understand?
There were many things the aide did not understand. Death was not one of them.
I'll announce you now,
he said fearfully. Kintabung smiled.
Good boy,
she said sweetly. Then she waited as she was admitted to the minister's inner sanctum. Since his elevation to Minister for Homeworld Security, as well as the portfolios of energy and transport, Kraltathat had found himself totally snowed under with work. Given that this was the ministry that needed the most attention in the current situation, he had left an assistant running his other ministries whilst he took care of security. Harried and not sleeping well, he looked up from his computer tablet and gave his interloper a dirty look. As he was still new here, he had no idea who she was, but whoever she was not welcome.
What do you want?
He growled. Kintabung tilted her head to the side.
To survive the next day?
She said cheekily, as she slapped her report down on his desk. Without waiting for permission, she began filling her boss in.
I managed to decrypt a message between someone on the ground and someone else in orbit. It was Starfleet encrypted, but I managed to crack it. Now it mentions an attack due tomorrow at 6:15 in the morning.
That brought the minister to his feet.
What?
The analyst par excellence just smiled like the cat that got the canary.
I suggest you listen to the recording.
She held up her personal sound player and watched the look on Kraltallash's face change as she played the message. It was clear he recognised one of the voices.
That's Captain Piper,
Kraltallash said when it finished. If a Cait could have paled, Grun had done so.
The other voice is familiar, but I can't place it.
Now for the pièce de résistance. Kintabung showed her gleaming fangs in a wolfish smile.
It's the voice of a dead woman,
she said.
I ran it through our recordings of all beings known to us on file.
She leaned forward and flipped the report forward a page. A multicoloured feline's image looked up at them.
It would appear the Queen wasn't quite successful at killing the ambassador, sir,
she said with dark cheer. Kraltallash slumped into his chair, dumbfounded. How could it be so? While he had not been there for the execution, he had had it confirmed by the Prime Minister and the Minister for Information. Sympathy for his brother did not enter his consciousness at the news. Kintabung, knowing it would take some time for this not-too-bright being to assimilate the news, turned and left. She headed back to her desk and suppressed a smile.
They will be calling me again soon,
she thought.
This could be fun.
It was sooner than she thought. No sooner had she sat down at her desk, her manager was hassling her to report to Kraltallash's office. She casually stood, sauntered over to the lift, then marched into the minister's sanctum. He didn't mince words.
Did you say the signal was coming from orbit?
he snapped. Kintabung stepped around his desk, peered over his shoulder, and squinted myopically at the pages.
Yep,
She said.
that's what it says.
Annoyed at her sassy ways, but not angry, Kraltathat snatched away the report without moving.
Did you manage to find the source?
He asked. Kintabung was soothed a little by his deference. She liked being regarded for something other than her fur.
Sorry, that's not my department.
She said simply. Before he could speak further, she added,
I had assumed it was overhead as the signal strength was strong. There was no time delay in the conversation, and the quality of the connection was excellent.
The minister scowled.
Then it must be some kind of ruse,
he said, considering her words. Genuinely interested, the analyst arched her whiskers forward askance.
Why'd he say that?
Considering her intelligence, Kraltathat gave her a quizzical look.
Because there's nothing up there,
he said, as if it was plain to all. Kintabung slapped his shoulder playfully.
How am I supposed to know that?
She asked.
I'm stuck in the dungeon all day.
At that, Grun rolled his eyes. She had a point.
It could be a satellite,
she said, thinking out loud.
Why?
Kintabung smiled.
Repeater satellites can be very small. They probably left one in orbit to keep track of their people on the ground. I'd get one of your hotshot pilots to scan the skies directly over us and destroy it, if he can.
The minister's eyes widened at her resourcefulness. It was a good idea.
Maybe,
he said, thinking it over, then...
Perhaps not. If they're unaware we can listen in on them, we could get some useful intelligence.
At that, the analyst shook her head.
I don't agree,
she said, gazing off into the distance.
It would be better to disrupt their communication, to mess up their coordination when the time comes. Besides, just because you find a satellite and kill it doesn't mean that they know we can listen in on their communications. They will probably think it was found by accident and destroyed. Besides, we know when they're going to make their move, and it doesn't take a genius to work out how they're going to attack us.
She pointed skyward to make her point. He shrugged at that. Once again, she made a good argument. Still, the decision was his, and, much as it ground upon him to work from the advice of an underling, he gave the order for a fighter to go on a seek and destroy mission. When Kraltathat let go of the call button on his communicator, Kintabung looked at him with something akin to pride.
Now that wasn't that bad, was it?
She asked, in that annoyingly condescending manner of hers. He let it go, as her ingenuity had not only brought the captain's plans to light, but gave them a way to strike back. With something akin to gratitude, he looked up at Kintabung and gave her a friendly smile.
That was good work,
he said, with that air of superiority that all people in management tend to use and consider their prerogative. Kintabung shrugged.
You should try my cooking,
she said lightheartedly. It was not as if he was going to take her up on her offer anyway. Distracted, Kraltathat muttered,
I might at that.
He was already thinking of food and the lateness of the hour. It wasn't too late to visit his mother and get something for dinner. Without thinking, he looked her in the eye and said,
Come with me.
Tapping when one is bored is a habit Piper knew she had to get out of, but she did it anyway. She just finished her rounds of the bridge, checking on each station one by one. She took in a vast amount of information at a glance as she observed each console as she passed by. As an officer in Starfleet, Piper had spent some time in virtually every station of a starship as she made her way up, meteorically, through the ranks. Such experience helped her digest the information she saw and to know what to look for. Overall, her ship was in great shape, and the fighters on the flight deck were ready to scramble. Her crew were well rested or resting, and everything was poised in readiness. And that was a problem in itself, the captain knew. That knowing that action was coming soon was keeping her people on edge and raising most beings' blood pressure, including her own. She noted that the communications had not passed on any messages from the Jolly Roger, the Troy, or the Cork. They were under radio silence unless an emergency demanded it be broken. So far, so good.
Captain,
The science officer's voice sounded concerned.
we have company,
he said. Piper looked up from her chair-arm console and gazed at the main screen. On it, a lone Caitian fighter could be seen moving on an intercept course. The captain frowned. There was no way the Cait could have detected the ship, let alone be even aware her ship could have had a cloaking device.
That's weird,
she said quietly. She watched for a moment as the fighter kept closing.
Are phasers armed?
She asked Science. The officer manning the station shrugged apologetically.
Sorry, Captain, but without an active scan, I can't tell.
The captain nodded in understanding. An active scan would alert the fighter pilot that there was a ship looking him over, perhaps even give their game away. She frowned. She would have to leave their station.
Z plus 10,000 metres, 1/2 impulse,
she ordered.
I don't want him running into us.
Invisibly, the Millennium flew straight up and away from the planet and out of the fighter's line of flight. The science officer kept the view screen centered on the pilot, and they watched as it flew through the very spot they had previously occupied, then circled back at a higher orbit. Fascinated, the captain watched as the pilot repeated the action, each time moving out about another kilometre until, a mere 5 minutes later, Piper ordered they move the Millennium once more, but this time off at a 45-degree angle and out 20 kilometres.
What is he looking for?
The science officer wondered out loud.
He has to be scanning for something, but what?
The captain's eyes were narrowed as she had been considering that very question since the moment she realised he was scanning for something. The only logical possibility was that he was expecting to find something he was equipped to deal with. Whatever it was, it had to be small and unthreatening. It didn't appear that the fighter was flying shielded. It had to be something his superiors had detected and decided he could deal with. Now, what could his superiors have possibly detected orbiting above Cait's capital? The truth of the situation came to Piper suddenly and appallingly. They hadn't detected her ship, but they had detected her transmission. The question now was, did they know it was her? And if so, did they know her plans? It would have come as no surprise her message was encrypted. Since the dawn of the information age, humans had been encrypting communications as a matter of course. Before that time, some embarrassing phone calls had been overheard, leading to all kinds of strife for those involved. They could have been wondering why a call was coming from seemingly empty space, she thought. There were other ships in orbit, but none in her area. Also, since the trouble started, most starliners were now treating Cait as if it was infected by a plague, and so the space lanes above the planet were now largely empty. Curiosity was one thing, she thought. Curiosity would lead to scans of the area, or even a hail. In this case, nothing but sending a fighter up to scan for something, and possibly destroy it. And if he was here on a search and destroy mission, he had to be after something that could be considered a threat. As far as Piper was aware at the moment, the only real threat to Cait was her and her ship.
Damn,
she said under her breath. She turned her gaze to the science officer.
I believe our communications have been intercepted and decrypted,
she said with a touch of anger. He considered her words for a moment, then nodded his agreement.
I concur,
he said simply. The captain rounded on the communications officer.
Microburst this to our people electronically, not by voice. Move to encryption level Omega.
The highest level available.
And all future comms are to be by text only. Then send a message to the ambassador. There's been a change of plans.
She then hit a button on her chair.
Scanner, I need you to rustle up something for me fast.
Boring, boring, boring.
That was all that was going through the Cait pilot's head as he scanned the area above the capital again. He'd been circling above his homeworld for over 10 minutes, scanning for a repeater satellite that his superiors insisted was there, except for one little problem. It wasn't. He had tried again and found nothing.
He could be really small,
he said to himself, mimicking the smarmy attitude of the officer that had ordered this little sheep-hunting expedition. He sighed.
"That's all I'm going to find on this trip,"
he muttered.
"Sheep."
He circled round again and increased his altitude another kilometre once more. Once more, there was nothing. He almost missed it, but as he neared the end of this arc, he finally picked up a small satellite that couldn't have been bigger than a sheep after all. He couldn't be sure, as he had never actually seen one. He also knew why he had taken so long to find it. The device was moving on a perpendicular course using a small control thruster, as if it had detected him previously and was trying to get away. He grinned to himself. All the better. Bringing his craft around and adjusting his speed, he brought his fighter up behind the fleeing little robot. Fortunately, it travelled a straight line and made his job easy. Not bothering to use his computer-aided targeting systems, he fired using crosshairs in his cockpit. It wasn't much of a challenge, but it was still satisfying watching the resultant mini-explosion as it was vaporized. After performing a small victory roll that all pilots do regardless of species, he turned and headed for home to report his success. From her position on the Millennium, only a couple of kilometres away, Piper did not repress the smile that creased her lovely face. She glanced to her left at her old friend, Scanner, who wore his boldly and proudly.
"What was that?"
she asked, mirth showing in her voice.
"Trash,"
he said with a laugh.
"I just threw some defective old tricorders and pads into a photon tube, then set the motor for a 5-second delay, then beamed it into space. Its scanners would have lit up like a Christmas tree. Most fighter jocks I know wouldn't know the difference between a tricorder and a catfish, and so I'm pretty sure he would have thought it to be exactly what he was looking for."
Piper shrugged.
"At least he was nice enough to take out the trash for us,"
she said, covering the grin on her face with a few fingers. She turned to comms.
"Have we had word back from the ambassador?"
The answer was in the affirmative.
"Good. At least she's been warned. There's every possibility that they traced her signal and are hunting for her. Worst case scenario, they were able to identify her voice, and I can only imagine how mad that will make the Queen."
The Queen didn't know yet, as Kraltathat was yet to report Kintabung's discovery. His mind was on his stomach and the conversation he was having with his underling. He was finding the female's complete lack of deference to his station refreshing. It wasn't every day he met someone who didn't care about his position in Cait's society. She seemed only interested in people's minds. He had to admit to himself that, in her eyes, he probably wasn't that bright. It was now late at night, and there was very little illumination beyond the public transporter they stood upon. The wind was blowing into a storm. They could smell it, and it would not be long before the rain would be pounding the soil. The lighter branches were swaying in the breeze, and loose leaves were flying. With the desire to get out of the elements foremost in their minds, the unlikely pair eschewed their conversation for a brisk run across the open ground between the transporter and the home of the Lash clan. Had he looked, he would have noticed a lack of light in the windows, yet his mind was on the tasty meal he imagined would come to him soon. He hit the tree trunk at a run, followed by his companion, and quickly found himself standing on the porch outside the door. It was at this point that the storm hit the trees with uncommon ferocity, the rain pelting the ground so heavily they lost sight of the transporter pad. As was his custom, he opened the door without preamble and let them in. Their first impression was how dark everything was. It was surprising just how dim it was, but it was momentarily lit as a flash of lightning shone through the windows. Nothing seemed out of order, but Kraltathat still frowned to himself. His mother almost always left a light on, even if she and father were going out to visit.
"Mother, father, I'm home,"
he shouted. Never mind, he was possibly rousing them from slumber. After a moment's further silence, he assumed they had gone out for the evening to visit friends or family. Not that they had much of one. Both his parents were only kids.
"Lights,"
he stated for the computer. Obediently, they shone out, illuminating the warm home he was so familiar with. He sighed. He was used to being waited on, but even he found it unreasonable to expect Kintabung to serve him in his family home. Disappointed, he dropped his cheerful demeanour and sauntered over to the food replicator.
Hungry?
He asked his guest. Struck by the strangeness of the situation, Kintabung just nodded and looked around the home with interest. It was clearly a relatively large family lived here, but equally obvious that the Kits had grown and moved on.
So this is where you grew up?
She asked. It was lame, but it was the best she could come up with. Kraltathat had taken out 2 of his mother's plates and had placed them in the food replicator, then hit the button for his favourite cut, ×2. He glanced back over his shoulder.
I guess you could say that. It was a strange way to grow up, being the middle kit between white and black.
At that, all Kintabung could do was tilt her head to the side as she tried to digest the cryptic message.
Are you saying you had a white and a black sibling?
She asked, her eyes widening at the revelation. The enormity of the rarity of such an event did not escape her. Grun growled to himself as he considered his youth. His sister got the vast majority of the attention, whilst Crash got almost as much, just not positive. Grun had gotten the dregs. The notion that he had literally been stuck in the middle between 2 extremes had never been lost on him. He was the average one, and it had shown in his grades. Somewhere along the way he had decided to do something in his life which would grab his father's attention, and he had done just that when he had entered politics. Now he had been a party player all the way, and found he had a talent for it. In answer to Kintabung's question, he simply nodded solemnly. She rolled her eyes.
I would have hated to be between those 2,
she said, speaking her mind as always.
They must have been at each other's throats all the time, poles apart.
As Kraltathat placed the plates on the table, he paused in reflection.
No, they weren't. Pashtallash was self-absorbed, as most whites are.
His companion nodded. She had met few whites, but the analysis was accurate.
Krashtallash on the other paw.
His whiskers arched in surprise at his insight.
He's quite fond of Pashtallash, even though she didn't return the favour. Well, most of the time. I know when he left suddenly to Starfleet, he didn't even say goodbye. I guess something happened that even he couldn't forgive, although I have no idea what it might be.
Kintabung tore off a piece of meat and chewed it thoughtfully.
I gathered your sister joined the priesthood,
she said after she swallowed. Kraltathat gulped his food and swallowed, but his guest realised it was not a reaction to her personally.
No, she didn't. For some bizarre reason, she ran off and joined Starfleet too. And then, to add insult to injury, she goes and takes a human for a mate.
Kintabung started in surprise. What his sister had done was unthinkable. She blinked as she tried to assimilate the notion. Without considering her words, she simply blurted out.
She must really love him.
Her host scowled at her.
What does love have to do with anything?
He asked naively. Repressing the cheeky smile she had so dearly wanted to express, Kintabung scoffed down the last portion of her meal. In the privacy of her thoughts, she said,
It's no surprise you're still single.
Instead, she voiced,
Can you point me towards the litter?
Kraltathat simply pointed offhandedly down the hallway, and Kintabung took that as her leave to find it. As she passed a bedroom, she looked in casually, curious about the enigmatic family that lived here. What she saw disturbed her. The mattress had been partially pulled off the bed base, and several pieces of furniture had been knocked over. A glance back over her shoulder confirmed Kraltathat could not see her, so she ducked inside to investigate. The more she looked around her at the dishevelled state of the room, the more she worried. Compared to the rest of the home, everything here was out of the ordinary. The lady of the home was neat and tidy, house-proud even, and such a woman would never have left a room in this state. She checked the bed and noted that the fur left on it was tawny. Putting the pieces together in her head, she came to a disturbing conclusion.
Minister Kraltathat,
she called, the concern she felt clearly evident in her tone. Her host was not tardy. He appeared in the doorway seconds later.
"What is the matter? Couldn't you find it?"
he asked, not unkindly. In answer, Kintabung simply gestured about her.
Is this where your mother sleeps?
Kraltathat was not completely ignorant of his parents' affairs. He knew his mother slept in Mantalash's room these days.
"Yes,"
he said slowly, as the impact of what he saw about him slowly dawned on him.
"Oh my."
I thought you didn't believe in him.
Kintabung said quietly, remembering an earlier topic of conversation. Before he could make a cutting remark, she added,
I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say in situations like this, so I make stupid jokes.
The personal revelation caught Kraltathat off guard, and so he decided to let the remark go whilst he filed the info away for later consideration. He took his eyes off her and considered the room once more before disappearing down the hall and into his father's room. His voice echoed down the passageway.
"They took my father as well. It was without a struggle,"
he said, trying to sound matter-of-fact, but not quite pulling it off. A rising dread was filling his chest and head, making it hard for him to function. A fog of fear began clouding his thoughts. Kintabung tried to understand what he was going through. His parents were missing, and she had a feeling her boss had an idea what had happened to them. So did she, for that matter. Being tied to a desk didn't leave her ignorant. Just the opposite, as her job led her to uncover all matters of secrets.
Do you think they were sent to the comet as well?
She asked, knowing the danger revealing such knowledge could put her in. Her boss stuck his head into the room once more.
"How do you know about that?"
he asked, a catch clearly evident in his voice. She gave him a slight smile.
You forget what I do for a living,
she said slowly, trying to bring him some cheer.
I've broken all kinds of codes in the last couple of years.
Kraltathat gave a nod of understanding.
"Including the militaries,"
he said absently.
Just for the practice.
He shook his head.
"It's a good thing you're on our side,"
he said with a deep sigh. Suddenly very tired, Kraltathat sat down on his haunches and perused the room once more, hoping he was wrong about his parents' fate, but knowing he wasn't. They had been taken to the comet, and, if everything had gone to plan, they were now dead, along with the rest of the blacks. It was as simple as that. He saw the truth of it as clearly as 1 + 1 = 2. And he was a part of it. He had helped with the logistics of moving the dilithium from the comet back to Cait. A wave of guilt washed over him as he realized he had been complicit in singling out the blacks as a slave labour force to mine the comet. A way of getting rid of them once and for all.
"It should have stopped there,"
he told himself in his thoughts.
"It should have stopped there. Then only Krashtallash and his kind would have been taken."
Yet now it seemed as if Zif had gotten carried away and had taken the plan a step further. A step that seemed so obvious now, but one he must have been deliberately blind to. Now the plan that seemed so certain, so sure to his eyes, was obscene. His animosity towards his brother for the taunts others had directed at their family had resulted in him becoming a virtual orphan for participating in an attempt at the extermination of the blacks. He looked down at his paws and realized that they were, to all intents and purposes, covered in blood. His eyes widened as he could practically see it dripping off his claws onto the floor. His father's and his mother's blood. Nausea washed over him, and he found himself gagging. Losing his sense of equilibrium, he almost keeled over backwards, but an outstretched paw caught the door and kept him from crashing to the floor. Seeing his distress and feeling for him, Kintabung leapt over and caught him as Kraltathat flailed about hysterically. The cry of anguish that ensued from his mouth overwhelmed her defences, and she found herself shedding a tear with him. Even though he was a male, she managed to steer him towards his mother's bed and eased him onto it before he was overwhelmed with grief and passed out. For the first time in her life, Kintabung did not know what to do. Here was her boss, a government minister, a being who was supposed to be in charge and in control, out like a light because of grief. She looked down at him, feeling a connection to this poor male unlike any other before, and taking compassion on him. Curled up behind him on the mattress, not wanting him to wake up alone. Before she knew it, she, too, was asleep. Chapter 22. Frustration was a sensation that was becoming very familiar to the city police force. They, like the military, had been tasked with hunting down Krashtallash and anyone who may be helping him. However, there were many on the force who were only giving grudging effort to the task. They had seen firsthand how the male they were seeking dealt with situations, and, whilst they, like the rest of the population, had been programmed to hate blacks, they had come to a certain level of respect for this one. Not to mention his own sibling, a white of all things, took her orders from him and did so respectfully. Now they were hunting door to door in the eastern fringe of the city for him. Somehow, somewhere, someone had traced his location to that general area, and now the entire police force was out searching for him, fruitlessly. Including Captain Graptasan, who was leaving another home after wasting his time turning it over looking for Krashtallash. Given his earlier encounter with him, it would have been understandable that he would harbour a grudge against him for his sister's treatment of him, from a human point of view. However, he did not. He was from a long line of peacekeepers, rooted in the traditions of long ago where one asserted their dominance just like a Pashtallash did. She'd caught him off guard, and he had paid the price. While he had suffered some loss of face, he had learned from the encounter and would not make the same mistake twice. Now Graptasan growled to himself at the stupidity of the tasks set for him. He knew enough about Krashtallash that he would not allow himself to be caught so easily, and yet his people were being sent on this wasteful sheep hunt. In the dark, the forest here was thick and the night was moonless. He tapped his wrist communicator and checked in.
"Has there been any sight of him?"
he asked, not expecting a positive answer. He did not get one either.
"No, boss, there's been no sign of him,"
came the tinny reply. Graptasan rolled his eyes even though there was nobody to see the gesture.
"No surprise there,"
he growled.
"All right, I'm going to the next home on the list."
He shut off the link, then trained his electric torch in its general direction. His people could see well in the dark, but not that well. Before he had taken 2 steps, a voice stopped him. "That's far enough, Captain," it said. He knew that voice. He looked above him into the trees, but saw nothing. He lifted the torch, but before he could spot anything, it was knocked out of his hands. He looked down at the ground to find it, and only found the sparking remnant of it, pierced through by an arrow, of all things. He sighed.
"You know that's going to come out of my pay,"
he said, resigned. Unseen, Krashtallash said, "You can bill me." Graptasan laughed at that. Judging by the comment, it was clear Krashtallash did not mean him harm.
"What can I do for you, Commander?"
he asked genially. He did not reach for his wrist communicator as he feared whoever fired the arrow might repeat the exercise, and he did not fancy having his arm pierced through. From above, Krashtallash noted this and gave him credit for his intelligence. "I wanted to ask you something," he said cryptically. The captain tilted his head to the side.
"You can always look it up on the net,"
he replied cagily. The voice came back with an echo. "What I want, I can't get over a machine. I wanted to ask you, have you chosen what side you're on yet?" The officer scowled.
"What do you mean?"
"Come on, Graptasan," Crash said, a little impatiently. "As a friend of mine would put it, tomorrow all hell is going to break loose. Have you chosen whether you're going to fight for the people or against them?" With more than a touch of irony, Graptasan replied,
"Now there's a loaded question if I've ever heard one."
Unseen, Crash sighed. Semantics was a game he had little time for. "Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. I know you know I'm running another vote on succession, and I know you know already how it's going to come out. You can't have been on the police force for as long as you have without learning the will of the people. Now, when it all comes to a head tomorrow, Whose side are you going to be on? The question sent a chill down Graptasan's spine. He had been avoiding that very question for some time. He knew enough about the people that they would sooner or later take action, one way or the other. He just didn't know what side he was going to be on. The survivor in him wanted to be on the winning side, but he had yet to ask himself what price he was willing to pay to live. Was living worth his soul? Could he live with supporting a regime he did not personally support? These questions warred against his loyalty to his sworn duty, which was to keep the law and support his people's system of justice. Seeing the war going on in the officer gave Krashtallash hope. He needed people within the government to support his move against the establishment. He wasn't sure that he could rally enough civilians to his cause. They had grown too soft and dependent on the government over the years. "What's it going to be?" he asked softly, not wanting to push too hard. Caught between wanting to do the right thing and not being sure what it even was, he said simply,
"You'll know when the results of the vote becomes known. I am sworn to serve the people, and serve them I shall."
Above them, in the pitch dark, Graptasan failed to see the smile on Crash's face. "I would expect nothing less from you," Crash said. "Farewell." The sound of rustling leaves could be heard from all around him, and, startled, Graptasan turned his head in all directions, trying to get a sense of Crash's escape route. Then it dawned on him. Krashtallash had been anything but alone. He guessed about 5 other people had been hiding in the trees around him. One of them had undoubtedly been the archer who took out his torch. In the distance, he could hear the sound of a public transporter being operated a number of times, and although he knew he could follow and check the transporter's logs for their destination, he also knew that the commander would have left nothing to chance. The log would have been erased. He sighed to himself. By this time, his nemesis could be literally anywhere on the planet. He sat down on a nearby log and took a deep breath and pondered his position. He also wondered where he would be at this time tomorrow. There is one truism about any planet. Only between 1/4 to 1/3 of its population was ever asleep at any time. Unless, of course, you were living on one of those extremely rare worlds that always kept a single side pointed towards its sun. In that case, you learned to sleep in the light. As that was not the case with Cait, the voting was going along furiously all through the capital's night. Whilst most were careful to keep the vote true, some overly enthusiastic people had taken to voting a number of times. Crash's people were careful to watch for these and nullify their vote. They were making a point of keeping this vote as honest as possible. As the world turned and the local time at the capital drew nearer and nearer to the 6th hour of the new day, the people began holding their breath. The tension in the air was fairly palpable. In the palace, the Queen once more woke from the same nightmare and once again swore it would never happen. In the Prime Minister's private residence, Kraltathat tried, fitfully, to sleep. His personal alarm was set for 5. In the Lash home, Kraltathat finally came around at a little after 4, found to his surprise that he wasn't alone, and decided on a course of action. In the chapel, Susanna finally got some sleep, along with the opposition party members and most of the believers. Only Kristapan remained awake and spent the night in prayer, unknowingly joined by Drishtagoth in their next room. On the Millennium, the officers and Alpha Shift got some sleep before being roused at 5 for a full day. The same was the case on the Troy and the Jolly Roger, whilst the crew of the Cork slept in their own quarters on the Millennium as she was docked in the hangar deck. At 6 local time in the capital, a number of things happened simultaneously. The result of the vote was immediately posted on the net. The will of the people was clear. 95% were against succession. Crash immediately posted a new message on the page. It resulted in immediate action all over the world. On the far side of the moon, the Millennium and her tiny fleet powered up for their part. They wasted no time orbiting the planetoid and heading for different positions about Cait. That's when things started going wrong. On board the Troy, things were going sweetly all the way into orbit. They, like the other 4 craft, immediately came under fire from the ground, which the officer manning the weapons console eagerly targeted and returned from the Troy's meagre complement of phasers. With the top side of their vessel facing the ground, the Troy opened its bay doors and deployed their third of the Millennium's fighters, which fanned out and engaged the Caitian fighters. That was when the fates seemed to conspire against them. A lucky, long-distance shot from a Caitian fighter penetrated their belly shields and entered the docking bay, detonating with devastating effect. Energy arced throughout the liner's power conduits, overloading many systems, including the shields, which immediately went down. On the bridge, the crew scrambled. Brankovian ordered the shields be restored as soon as possible, but the damage was already done. Emu, at the pilot station, did her best to avoid the ground-based as well as spaceborne fire, but the hull was still being scored by blast after blast, even as their few engineers scrambled to restore power. The acting captain, Brankovian, glanced over at Faith, who was manning the navigation station, and mouthed,
"I'm sorry,"
as it seemed their fate was sealed. The scene was not missed by Piper, who watched with dismay from her command chair.
"Order the fighters to cover the Troy,"
she ordered, even though she knew it was probably already too late.
"Helm, intercept course."
A ground-based shot killed the Troy. It knocked out the liner's impulse engines. Without them to sustain their orbit, the Troy began falling from the sky like a stone. Within seconds, her forward hull was glowing with the friction of re-entry. Emu fought to keep her nose up. It took only seconds more before the craft was a fiery meteor heading for the surface.
"Tractor beam,"
Piper called once they got closer. The Troy's heading was actually bringing them closer and under the Millennium. For a moment it seemed like they had success, as the green tractor beam seemed to have slowed the descent of the Troy. Then the most peculiar thing happened. Something cut the beam, severing its link with the Troy.
"What the hell happened?"
Piper snapped. She glanced over at the science station where her science officer was looking at his scope with widened eyes.
"It can't be,"
he said in awe.
"What can't be?"
Piper said impatiently.
"One moment, Captain,"
the officer said, checking his instruments.
"We don't have a moment, mister,"
Piper growled. The look on the officer's face made it clear he was aware of the situation.
"Yes, Captain, I know. I just had to be sure that what I'm seeing is real."
He cleared his throat, then reported,
"Captain, a shield has been erected round the whole planet. It's between us and the Troy man."
His shoulders slumped in defeat.
"We can't get to them."
Startled, Piper turned her attention to the view screen, where she could just make out the shimmering effect that was the telltale sign of a large deflector screen.
"Now we know what they needed all that dilithium for,"
she muttered.
"How strong is the field?"
she asked Science.
40 gigawatts,
came the fateful reply.
"Damn,"
Piper muttered. There was no way of taking down a field of that size. She could bombard it for weeks with the Millennium's megaphases and still barely scratch it. She toggled her chair communicator.
"Millennium to Troy. We are unable to assist you as a force field is preventing us from reaching you."
She paused for a second, not knowing what to say.
"God be with you."
"He always is,"
came Faith's unmistakable voice from the overhead speaker. Even with the sound of straining metal in the background, her unshakably positive attitude shone through.
"We'll see you later."
The captain just hoped it wasn't in the afterlife. The way the Troy was going down, if they didn't get their impulse drive working in the next 30 seconds, they were done for. The planet-wide network nearly went down with the interest shown in the final result of Crash's independent vote. Billions of hits on his site overloaded the network hubs, and when those went down, word of mouth took over. The millions who had read the result and saw Crash's message took action and passed on the word. All over the world, the extra power being poured into the grid by the newly operating reactors helped beam people into the capital from wherever they lived. Farmers, architects, doctors, teachers, kids. It seemed everyone wanted to have their voice heard. Within minutes, the streets were being choked with Caits, eager to demonstrate their opposition to their government's policies. As one, they began moving towards Parliament House. With its stately corridors and ornate offices, once calm parliamentarians scrambled about madly, trying to do something that might save their lives. The Minister for Information was called within moments of the vote's result to the Prime Minister's office.
Order the news services to debunk the vote,
Kraltathat snapped.
I want everyone to return to their homes.
Kraltathat shook where he stood.
I'm not sure they'll comply,
he said honestly, with more than a touch of fear. Small as he was, the roar he gave was mammoth in size. His teeth glistened in the morning sunlight.
If they say no, see how brave they are with a phaser in their face. Now get out.
Kraltathat fairly scurried from the room and ran for his offices. As soon as he was out the door, Kraltathat called for his secretary.
Get me the Minister for Homeworld Security immediately.
Within moments, Kraltathat stood opposite the Prime Minister, his usual haughty self.
What can I do for you, Prime Minister?
Mobilize the army and have them surround the ministry buildings. Have them set up a perimeter. If anyone breaches it, shoot to kill. I want them to hold the line.
The ice in his voice was deep frozen. He meant every word. Kraltathat nodded.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else?
Kraltathat looked at him with slitted eyes. Kraltathat was being a little too helpful.
That's all for now. I've already ordered the defense shield switched on and sent for the Cait's roar. Sorry for not going through your office.
Not that he was, it was just politics. The minister nodded his understanding. The order should have come through him, but he was in no position to argue the point. This was neither the time nor the place. He glanced upward to where he thought the Millennium was sure to be. He wondered how prepared Piper was for what was coming.
Yes, sir,
he said, turning a little as if he had pressing work elsewhere.
If there's nothing more, I have many pressing matters to attend to.
The Prime Minister was well and truly on his guard. Kraltathat was being too smooth, especially as it was now crunch time. It was as if he had turned off his feelings and was operating on remote control.
Do you need any assistance, Minister Kraltathat?
He asked suspiciously. The Minister for Homeworld Security gave a small, reassuring smile.
Not at all, Prime Minister. I'm certain all will work out as it should. This will be a great day in Cait's history.
Still wary but largely assuaged, Kraltathat let it go.
I won't keep you any longer, then.
He waved him out dismissively and turned back to the computer screen. In the hall outside, Kintabung waited for her boss, who strode out of the Prime Minister's rooms and made a direct line for his own.
Now what?
She asked him quietly as she fell into step with him.
Now we make them pay.
On the far side of Cait's moon, a certain nondescript crater did something craters do not normally do. It split apart and started opening upwards and outwards. It soon became clear that the crater was not a crater at all, but an enormous doorway that gave access to a vast sublunar cavern. It was lit from within by a huge lighting system that gave ease of viewing to what it housed. Since what was inside had needed a large space to work quietly away from prying eyes, this space had been phased out and covered over clandestinely in a short space of time. The infrastructure had been quickly manufactured off-world from a dozen different suppliers, each totally unaware of the other's existence in the organization, and also their purpose. Whilst Piper and her crew had thought the Jolly Roger to be Cait's guard dog starship, they couldn't have been farther from the truth. The Roger had been used as a support ship to bring in what was needed to patch up and restore the means Cait's leaders were going to use to begin expanding their own little empire. Once the doors were fully retracted, the ship slid out, barely missing them as the hull passed by them on each side. The ship's saucer section was quickly clear, followed by the engineering hull and her massive warp nacelles, which glowed with barely controlled power. To the untrained eye, one could mistake the ship for the USS Millennium. Such was its similarity to the Federation vessel. But the Cait's roar was not a copy of the Federation flagship. She was its predecessor, for underneath the saucer's Caitian paint lay a different ensign. NCC 2001, USS Ingram. Now clear to navigate, the ship quickly swung about and headed for Cait and a rendezvous with her sister ship. With flames shrouding the ship's bow, the Troy looked more like a falling star than a starship desperately trying to land. At the helm, Emu did her best to keep the Starliner's nose up and glide the vessel in rather than have her drop like a stone and leave nothing but a large crater in the planet. Her nimble fingers raced over the controls, adjusting trim, firing retro rockets, and desperately trying not to lose her cool. Beside her, Faith, her twitching tail her only sign of nervousness, operated her board under Brankovian's direction. The acting captain was well aware that Emu was doing her best, and that any input from him would only distract her, so he issued orders only to those who needed them.
Faith, instruct the computer to turn the inertial dampness up to maximum and the structural integrity field as well, he told her evenly.
He knew just how badly he needed to keep his head together for the sake of the crew. If he panicked, the crew would panic, and then there would be no hope for any of them. As Faith tapped out the command, Emu grimaced. She knew that the order was a last-ditch attempt to keep them alive. The hope was that, when the ship hit the surface, the inertial dampener would keep them from becoming strawberry jam against the forward bulkhead when the vessel suddenly decelerated. It was a highly implausible possibility, as the impact was certainly going to cause widespread damage throughout the ship and cause the inertial dampeners to instantly fail. The structural integrity field might hold them together long enough for them to stop. It might not. Oh well, she thought, at least they'd had fun. Sarda, aboard the Cork, was the first to notice they had an uninvited guest. An odd reading on his screen, then a glance at the portal next to him confirmed it. Given all his Vulcan self-control taught him by masters, his eyes widened in open surprise, his mouth parting ever so slightly. Without another thought, he mashed the comlink button. "Cork to Millennium," he said, the concern evident in his voice. On the other side of the world, Piper brushed a finger against her chair control pad.
"Piper,"
she said succinctly. "Evasive manoeuvres," Sarda barked. Not that it was necessary. Jason Nunn was already engaged in a dogfight with 3 Caitian fighters. "Huh?" Jason said quizzically. His jaw dropped when he followed Sarda's pointing finger. Closing in on their position was clearly the outlines of an Ingram-class starship, yet it was clear she wasn't the Millennium. UFP starships were painted white. This one was painted with the tawny colours of a Caitian warship. "Oh my," he said, before driving their mini-starship into a corkscrew motion that messed with their senses so badly one could not look out the window without becoming nauseous. Jason's course took them in a general line away from the enemy ship, but not fast enough. The skies around them burst into bright, glaring balls of exploding plasma as the tiny ship came under fire from the starship's phasers. Jason changed tactics, but not quickly enough. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the glow of a photon torpedo as it streaked towards them. The cork disappeared in a blinding glare as the torpedo exploded. On the Millennium's bridge, Piper suddenly realized her day was about to become a whole lot more interesting. She listened to her first officer's report in amazement, but knew him too well to not take the information at anything other than face value. The report was cut off abruptly, and Piper glanced over at science. Her officer had been listening.
"Sorry, Captain,"
he said solemnly.
"The cork is gone."
The captain frowned. If the cork had been destroyed, she would have felt Sarda die. She was familiar with the sensation, and it wouldn't have been the first time. Still, now was not the time for idle speculation. She had a crew to lead and a planet to save.
Signal the Roger to act as support for our fighters and to keep out of the enemy starship's way. I don't care if they have to keep the whole planet between them. Pilots, watch for a new wave of enemy fighters from the new ship.
She leaned forward in her chair, the old familiar gleam known to all warriors in her eye.
Helm, bring us to bear on the intruder.
Captain,
Came a word from communications.
they're hailing.
On screen.
The being that filled the screen oozed confidence.
Captain Piper,
he said without preamble.
I am Captain Drallah of the Cait's Roar. I would appreciate your immediate and unconditional surrender.
His tone was polite, almost apologetic. Piper reclined in her chair, her eyebrow raised at the bald statement.
You assume much, Captain.
She steepled her fingers together and gazed at the screen. All around her, officers busied themselves at their posts, yet in the midst of them, Piper was at peace as she considered her foe. Intelligent, that much was clear. Yet the question begged, how much did he know about starship battle tactics?
You know full well I will do no such thing. I will never let the Federation flagship be turned into a war machine to spread the Queen's terror.
In response, her foe seemed a little unsettled. He blinked a couple of times and grimaced, as if he had just eaten something unsavoury. Again he spoke with an almost apologetic tone.
Captain, you and I are people of duty. I must fulfill mine, as you must yours. See you on the other side.
The view screen winked out to be replaced by the familiar starfield about Cait. In the distance, yet closing, could be seen the Cait's Roar. Without waiting to close the distance, she opened fire. Dressed once more in her cloak and hood, Ambassador Cait made her way to the bus-sized flitter, along with a group of the Believers and members of the opposition party. At one side walked Drishtagoth, proud, head held high, a look in his eye as if he had been born for this day. To her left moved Earhart, her ever-present guardian. She had tried to reason with the Hoarder that her presence could draw all kinds of unwanted attention. To her credit, Earhart had been adamant. Where the ambassador went, she would follow. While she had been tasked with providing security for the Believers and politicians, her highest duty was to protect the Federation's envoy. There had been more than a touch of steel in the ensign's voice when she had flatly stated she was going with her, and that was that. Drishtagoth turned his attention to the sky and smiled.
It's a beautiful day for a coup, wouldn't you say?
He said glibly. Susanna's eyes dilated a little in surprise at his joviality given their circumstances. They had no idea how the government's forces would react when they showed up. They just may decide to shoot them on sight. Still, she had to admit that his upbeat attitude had merit. Rather than shoot him down, she decided to bolster his notion.
Yes, it is, at that.
She allowed herself a moment's fantasy.
I wonder if the Queen would like it if I stuffed her in her microwave machine and turned it on high.
They both knew she was referring to the execution device. Before either of them could comment again, Earhart spoke up.
I heard microwaves are bad for your health.
The ambassador nearly choked. She wasn't sure whether the Hoarder had been trying to be funny or not, but the unexpected comedy helped calm her nerves. She paused for a moment, taking Drishtagoth's hand in hers, and chortled for a good 30 seconds before she was able to suck in a lungful of air and settle down. She gave Earhart a winning smile and thankfully said,
Good one.
She then turned and entered the flitter. Earhart had to take the vehicle's cargo space. There was no room inside for her in the packed interior. Drishtagoth pulled an elbow that was not his own out of his face and spoke to the driver, Kristofoli.
Are you sure this thing will fly with so many on board?
The elder gave him a cheerful smile and said,
It's not us I'm worried about,
he said. He pointed towards the back of the flitter.
Gerhard weighs a ton.
Susanna rolled her eyes at the comment. He probably wasn't far from the truth.
I suppose we'll have to go on faith,
she said with a grimace. She did not like their chances. Someone down the back of the flitter spoke up over the rest of the conversations going on.
Remind me once again why we're flying?
Drishtagoth turned towards the back and spoke up.
Because Kraltathat has shut down all the public transporters for maintenance, he said.
Yeah, right, chipped in one of the believers. From the cargo space could be heard Earhart's voter turned up loud so she could be heard.
I believe Mr. Nunn would say that was bogus,
she said sarcastically. Susanna nodded, her eyes on Drishtagoth.
It's bogus, all right,
she said with a sigh, her temporary feelings of mirth evaporating. She could see it in his eyes. He understood. The government suspected a coup might be attempted. In another part of the capital, Krashtallash was already at work trying to organise having the transporters turned back on. He had no idea that his captain was fighting a pitched battle in the skies overhead. He could only suspect that his wife was going to be part of the day's drama. In his mind, he was on his own as far as Starfleet was concerned. The captain had yet to make contact with him, and vice versa. It wasn't safe to try to contact Susanna. He could only hope that everything was going to work out. As he sat on the doorstep of their latest hideout, they moved to another building every half hour. He could just make out the sun rising over the horizon through the trees. He took a breath of his world's fresh air rich in natural scents from the plethora of flora species mixed with the dew of the morn, and smiled. It was a good day to die. He had no illusions that he was still number one on his world's wanted list. Wanted dead. Alive if it wasn't too much bother. However, dead was just fine. He sighed. There was no getting used to the feeling that he had an enormous target printed on him. He tore his gaze from the beautiful vista and turned to his most trusted aide in his short stint as coup organizer. For all her youth, Tish, with her coloured head hair, had proven to be very resourceful. Her job as waitress at one of the capital's most popular cafes had introduced her to people of all walks of life, including those who walked the corridors of power. "Is there anyone you can think of who might be able to get the transporters going again?" he asked, a little exasperated. Tish grimaced.
"Nobody, off the top of my head,"
she said. Then she tilted her head to one side as the thought came to her.
"I could try her,"
she said thoughtfully. "Who?" Crash asked. The youth smiled.
"Just someone I know who works for the Department of Transport. She's a computer whiz or something. If there's someone who can hack in and get them going, it would be her."
Crash held up a finger. "Yes, but what would her motivation be for helping us? Does she have a problem with the government? Would she do it to help free her fellow Cait?" Tish shrugged.
"I don't think so. I think she'd just do it for the fun of it. She's a bored genius."
With that said, she sat down next to him and relaxed for a moment. They had both had a very busy night, and that was on top of a full day's work the day before for her. Tish was exhausted. The commander gave her a friendly pat on the head. He was getting fond of this young lady. "You worked hard last night. Why didn't you take a break for a little while?" The Patriot and Tish came to the surface.
"Because the transporters aren't working yet."
Crash simply nodded his understanding. There was still work to do. He handed her this home's telephone handset and let her make the call.
"You'll never guess who I just got a call from,"
Kintabung said, letting herself into Gruntlash's office. However annoying her behaviour was, Gruntallash had come to tolerate it. For all her flaws, Kintabung was an accomplished female. He gave her a mild scowl.
"I'm in no mood for guessing games, Kin."
She sat down on the other side of his desk and grinned at him.
"Fair enough, Grun,"
she said with her usual cheekiness.
"A female I know asked me if I can reactivate the you-know-whats."
The wheels inside Gruntallash's head began turning. If all of this went south, it would be good to have someone to blame the mess on, the politician's voice told him. "Shut up!" the rebellious Cait within him cried in exasperation. This was no time to play politics.
"If we turn them on, we're going to be neck-deep in angry Cait,"
Kraltathat said quietly. He wasn't certain his office wasn't bugged. In fact, he was almost certain it was. In response, Kintabung simply nodded. He was surprised when he suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm and drew her to him. Her first reaction was to cry out, but then she realized what he was doing. He responded in kind and put her arms around his neck. It was widely known the most corrupt officials bedded their secretaries and staff. She nuzzled his ear for effect, whispering,
"What do you want me to do?"
In kind, he nuzzled hers.
Can you do it without leaving any traces?
Her answer was cryptic.
Is Ziff a wacko?
24 hours ago, he would have argued the case against. However, Kraltathat had seen the endgame of Ziff's policies, and now he had seen the light. The religious leader's policies and behaviour were anything but sane.
Then do it.
Getting into the spirit of things, he nibbled her ear. The sensation sent a tingle down Kintabung's spine, making her tail shiver in excitement. Suddenly, it wasn't all for show anymore.
What about the other thing?
She asked him with a small purr of abject pleasure. Hormones rushing, Kraltathat growled back.
You let me worry about that,
he said, panting. At that point, he dragged her off the desk. Chapter 23. An electronic chirp caught Susanna's attention, and she reached inside her cloak for her communicator. With a deft flick of the wrist, she answered,
Fluffy here.
Her code name elicited a few laughs from her Caitian companions.
This is the Millennium,
came the voice of the young communications officer. Sounds of warfare could be heard behind her.
I have a message from the captain for Lidia.
To Susanna's ears, she sounded afraid.
The Troy has been shot down and should make landfall on your continent.
Flying above the trees as they were, Susanna had an uninterrupted view of the skyline. She looked around her, but it was one of her friends who saw it first.
There it is,
cried a female believer. She pointed off to their rear what could be described as a falling star in the morning sky. Susanna spoke directly into the grill.
Understood,
she said, then snapped it shut, breaking the connection.
We've got to get some people to the crash site before the government people get there.
Drishtagoth nodded his agreement. He made a call on his personal comm unit. The command centre for Cait's Ministry of Homeworld Security was dark, but its occupants didn't mind. They liked it that way. It was easier to see the nearby screens and take in the information at a glance. Some of them reached from the floor to the ceiling, but they were not the most amazing sights to see. Standing in the middle of the circular command floor was Cait's leading general, a being simply known as the Warrior. His real name was lost to memory, and few would be foolish enough to disrespect him. Whilst Klingons wore knives with intricately carved figures etched in them to denote victories, the Cait had forgotten how many foes the Warrior had dispatched with his own teeth and claws. For a peaceful race, he was remarkably good at what he did. Part of the reason for Cait's peace was found standing right here. Nobody would dare try anything stupid while this being was around. From where he stood, the general could see every screen, but that was not where his attention lay. Around him and on all sides was a holographic representation of every starship encircling Cait, a virtual battle simulator. At the moment, his attention was held by an Ingram-class starship closing in on the Millennium. He listened intently to his captain's conversation with Captain Piper, then nodded to himself in satisfaction when the order was given to open fire. He was momentarily distracted by the sight of a smaller starship. He had no idea it was the Troy. As it continued its descent through the atmosphere, he frowned to himself. It appeared it would hit the ground in the middle of Cait's one and only desert about 300 kilometres to the north of the capital. He scowled to himself, considering whether to commit any troops to covering it, but decided against it. Judging from its trajectory, it would either burn up or hit hard. Either way, there would be no survivors. He turned from the image and put their fate out of his mind. He had more important tasks to attend to.
I want one squadron to keep attacking the Millennium's aft. 2 squadron can focus on their captured starship.
A reference to the Jolly Roger.
And I want 3 squadron to take care of the Millennium's fighters.
He watched for a moment as his orders were relayed and the ships deployed as ordered. As he watched, 2 of his fighters were destroyed, with no losses yet on the Federation fighters' side. He scowled. This was not good. What his pilots lacked in training and skill, he had hoped to make up for with sheer numbers. It wasn't working out that way. His fighters were being knocked out of the skies like flies.
How soon can we get reinforcements up there?
He growled angrily. From the doorway, a voice came that was anything but welcome. The diminutive Prime Minister stood there, Ziff at his side.
We can't spare any more of our resources fighting the Federation ships. If we lose them all, so be it. We are protected behind our shield. The Federation cannot touch us.
Without turning or even looking in the Prime Minister's direction, the General managed to project a menacing air.
My people are up there fighting your war, Prime Minister. Pretty soon they're going to run out of ammunition and fuel, and they're going to need to land. I will need to shut down the shield temporarily to allow them free passage.
The Minister's eyes narrowed to slits.
Under no circumstances will you bring down our homeworld's only real defense, General. Not for any reason. Do you understand me?
He put every ounce of authority into his words that he could muster. The General was not impressed by the politician's bluster. However, he had taken a vow of loyalty to his world's leadership, and, being a being of his word, he was bound to it. He let his displeasure be heard by simply hissing,
"Understood."
Keep me updated,
the Prime Minister said, before raising a small device and pressing a tiny button embedded in it. The General recognised it as the simple recall device for a personal transporter system. His observations were confirmed as Kraltathat was enveloped in a shaft of light before disappearing. He noted to his annoyance that he had left Ziff behind to watch him. A glance out of the corner of his eye let him know the priest was studying him, and the command centre closely. Unconsciously, he flexed the fingers and claws of his right paw as he imagined crushing the wind out of the priest's throat. With a slight shake of his head, he brought himself out of his fantasy world and back to the real one. As he did so, another Cait fighter winked out of existence.
"General, sir,"
An aide spoke from one of the terminals.
"we're getting multiple requests for our pilots to land for refueling."
The warrior's ears flicked back angrily.
"Damn him,"
he swore quietly. A solution suddenly presented itself. He suddenly remembered what the Ingram class had been designed for.
"Have the fighters refuel on Cait's roar. Let her withdraw from the fighting temporarily if she has to."
The Queen sat in her parlour, seemingly oblivious to the happenings in the world and above it. Somewhere in her mind, a little voice was telling her she should be concerned about what was going on, yet the proud Queen, within, simply told it to shut up. So she sat there serenely as her beauticians worked to keep her looking good, while she eyed herself in the mirror. As the Millennium shook from another blast, Merete grimaced and kept her hopes up that the ship would continue taking the pounding. Aside from the Tholian ship months before, the vessel had never come up against another ship that could match her, until now. Worried that her sickbay would soon be filling with casualties, all the same she knew that her current mission was more important. She held onto the railing and prayed once again that her children would be safe with one of her nurses minding them in her quarters. Yet the news she carried was so shocking, it had to be told, no matter what the circumstances or price. The turbolift door opened on a scene of organised chaos as the bridge crew went about their duties minding the vessel's functions and those of their fighters. She overheard Piper giving an order so that their fighters could recharge and refuel on the Jolly Roger. She didn't know why. Usually they did so on the Millennium's hangar deck, unless the ship had taken damage there. She noted the captain glance in her direction, taking in her presence before returning to the view screen.
"Make it fast, Doctor,"
she said matter-of-factly. The doctor didn't take it personally. The captain had learned to put on a veneer of detachment when in crisis situations.
"I have to beam down to the surface immediately."
That statement got the captain's attention.
What?
She said, swinging her chair to face her. She looked startled. She glanced over her shoulder to bark an order to Manny.
Make sure engineering keeps our aft phases charged and pick off as many of the fighters as you can. They're our priority. They're just trying to wear us down. Keep our forward phases firing intermittently at the Ingram.
She turned back to her friend and spoke quietly.
I know it's not cowardice, so why?
I found out something totally amazing,
Merete said. She leaned forward and whispered her findings in the captain's ear. Piper's eyes went wide in disbelief.
You can't be serious,
she blurted out, knowing full well her friend would never have brought her this unless it was otherwise.
It's true, and I can prove it.
Merete crossed her arms as she did when she was certain of something and stood firm. The captain considered the situation.
Even if you're right, I can't do anything with it at the moment.
She gestured at Cait on the view screen.
They've put up a shield around the entire planet. I couldn't beam you down if I tried. Besides, we need to keep our shields up so we don't get cut to pieces by the Ingram.
She scowled to herself, then made a decision. Piper stepped over to the weapons console and studied the readout. She pointed to a position on the screen.
Manny, I want you to try to herd all the Caitian fighters to this point, then detonate a high-yield warhead in the middle of them. It should take care of the lot of them in one stroke.
Manny nodded her white furry head in understanding and began laying down patterns of fire that kept the fighters dodging the constant stream, but brought them steadily closer together. Within moments, she had them within the desired sphere of space. Then she fired the high-yield torpedo. The bright red globe streaked out of the Millennium's dorsal and rocketed into their midst. The result was devastating. Those that were not vaporized were knocked out of the fighting permanently. Manny noticed one fighter got away, but she took him out with an expertly timed phaser bolt. The job done, the captain stepped forward.
Signal the Roger. Prepare to drop shields and take on a visitor.
She glanced at Merete.
Get down to Transporter Room 1 and take whatever you need. Go.
Needing no further impetus, the doctor vanished into the turbo lift. Manny spoke up from her console.
Captain, the Jolly Roger's being constantly bombarded by fighters. She cannot afford to drop her shields even for a second.
It was at that moment a familiar voice sounded over the speakers.
Can we be of some assistance?
Out of pure reflex, the moment Jason Nunn had spotted the photon torpedo, he had slapped his hand down on the warp drive control panel. It had taken a fraction of a second for the Cork's engines to respond, but it was enough for the small starship to leap into warp before the torpedo detonated. 1 light minute later, Sarda ordered the vessel out of warp, and Jason brought the vessel to a stop near the system's artificial asteroid belt, the Starship Graveyard. At the weapons console, Carmen let out a huge sigh of relief.
I thought we were dead,
he said with a slight quiver. At that, all Sarda could do was raise an eyebrow. It was the closest he could come to an admission he would agree with the statement. It would seem the mystery of the Ingram's disappearance has been solved. To say the least, Jason said with a grin. I wonder what they've been doing with her since. His eyes narrowed in annoyance as a thought came to him. I hate to think what they might have added to the bastard since she vanished. Sarda pursed his lips. Speculation will not garner any new information, Mr. Nunn. Perhaps we should quickly study my scans of the Ingram before we return to the fight. The commander keyed the controls and brought up different details on each officer's screens. After a few moments, the three of them agreed that there seemed to be very little change to the original design, except for one notable exception. The Ingram was still undergoing trials as the type's prototype. She had gone out that day incomplete, and the Cait had done their best to finish the job. However, they were not privy to all of Starfleet's most secret equipment, and the Millennium's officers noted the Ingram had never been fitted with a cloaking device. The three officers looked at each other with raised eyebrows, each unconsciously mimicking the others.
We have to get this back to the captain as quickly as possible,
Carmen stated with certainty. Sarda nodded sagely. Indeed, we do, Lieutenant. Mr. Nunn, take us back to the fighting, but make sure the Millennium is between us and the Ingram. Piper looked up at the ceiling with barely suppressed joy.
You may be of assistance, all right,
she shouted.
Prepare to receive a guest. I need her beamed down to Fluffy's position as soon as the shield is down.
She didn't include the obvious.
If it comes down.
The captain turned to the helmsman.
Turn us so our dorsal section is exposed to the Ingram and drop the ventral shields so the doctor can beam over. As soon as the transport is complete, re-raise the shields.
From the Ingram's point of view, the Millennium executed a sudden nosedive without going anywhere. The Federation starship's phasers kept blasting away, but it was clear to the Ingram's captain that the ship was protecting something. However, he miscalculated and decided to abort taking on the fighters and immediately ordered the Ingram to circle around the Millennium and attack her exposed belly. In Cait's underground command center, the general saw this and cursed. Unlike the Raw's captain, the general had spotted the Cork as soon as she had dropped out of warp and suspected the two ships were exchanging something.
Captain,
the general bellowed.
Pull back at once.
Even though he gave the order, he could see it was too late. The fighters, left relatively unprotected and gathered together for docking, received a barrage of torpedoes that destroyed the majority of them and left the remainder unable to navigate. What remained of 2 and 3 squadrons now had their hands full fending off the Millennium's fighters and the Cork and Jolly Roger, who were also now well and truly into the fray, whilst remaining a respectful distance from the Cait's roar.
You fool!
He cried in fury, his claws unsheathed. By the time the roar got past the Millennium, she was already shifting position, her shields clearly up again. Now, with no fighters to distract her, Piper was giving her foe everything in her arsenal. When the Troy hit, she hit hard. Despite Emu's best efforts, the Troy kept flying as if she were a space-born brick. The best the pilot had managed was to make it possible for the ship to hit at an angle rather than straight down. As she made contact with the desert's dunes, sand flew in all directions as the one-time Starliner dug a mile-long trench through the sand. In some places, the heat from the friction melted the sand into glass. The impact smashed the tubular warp drive nacelles and tore them from the hull. What remained of them was barely recognisable. The rest of the ship buckled and tore, pieces of the plating flying off in every which way. The frame twisted as she dug into the dunes, but did not rip completely apart. The impact only took seconds, but the result was devastating. If it had not been for Brankovian safeguards, the ship would have become nothing more than scrap metal. As it was, there were a number of casualties. On the shattered bridge, Emu pushed herself up from the console she had clung onto for her very life. She quickly checked over her body, looking for breaks and contusions, but found none. She had been lucky. The air conditioners should have removed the smoke from the sparking consoles and ruptured ODN conduits, but they were no doubt smashed beyond repair. Remembering her Starfleet training, she smacked open the side of the console where all starships kept a first aid kit for the pilot, including a mask. She put hers on, then went in search of survivors. Her first duty was to her captain, and so she tried to find Brankovian among the wreckage as he had been thrown clear of the command chair. Using a torch she had found in the console, she played it about the front of the room near the view screen. What she saw made her heart sink. All the same, she rushed over to the Andorian's broken form.
If his back wasn't broken, then it should have been,
she thought to herself. Knowing little of his people's physiology, she checked the back of his neck and elbow for a pulse. There was none.
Gam!
She swore angrily, not knowing who she should be mad at. She reached up to his sightless, staring eyes and closed the lids one last time for him.
Be at peace, Lieutenant,
she said quietly.
It was too soon for him, I think.
The voice startled Emu, and for a moment she wondered if, after all this, she would now have to fight for her life. Instead of an attack, a gentle paw stroked the back of Brankovian's head.
I shall miss you, my friend.
It took a moment for Emu to remember this was Faith, her friend. She wondered vaguely whether the impact of her head into the console had left her with a concussion.
He was a good man.
She said, hoarsely, dejectedly.
Are you all right?
She finally asked, only now remembering. In the distorted light from the torch and the sparking and burning consoles, Faith looked down at her.
I'm fine,
she said.
I rolled myself up in a ball under the console just before we hit.
Emu nodded at the information, only dimly aware of what she was saying. She tried to stand, but the room started to spin, and the dim light suddenly got a whole lot darker just before she blacked out. The pilot slumped to the floor. Faith dropped down and retrieved the first aid kit Emu had been carrying and ran its med scanner over her. It verified what she suspected. The pilot had a concussion and would likely be out for a while. With surprising strength, Faith leaned over and pulled Emu's dead weight up and over her shoulder. She then carried her over to what was clearly labelled, in her people's tongue, an emergency exit, smashed the safety glass covering the button, then punched it. The explosive bolts holding closed the hatch above her blew, flipping it up and out, and a single rail ladder dropped down automatically. Adjusting Emu's weight, and with a final sad look back at her fallen friend, Faith began to climb up to relative safety. As if having one annoying spectator in the command centre wasn't enough, now the new Minister for Homeworld Security had decided to make his presence felt. The General tried to shrug off the intrusion, but he could not help but feel he was a child who needed watching.
What can I do for you?
He asked his uninvited guest. Actually, it was guests. The Minister appeared to have his secretary with him. Mr. Kraltathat seemed a little distracted.
Nothing, General. Just keep doing what you're doing.
The General frowned at that comment. The politicians who visited this centre almost always asked for a situation report.
Don't you want to know what's going on?
He asked, a little confused. Kraltathat stepped forward all the way into the holographic display.
Actually, I could see that for myself.
He pointed upward.
We don't seem to have a lot of fighters left, and the shield is up. Have some of them landed for refueling?
The warrior scowled.
No, they haven't. I'm having to distract the Roar from her primary role of taking care of the Millennium to support the fighters because our beloved Prime Minister ordered the shield to not come down. Period.
Now that's paranoid,
Kraltathat stated.
We can't keep the shield up forever.
A voice from across the room begged to differ.
It's not paranoid, Minister. It's merely being prudent.
Kraltathat turned to see Ziff stalking towards him.
If the Cait's Roar is lost today, we will need the shields to protect us from Starfleet.
His voice was low, but the certainty of his beliefs was clear.
A referendum was held,
the Minister countered.
The Federation Council will have to abide by the ruling and back off.
Ziff sniffed in derision.
They know the truth, Minister. They know the vote was compromised. Their own Commander Krashtallash confirmed that with his duplicate poll.
Several people around the room shifted upon hearing the statement. Ziff seemed not to notice. Kraltathat could not help but feel a stab of pride for his wayward brother. Of the whole clan, he seemed to have his head on straight and was seeing clearly.
I am sure you will not allow him to get back to his people and inform them.
Standing just outside the holographic display, Ziff stood with his arms folded, an air of distrust hanging about him. The General wondered if that was his permanent state of being.
He has proven elusive.
Kraltathat wondered at that. He knew Ziff had resources that few were aware of, and that his intelligence people were second to none on Cait. Yet he could not help but feel that he was trying to deal with the situation himself.
I'm sure he'll turn up,
he said, trying to sound upbeat.
Then we can get the police to pick him up.
At that, the priest actually cackled. The sound was disturbing, as if the mind generating it was not quite sane.
The police?
the priest mocked.
I wouldn't trust them to pick up a sheep.
Then what?
Kraltathat asked, curious. The priest's eyes grew crafty.
Never you mind, Minister. Too much knowledge can be a harmful thing.
For all Zif's protestations of being a representative of the Almighty, right then and there both General and Minister found themselves looking into the eyes of his arch-nemesis. There was something demonic about him that found even the General falling back a step. Tearing his eyes away from the priest, Kraltathat looked up once more to check on their forces' progress. The Roar and the Millennium were still sparring, and Cait's fighters were still being picked off one by one. He shook his head in dismay. This policy was going to leave them without any fighters, and worse, no qualified pilots to fly them or their replacements.
General, we're going to have to drop the shield and give our people a chance to land. I can't believe the fighters have much fuel left.
The General nodded his agreement.
We need pilots more than we need ships,
he added knowingly. Kraltathat thought about the Prime Minister's orders.
Is it possible to drop only a portion of the shield? Only disengage one shield emitter?
Yes, it is possible. The remaining emitters will try to fill the hole, but it will still leave a gap big enough for our fighters to come home. They're not doing it much good up there anyway.
He turned and was about to give the order when he found himself nose to nose with the priest.
Your orders were not to drop the shield for any reason,
he growled menacingly. The General shrugged.
The orders misguided. They will result in the loss of all our pilots at a time when we need them the most. Besides, the whole Wemmer here is not big enough for a starship to pass through. Just fighters.
He spoke up for his people to hear.
Prepare.
His words were knocked out of him by a lightning-fast punch to his people's version of a solar plexus. Zif continued his attack with a kick to the head that sent the General sprawling.
Not another word, General, or I will finish you off.
The words were devoid of emotion, just a simple statement of fact. Kraltathat looked down at his people's greatest warrior and wondered what kind of a being could put him down so easily. On the floor, the General could only curse himself for his stupidity. He had underestimated his foe, and that was usually fatal. He held up a paw and begged off for a moment, feigning compliance, whilst he got his lungs working properly again. It took only a half-minute, then the General lashed out with his tail, wrapped it around Zif's feet, and pulled him to the floor. The move would have caught any normal Cait by surprise and put him down, yet Zif managed to get his feet under him once more and pounce on the General. The two of them rolled around for a moment, trying to get a grip on the other, when they both managed to get their feet up and push the other away, making them slide to opposite ends of the room. Each then leapt to his feet and advanced on the other once more. The General circled his prey, his eyes ablaze with anger.
You fight like an assassin.
The insult was meant to sting, but there was something in Zif's fighting style that was familiar.
Who do you think trains them?
Zif countered, as he moved to the side, claws extended, looking for an opportunity. The comment was meant to strike fear into his opponent. It had the opposite effect. It simply angered the warrior. Once he got over his temporary shock, his eyes narrowed as he tried to squelch his anger. Anger only helped you to make mistakes, he told himself. Turnabout was fair play.
Then I wonder why they've lasted this long,
he stabbed. As he continued to move, the priest's eyes flared in anger.
We have maintained our ascendancy above the common people for millennia because of our skills,
he said through clenched teeth. The General tilted his head to the side and continued to mock Zif.
And I thought it was simply by false piety.
At this point he stopped and appeared to be indecisive regarding his next move. The pause was seized upon by the priest, and he launched himself through the air, his teeth and claws aimed directly for the General's throat. At the last moment the General spun to the right, allowing Zif's momentum to carry him past him. As he moved, he brought his right paw in a chopping motion that caught the priest on the tip of his nose. Blood sprayed in all directions and soaked his white robes. Zif managed to land on the floor on all fours, but was left dazed by the blow. He turned to try to find the general once more, but he couldn't see him through the haze of pain blinding him. Not that he had much time to consider it. Wasting no time, the general had followed him and now swung a vicious blow that caught Ziff at the back and base of his skull. The assassin/priest went down, dropping unconscious to the floor, landing with a mighty thud. The general turned to one of his aides and pointed at Ziff.
Bind him quickly. There's no telling how long he'll be out.
He stepped once more towards the centre of the room, then paused. Something had come to him.
Check his mouth for false teeth. I seem to remember a rumour they have a suicide tooth implanted. Pull it out with pliers if you have to. Just make sure you don't crack it.
He looked down at Ziff's cassock once more and thought the red colouring was much more appropriate than the white. As he took his position once more in the centre of the room, he noted the two starships were still pummelling one another, and he still had some fighters left. With a glance at Ziff's prone form, he made a decision.
Damn the Prime Minister,
he muttered to himself. He spoke up.
Drop the shield near the fighters and let them come home.
While we still have some, was the silent message. As his order was being implemented, he remembered he still had some guests. He searched for them over near the door to find them, but curiously, the minister and his secretary were gone. Regardless of the government's meddling, the crowds were growing. The atmosphere was electric. The people were furious, but not at each other. Of that, Susanna was grateful. She did note a level of tension with the people regarding themselves. A recording of her husband's speech had made it onto the net, and many had heard him speak of the people's descent into servitude. In their vernacular, they had become sheep. The ambassador's concern was that the people had yet relearned how to be lions. They were finding their soul once more. Of that, she was grateful. Yet these people still needed someone to guide them, a shepherd of sorts. She had noted here and there small tussles among the males in particular. The rage these people had to be directed. Of that she was sure, but how? She looked at Drishtagoth, who had come to the same conclusion. They needed some way to bring the people together, to give them cohesion.
Get me a loud hailer,
she heard him say to one of his fellows. It was hardly necessary. A booming voice came from behind and above her. Someone was calling to them from the trees, a familiar voice. People of Cait, hear me! Susanna turned and gazed up at her husband, who was standing on the roof of a small home. From his vantage point he could see for hundreds of metres, and the people could see and hear him. Unknown to her, he had set up holographic relays all around the Parliament so that the people could view and hear him everywhere. A profound hush came over the crowd as they gazed upon Krashtallash. His colour was tawny still, but there was no mistaking the bearing of a born leader. He seemed about to speak once more when he noticed a change over at the nearby public transporter. The light upon its roof that indicated whether it was or wasn't functioning had turned green. They were operational again, and within seconds people started pouring through it once more from all over the planet. A smile came over him as he realized he was about to be hip-deep in Cait. He held up his paws once more, and once again he had silence. People of Cait, he cried. For too long we have remained shackled by a government led by a tyrant of a prime minister and an insane queen. Backed by the corrupt priesthood, our leadership has grown fat with the products of their duplicitous actions. They've been telling us that we need security for all Cait, while stripping us, little by little, of our rights. Yes, our rights! Not what the government allows us to do, but what the government cannot do to us. A government is supposed to serve the people, not turn its people into servants. Susanna heard a collective growling coming from those around her and found her own hackles were starting to rise in sympathy. Tails everywhere started slashing this way and that, the only physical sign of this people's feelings. Our rightful king, Kraltathat, is probably dead at the hands of the queen. That statement brought a stirring among the people. Kraltathat had been a much-loved king. Before he died, he lawfully made a decree to dissolve Parliament. The opposition party lawfully was entitled to take office and lead our people in their place. The growling increased in volume, but never so loud the Krashtallash could not be heard. And now our lawless government has not only defied his decrees, they've turned and slaughtered him like a sheep. At that, the people roared. As one they lifted their heads and let their voices be heard. All around the parliament, Caits were heard venting their anguish at their lost king and honouring his memory. To Susanna's ears, the noise was practically deafening, and she knew that the people in the building and the king's palace beyond must be able to hear them. Sure enough, in the Prime Minister's office, Kraltathat heard, and for the first time feared for his life. He began making calls to make sure his defences were sound. In the palace, the Queen heard and shivered. Her dreams were starting to become reality, of that she was sure. She looked about her for her entourage, but strangely, they were missing. She called for her guards, and immediately they came. Yet she noted some of them were missing.
Make sure my retreat plan is ready to execute at a moment's notice,
she said as regally as possible. Yet her own guard noted the slight crack in her voice as she spoke. In the command centre, the general got word that the Prime Minister had called and had insisted he send more troops to guard the Parliament buildings and palace.
Does the Prime Minister think that soldiers fall out of trees?
He asked no one in particular.
But do not have unlimited resources.
He frowned to himself and considered the situation.
Send half the troops from each shield installation guard unit to the Parliament to assist. And tell the Prime Minister that's all I can spare. If that's not good enough, he might have to earn the right to govern the people the old-fashioned way,
he added grimly. His aide went about implementing his orders when things got worse.
General, we've gotten word that the public transporters are operational.
Before he could respond to that, another cried,
General, the shield is down.
Stunned, he cast his eyes about him and saw the truth of it. As one, each planetary shield emitter was powering down.
Get them back up again,
he snapped. The operator cast her eyes down.
I'm sorry, General, but we're getting all kinds of systems failures. It's like the computers are being attacked from within.
The general snarled. Computers. You could not live without them, but you certainly could not trust them.
Someone has penetrated our defences and introduced a virus, no doubt,
he said quietly. He knew when he was beaten. As if to add insult to injury, his holographic display winked out of existence, and even the lights failed, plunging the room into pitch black. The ever-resourceful general slipped a tiny light out of his pocket and played it around the room.
That's it then. It's time to fight like real warriors. Everyone with me. It's time to go help our people at Parliament.
In the Minister for Transportation and Homeworld Security's office, Kraltathat shucked off his robes of state and hung them on a hook on the wall, leaving him with nothing but the fur he was born with and his pocket transporter control unit. Each government minister was issued with one for personal use and in case of emergencies. On the other side of his desk, Kintabung snapped shut her personal computer, then put it in a satchel on her back.
The virus has definitely disabled the shield by now,
she said.
And I can confirm the public transporters are operating again.
Kraltathat gave a vicious grin. His mate knew it wasn't directed at her, but at Kraltathat and the Queen, who, to his knowledge, had killed his parents.
Good,
he growled.
Let them get out of this one.
He beckoned Kintabung forward, and she stepped around the desk and into his arms.
This hugging thing the humans like doing is growing on me,
she said happily.
I'm beginning to understand what my sister sees in humans,
Kraltathat said with a small sigh. Kintabung didn't miss the feeling.
What is it?
She asked gently. Kraltathat was not used to opening up to anybody so readily. It still took some willpower, but doing so with Kin was somehow easier than others.
I wonder if I will ever have the honour of sharing a meal with her again after my recent behaviour,
he said, his voice full of regret. His mate nuzzled his cheek.
Perhaps you're on the road to redemption, as the teacher would put it.
She squeezed him a little tighter.
If there is a road to redemption,
he said soulfully,
then it will be a long one for me.
He raised the transporter control.
Time to go,
he said simply, then pressed the controls and the pair vanished in a beam of light. The two of them materialised behind the public transporter near the front of the crowd and began making their way forward through it. It was their undoing. Kraltathat found himself in the middle of a group of opposition party members, who noticed the interloper in their midst and instantly recognised him. Grabbed roughly by 20 hostile Conservative Party members, he and his companion were dragged forward to Drishtagoth and Susanna, who Kraltathat gaped at in amazement.
I thought you were dead,
he said in wonder. Susanna scowled at him, pushed back her cowl, then stepped up to face him.
More like hope, don't say,
she said unkindly, her lips bearing a sneer, showing only a small portion of the loathing she held for this being.
Trying to hide, were you? If your plan was to disappear into the crowd, you chose the wrong place, my friend.
The opposition party leader joined her and looked down on the ground where Kraltathat was being held and humbled.
We are not animals, yet you and your people make us want to act like animals,
he stated with only a touch of anger.
Should I let these good people kill you and wear your blood? Or are you willing to face judgment when this day is over?
Kraltathat gulped. He had known he would be in for a hostile reception once this was over, but he had hoped to fight with these people, not against them, for his very life.
Don't kill me, please,
he said, trying not to sound like he was begging, but failing miserably. His handlers weren't impressed, and the arm holding his neck was beginning to tighten.
After all, I was the one who organised the public transporters to come back on,
he choked out through a partially strangled neck.
The planetary shield is down by my hand.
By this time, Krestapan had joined them.
Perhaps he is telling the truth,
he said gently.
We don't want to shed innocent blood.
At this point, their attention was diverted as the crowd parted around them. Kraltathat looked up into his twin's eyes and saw only pity. Then his attention shifted to his fur, and he gaped openly. With tawny fur, he was a mirror image of himself. Only, like a mirror, the person standing over him was his opposite, and he realized only then his brother was the better Cait. He dropped his head in shame. His brother's disguise had done more than help him blend in. It had shown him the real difference in a person was truly on the inside. I'm afraid my brother's hands will always be guilty of innocent blood, Krashtallash said matter-of-factly. He was deliberately trying to be hard to read, but inside he was a mass of conflicting emotions. Part of Crash wanted his brother to suffer for all of the injustices he played out on both him and others. Another part of him still yearned for some kind of bond with him. Regardless of all that he had done, Kraltathat was still his brother, and as he had managed to forge a good relationship with his once estranged sister, perhaps it wasn't too late for his brother as well. He decided on the better angels of his nature as he looked down on Grun and saw him as just another helpless sheep looking for direction. Kraltathat began to flail about as his captor's grips grew tighter. However, Crash said, giving him a tiny glimmer of hope, I have just 2 questions to put before you this day, Grun. The coup leader sat down on his haunches before his errant brother, took his chin in his hands and looked deep in his eyes, searching at his soul for any deception. Remember, you never could lie to me, brother, he said quietly. 1. Are you for us or against us? The former politician bowed his head in submission to his brother. It was witnessed by all around them and honoured.
I am for you, brother, and for the people of Cait.
Krashtallash decided to accept this, even though part of him refused to believe it. 2. Are you willing to answer to justice once this is all over? At that, he could only shrug in answer. Resigned to his fate, he said,
If Kraltathat finds me, I'm dead. When this day is over, I'm probably still going to be dead, or as good as dead under the people's judgment. I know I would rather be dead fighting against the people who killed our parents, not with them.
The news of his parents' demise came as a shock to Krashtallash, but not an anticipated one. He had been aware of Zith's actions and suspected his parents would have been taken as well. He grieved for his mother, but he found only emptiness in his heart towards his father. All the same, his next words came out through a tight throat as he reached down with an open and empty paw. "Then fight with us, brother, and be redeemed." Crash lifted Kraltathat to his feet and ordered his companion be released as well. His attention was drawn to Kintabung's darker-than-average fur and looked again at his brother. Perhaps his attitudes were changing. He reached out a paw to his companion. "And you are?" Kraltathat answered for her and spoke with pride.
Kintabung, my mate, and when this is over, she will be my wife.
Crash tipped his head to one side and smiled at his brother. "Perhaps it is possible to get water from a stone after all," he said. His tone grew introspective. "However, it may be a little soon to be making long-distance plans for all of us." Before his brother could answer him, Crash turned to Susanna, embraced her, and nuzzled her passionately. "I have missed you so much, my beloved," he said with all the love he could muster. Susanna cast up her pussycat eyes and looked deep into Crash's leonine ones.
"And you. I am the proudest female on this planet, my husband."
She gave him a quick grin.
"Now, let's go and make history."
He nodded, then led the way back to the tree and onto its roof. Susanna paused for a moment, spun on Kraltathat and snarled.
"My husband may have it in his heart to forgive you, but I can tell you I don't."
She held her hand out towards his throat and unsheathed her formidable claws.
"If you make me doubt your sincerity in any way, I'll rip your throat out myself."
She spun about and ran to her husband's side, bounding up the tree. At that moment she didn't feel much like an ambassador, but it felt good to vent her anger towards Kraltathat. Crash smiled at her as she joined him. He turned and gestured for the people's attention once more. "My friends, hear me!" Once again his vision came back on for the crowds and his voice was amplified. "Today is a great day for Cait, when the people take back their world." He held up his wife's hand and the crowd saw her. "This is my wife, Federation Ambassador Susanna Lash. She is an example that the Queen is not all-powerful. Just days ago she tried to execute her, yet Susanna survived. Similarly, the Queen and our pirate government are trying to kill our culture, but, like Susanna, we are hard to kill." The last was finished with a roar that was echoed throughout the camp. He nodded to an associate who adjusted their equipment so now the soldiers guarding the Parliament could hear them. "Males and females of Homeworld Security, hear me," he cried with feeling. "I am giving you 5 minutes to put down your weapons and join us, or find yourselves crushed under the weight of millions of your fellow Cait." His statement was not exaggerated. In fact, it was more than a little conservative. The transporters for miles around had been working ceaselessly, disgorging Cait from all over the planet, and each and every one of them made a beeline for the Parliament complex. To Crash's dismay, only a few took up his offer. They were people with particular courage as, in the face of either death by angry citizen or possible death by court-martial, or worse, they dropped their weapons and made a break for the tree line from their positions either in mobile weapons platforms or dug in trenches about 50 metres into the grassy area. Curiously, that area included the teacher's mound, and it was one area even the Homeworld security people dared not disturb. Unfortunately for those whose conscience got the better of them, their officers had been given orders to shoot deserters on sight. It was thought it would discourage mass desertions. It was an effective strategy, as after the 8th person had been shot in the back, nobody else tried it. Not a single deserter had made it to the tree line. The news got back to a seething Krashtallash. Susanna noted to herself that, if her husband's eyes could have turned red with fury, they would have. Below him, Drishtagoth leaned over to Krestapan and said,
I hope there's a special place in hell for the officers responsible.
An almost embarrassed Krestapan found himself unable to disagree with his friend. If there wasn't one, then he found himself hoping God would make an exception in this case. On the rooftop, Susanna leaned into her husband.
What are we going to do now?
She asked quietly. Crash shook himself and turned to her. Go ahead with the plan, he said quietly. I had hoped more would come over to our side. He turned his gaze towards the heavens. There were clouds in the sky, but overall it was quite a pleasant spring day. I'm just praying for rain. It could help our chances. The ambassador nodded her understanding. She, too, was concerned that a lot of people congregated below them were about to die. Chapter 24. The morning sun played over the surface of the Troy's wreckage. Already hot from the friction of the ship's quick descent, their comfort wasn't improved by the heat of the day. The Troy's chief engineer, a gifted young engineer from Vulcan named Solik, helped Faith take care of the wounded. Some were still emerging from the emergency hatches on the ship's topside surface, but the reports coming in of those who had perished below were disheartening. The Troy had carried a skeleton crew, but of the 24 who had manned the vessel, only 15 had survived the crash. And of the survivors, only 10 of them were conscious, with 3 of them whose injuries were so bad they wished they weren't. Solik had quickly instructed Faith on the use of human first aid equipment, and, being the good student she was, she began ministering to the wounded's needs. A quick scan of Emu showed the New Zealander had a concussion, but no swelling of the brain. Faith simply made her comfortable, then went to help the others. Among them were burns, breaks, and a number of contusions. Those in the most pain Solik knocked out with painkillers. Faith estimated that it had only taken about 15 minutes for rescue craft to arrive, and the clearly labelled flitter ambulances landed directly on the hull, which was still strong enough to support them. Faith saw the trepidation in Solik's eyes as the first aid technicians alighted from their vehicles and ran out to attend the wounded. Faith simply gave them a smile to placate him.
Whether they are for the government or against them, our people will never leave someone to die if we can help them. It was the teacher's way,
she said simply.
Help people if you can, whenever you can.
The Vulcan raised a brow.
A most logical attitude. I think the humans refer to it as paying it forward.
As the technicians fanned out, Solik began directing them towards the most seriously injured and informing them of their condition. He may not have been a physician, but today he was the next best thing. They helped, then watched as the wounded were loaded onto the ambulances. More arrived as they worked, and everyone was loaded either onto a stretcher or took a seat. Before they departed, a female whose uniform Faith recognised as being a senior officer took her aside and spoke to her briefly. Faith nodded, then joined Solik in his ambulance, shutting the door behind her.
May I inquire as to what she told you?
He asked with a glance at the officer in question. Faith wondered at the Vulcan's formality and remembered what Sarda was like. She put it down to a cultural schism.
She told me not to worry. These ambulances were sent for by Drishtagoth, the leader of the opposition party, and we're being taken to a hospital that is friendly to his cause.
Although it was against his people's nature to do so, Solik visibly relaxed.
That is fortunate,
he said stoically.
I thought your people didn't believe in luck,
Faith said with a small smile.
That would suggest that the universe possibly does have a destiny, rather than all of us being the result of some cosmic accident.
Solik looked her in the eye and said completely deadpan,
Vulcans don't have to agree with each other to believe it. Logic. Our belief that we better ourselves by suppressing our emotions, especially the base ones that can lead us into compromising our moral standing, is fundamental to who we are. However, just because we use the same mode of didactic thinking does not draw a foregone conclusion that we will always reach the same determination. In fact, it is my experience, it's quite the opposite.
Faith frowned in confusion.
What are you trying to tell me?
Solik tilted his head to one side.
Not all Vulcans believe we are the result of a cosmic accident, either.
Before they could continue, the ambulance lifted off and swung about as it adjusted its course. Both Faith and Solik got a last glimpse of their once proud vessel as they passed it by. Faith placed a paw on the glass and said sadly,
I will return to give you a proper burial, my friends, I promise.
The Troy vanished into the distance behind them as the ambulance went supersonic. A short time later, it alighted on the hospital's landing pad, and an emergency medical team bounded out to meet them. The doors were pulled aside, and the litters quickly taken inside. Faith and Solik escorted them, and both noted their people were being well cared for. As the ranking officer, Solik inquired of his fellow Starfleet members and their conditions. Once satisfied, he tried to make a call to the Millennium to check in, but got no answer, which came as no surprise. Having done all he could, he sought out Faith and found, to all intents and purposes, that she had disappeared.
Curious,
he said to himself, then took a seat and waited with his conscious fellow crew members. For the 20th time, Sarda wondered whether the designers of the Cork had Mr. Nunn's aerial acrobatics in mind when they constructed her. Whilst keeping a watch on his scanners for any indication that there was a change in the planetary shield, he could not help but be drawn by the young Aussie's piloting skills. As the starfield whirled about them and the planet below and the moon beyond seemed to be doing cartwheels on the horizon, Jason still managed to keep the fighter he was chasing not only in front of him, but he was gaining on it. Each time the Cait pilot zigged to one side, Jason preempted the moon and zagged to meet him. A couple of his phaser bolts had already left scorch marks on the other's hull. Even though the young human was essentially flying a truck that was trying to shoot down a sports car, his skill had already downed 2 Cait fighters with little damage to the Cork's shields. To Jason's right, Carmen Velastro kept a wary eye on the aft scanners, looking for any sign that they were in someone else's crosshairs. "How's it going?" Jason asked as he once more fired the vessel's phasers. The shot scorched the Cait's vessel's stubby wing. Carmen did not look up from the scanner. The whirling image out the window made him nauseous.
There's only about 9 of them left,
he said in his professional manner. On the job, he was all business. Off the job, he could party with the best of them. Once more, Jason brushed the phaser fire control button. This time, his shot was true, and the enemy fighter was no more. Rather than be elated, Jason cursed. This is nothing but a turkey shoot, as Scanner would put it. Sarda turned a worrying eye to his scanners once more. While Piper was keeping the Ingram at bay, both were showing signs of damage from the engagement. "Not for the captain, it is not," he said quietly. Jason nodded, then loosed 2 photon torpedoes at the Ingram for good measure. They impacted the forward shields, but, like the Millennium, the triple shielding of both vessels was hard to pierce, and they made little difference to the engagement. Indeed, the Ingram's captain was acting as if the other 2 Starfleet ships weren't even there. The commander was tempted to reprimand Jason for wasting 2 torpedoes, but held his tongue. The young man's frustration was understandable, as there was little they could do to assist their captain.
Sarda, don't worry about Piper.
Merete, AndrusTaurus said from her chair behind them.
If there's one person I know who can pull this off, it's her.
The Vulcan commander was in no position to argue with her. He had every confidence in his captain's abilities, but like any man whose partner is in trouble, he worried. Suddenly, there was a change on a dyno scanner. A gap has opened in the shield at 15 Mark 355 at 500 kilometres. "We're there," Jason said, already adjusting his course. Before them, he could see the remaining Cait fighters making a beeline for the invisible gap. Obviously, their people had informed them, he thought to himself. Around them, the Federation pilots were letting them go as their quarries made a run for it. Jason made a dash for the gap and closed on it just behind the final Cait pilot. Sarda was already on the comlink to Earhart. "Ensign Earhart, this is Commander Sarda calling from the Cork. Prepare to receive 1 crew member with important intel." His fingers danced like lightning over the controls, yet he was finding it difficult to find a clear space to set Merete down, and time was running out. There was no guarantee the shield gap would remain much longer. Wisely, Merete had already stepped into the transporter chamber with her equipment. She gave them a quick smile for good luck before the beam took her away from them. Carmen was watching over the commander's shoulders.
"Where did you put her down?"
he asked, curious. The Vulcan merely raised his brows in mild embarrassment. The politicians scattered as the transporter beam lighted in their midst. Merete AndrusTaurus materialized along with an equipment pouch slung over her shoulder on top of Earhart.
"Excuse me,"
came an annoyed voice below her, and Merete stepped off the hauteur with the help of Kintabung.
I take it you're from the Millennium,
Kintabung said, noting her red Starfleet uniform. Distracted, Merete simply nodded.
Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Can someone take me to either Krashtallash or Ambassador Lash?
Kristofoli stepped out of the crowd, shook her hand and introduced himself.
"They're over here,"
he said, then led her over to where Krashtallash was laying out his plans with Drishtagoth. Earhart followed her, drawing many bemused looks from the locals. She received a friendly smile from both he and Susanna, and both simply looked at her, askance.
I've got some information for you that could make a world of difference to what you're planning.
Anything that can save lives would be welcome,
Drishtagoth said eagerly. He glanced at her satchel as if there was some magic potion that could make all their troubles vanish within it. Merete gave a clenched teeth grin.
I'm not sure how it will do that, but I am sure that the people need to know what I've discovered.
Crash was starting to get a little impatient with his colleague. Then how... The doctor ushered them over, and she threw her arms around the necks of Drishtagoth on one side and Susanna on the other. Crash leaned over to face her.
What I've got to say could be taken two very different ways, Commander,
she said, then whispered it for only their ears to hear. Their reactions were mixed. Susanna's eyes widened in surprise, but that was all. Krashtallash and Drishtagoth recoiled, stunned.
That can't be true,
Drishtagoth said. Merete stood firm.
I analysed the sample myself, sir. There can be no mistake. Besides, there were other peculiarities about it that could lead me to no other conclusion that the sample was not only genuine, but that my interpretation was correct. Anyhow, I can prove what I say in a manner that no one can argue with.
The opposition leader's whiskers arched forward in curiosity.
How?
He received her beatific smile in reply.
I can use your own equipment, sir.
At that, he could only shrug.
Fair enough,
he said.
However, now is not the time for such revelations. There may come a time shortly when we can use it to our advantage, but revealing this now would only bring derision and possible accusations of bias.
Drishtagoth shook his head.
No, now is not the time.
He looked her up and down at this point, then turned to Crash.
Commander, I would recommend that we keep the Doctor as far from the action as possible. This is no time or place for a human.
Merete was tempted to point out that she was of the Palkaoest, but let it go. It wasn't relevant. She looked around her at the buildings nearby. She pointed to one of them.
I want to use that building for triage and to prepare people for emergency evac to hospital. It's close to that clearing over there for ambulances to land.
She pointed off to the left.
And that transporter there?
She pointed off to the right. She put her hands on her hips, daring them to disagree with her.
And if you're right, things are about to get bloody. I'm a doctor, and I want no argument from any of you. You need me.
Drishtagoth, Crash and Susanna shared looks and realised she was right. Drishtagoth delegated the duties and sent her off to prepare for casualties. As Earhart moved to follow her, Crash stopped her with an upraised pause. Ensign, I need you for another job. In Scanner and Manny's quarters, Pashtallash was having a battle trying to keep Drallah's nerves from becoming completely shot. As the ship rocked around them during the heat of battle, Drallah rolled up in a ball and whimpered. Pashtallash found it hard to sympathise sometimes, especially as her views had become tainted by her husband's lack of empathy towards Krashtallash. It was at times like these that she was beginning to realise just how skewed her perceptions had become. As she sat next to the little black kit, she found herself fighting the reluctancy to soothe him. He had grown on her a lot during their time together, yet she found herself still being dragged down by her programmed prejudices.
I want my mama,
Drallah said in a small voice, racked with soulful pain between his many sobs. The Lash Kit's mother didn't know what to say. It was certainly not a wish she was able to grant.
I'm sorry, little one,
She said gently.
I can't give it to you. I'm not even sure in all this that I could give her a call at your home.
She stroked the back of his head soothingly. Drallah's head popped up from under his arm. His green eyes looked up into Pash's brown, balled his paws into fists and said,
No, I don't mean her. My mother sent me away.
The heat in his voice almost made Pash recoil.
She doesn't love me. She hates me. So does my father.
He pointed up at a photograph of Manny and Scanner on the shelf.
She's nice to me. She rescued me and gave me somewhere to stay. She's taken care of me.
His voice was one of a drowning person pleading for rescue and seeing a glimmer of hope.
I want her to be my mama.
With those final words, Drallah dropped his head below his elbow once more and sobbed. Moved to tears, Pashtallash found herself sniffling along with Drallah. She thought of her daughter and the incredible changes that had brought her from behaving like a spoiled brat at home to becoming the passionate wife and defender of those she had once mocked along with the rest of their kind. She knew she could take no credit for those changes. She often found it hard not to blame herself for the mess her children had become, and yet both Feentathat and Krashtallash had overcome adversity and matured into not only respectable people, but people who were truly respected. The omission to her list of names was plain in her heart. She ached for Kraltathat and the foolish choices he had made, choices she had done little to help him avoid. The guilt she had felt earlier now washed over her fully, and she found herself sobbing uncontrollably. The pain came out in racking cries that threatened to overwhelm her. Next to her, Drallah had noticed the change in his companion. He didn't understand, but he felt he had to comfort her somehow, so he tucked his head under hers and rubbed her neck fondly. Managing to pull herself together for a moment's control, Pash said through a very tight throat,
I wish Manny was your mother too. She'd be a good one.
At that point, the emotion was too much for both of them, and they sought comfort by crying into each other's shoulders, the distant sound of warfare temporarily forgotten. The Millennium rocked as she was hit by another barrage of torpedoes. Piper had her vessel circling the Ingram, trading phaserbolt after phaserbolt, like old Empire battleships trading cannonballs. Whilst both ships were equipped with mega phasers powered directly from the warp drive engine, neither captain wanted their ship to be in the other ship's direct line of fire. Whilst they circled each other at a distance of 1 kilometre, neither of them could get a bead on the other with their main guns. Both were mounted on the ship's warp drive pylons, facing forward and aft. As they were now side by side, they were useless. Photon torpedoes streaked from one to the other in wide arcs from both forward and aft launches. Each pummeled the other, trying to bring down the other's ship's triple shielding. As the ship stabilized again, Piper glared at the screen in frustration. The ships were too evenly matched, and unless something happened, they could keep on like this for hours. That would not be the case, she knew. Sarda's scans had revealed the other ship had more than the usual complement of torpedoes. In that area, the Millennium was overmatched. However, even with those torpedoes, the other ship was unlikely to bring down her ship's shields. As they circled once more, Manny loosed another barrage of torpedoes at the Ingram that were focused on the other ship's engineering section. She followed it up with focused standard phaser strikes, but she growled when she realized she had only managed to bring down one of the other ship's 3 layers of shielding. In the center seat, Piper watched as the moon passed through her main viewer once more and got an idea.
Helm, on the next few passes, bring us gradually closer to the moon so we can swing around it.
The helmsman smiled to himself.
Aye, Captain,
he said, then executed the order. Whilst things seemed under control on the bridge, it was far from the truth in engineering. The engines, including the warp drive, were under constant strain. The impulse engines were under duress, keeping them at full impulse while in an area space with 2 gravity wells, and the warp drive engines, as they were powering everything else, including the phasers, photon controls, shields, etc. The scanner watched as his gauges slowly crept towards the red line as, one by one, the circuits were reaching their breaking points after the almost half hour of constant barrage. He knew his counterpart on the Ingram was probably having the same concerns, but he knew it was only a matter of time before something failed. He just hoped it would be on the other ship first. His job was being complicated by the fact he was exhausted. His people had been pulling double shifts, as a good portion of his staff had been assigned to both the Jolly Roger and the Troy. He took a moment to replicate a cup of coffee in a non-spilled cup, and popped another upper in his mouth. While he generally didn't approve of the practice among his staff, prolonged use tended to dull the thinking, the situation demanded extreme measures. After a few minutes, the drug started taking effect and Scanner began to feel invigorated. The timing was good, as a barrage of photon torpedoes, followed by a volley of phaser strikes, overloaded the power circuits feeding the shield emitters along the port side engineering deck, including the entire port side nacelle. Their enemies quickly seized the opportunity. Even the Scanner's team raced to bring the shields back online. The entire vessel was rocked as 3 photon torpedoes tore the port side nacelle apart. The aft section of it broke away completely, spinning off into space, forcing the Ingram to dodge it as they continued their pursuit. In fact, it was their salvation as, during the confusion of having to avoid a collision, the Ingram ceased firing. Ever the pragmatic soul, Scanner brought the secondary units online and re-raised the shields around the nacelle. Yet the shields around the engineering hull, especially around the wreck deck, failed to reinitialize. He swore and tried again, forcing the control computers to hard reboot. It took another 30 seconds, during which the Millennium did not come under fire. Scanner couldn't understand it until he heard the intruder alert klaxon. The Millennium had a lot of Caitian guests who were not confined to sickbay due to their ill treatment at the hands of their captors. Some had been assigned quarters, particularly families, but the remainder had simply chosen to stay on the wreck deck. Their reasons were understandable. It was the largest open space on the ship, and as they had been cooped up in the mines or cargo holds for some time, they had become a little claustrophobic. The Cait, most of whom were black, had spent most of the last half hour hanging onto the furniture, the tree, or sunk their claws into the grass. Lying on the ground didn't help, as the floor sometimes dropped out from under them. A young couple sat near the great transparent aluminium window and watched from a ringside seat as the 2 ships bombarded each other.
That was a good shot.
The male, Slanticring, a nurse in training, said to his prospective mate as a phaser bolt found its mark on the Ingram.
Captain Piper will kill those. The
word refused to translate and is a particularly nasty epithet in the Caitian tongue, and it has no literal meaning in Terran languages. The female, Amantasol, rolled her eyes again.
The phaser controls are computer-guided. It would take a lot for them to miss,
she said, a little impatiently. Her time apprenticing as a starship mechanic was nearly over, so she knew from experience.
Wow,
said the overly enthusiastic Slanticring as the Ingram loosed its volley that took out their
shields. Oh my,
he said after he picked himself up once their port nacelle had been destroyed. Amantasol gulped at the damage to their vessel, then frowned.
Why have they stopped firing?
She asked, concerned. The answer came in the form of the sound of multiple transporter beams as a boarding party materialized. The new arrivals wore the uniforms of homeworld security, and each carried a phaser, among other things, some of which, when a mantis soul thought back later, would be useful for sabotaging or starship. The 6 uninvited guests looked around them to get their bearings, then found themselves surrounded by 30 very angry Caits, not all of them black. The Starfleet security guards, keeping a friendly eye on them from the doorway, raised their weapons to fire on the boarders, but found they couldn't get a shot as the one-time prisoners exacted their revenge, and there was nothing subtle about it as they quickly dispatched them in grisly fashion. So stunned were the security guards that they froze. By the time one of them considered stunning them en masse with a wide beam, the damage was already done. The whole episode lasted 15 seconds, then the bodies were simply left in the middle of the floor. Almost afraid to look, the 2 stepped over to look for life signs. It was clear once they got closer that it was a pointless exercise. The injuries were that severe. Some of the boarders were no longer in one piece. Crewman Andrew Simmons turned and vomited on the floor. His partner's communicator chirped for attention. Crewman Sally Ryers, similarly nauseated, answered. It was her boss, Lieutenant Manny Sandage, calling from the bridge.
"We've had an intruder alert and found they boarded in your area,"
she said urgently.
"Can you confirm?"
The young ensign glanced at the former prisoners who were cleaning the blood off themselves with a satisfied air, then answered,
"Yes, ma'am. I can confirm we were boarded by a raiding party of 6. I can also confirm that they chose the wrong place to board us."
Manny gave a wry grin at the reply as she felt pride for her kin below. She simply answered,
"Too bad for them,"
then closed the comlink. She switched off the intruder alert alarm.
"The situation is under control, Captain,"
she reported, deadpan. The captain was too busy to answer verbally. She responded with a nod as she worked to keep them alive. The port warp nacelle was toast, of that she was certain. Whilst the ship could still theoretically go to warp, it would be only warp 1, and that only for a short time before the remainder of the port nacelle caused them even more grief. Scanner had immediately shut down the flow of plasma to the nacelle, as a trail of it could have been easy for the captain of the Ingram to decide to ignite, and then they would be in a world of trouble.
"Take us to warp 1 and get us around the moon,"
she ordered calmly.
"and keep circling it at warp until I say otherwise."
Piper's replacement helmsman frowned in confusion, but input the order obediently anyway. The Millennium shot away from the moon, which quickly fell behind as Piper sought the protection of the planetoid. On the bridge of the Cait's Roar, the captain roared in delight.
"Watch the Federation female run,"
he said smugly.
"Lay in an intercept course and follow her."
The helmsman acknowledged the order, then took a moment as he entered the instructions into the board, which still read in Federation Standard. Whilst he had taken courses, it was still far from being even his second language. By the time the Cait's Roar leapt into warp, the Millennium had already disappeared around the other side of the moon. Piper watched the tactical display on her chair arm for just the right moment. When the Ingram was no longer visible, she ordered,
"Raise the cloak. Helm, take us away from the moon at a perpendicular angle. Now."
She then hit the chair control to call engineering.
"Scanner, I need you to put a containment field around the port nacelle, then load it up with some plasma as quickly as you can. Beam a few photon torpedoes into it for good measure."
The voice of incredulity sounded from the speaker.
"You're not gonna do what I think you're gonna do, are you?"
The captain nodded, even though the gesture was lost on the engineer.
"You bet,"
she said confidently.
"Now get to it."
She then turned back to the view screen with a feral grin on her face, her eyes set in stone.
"I didn't start this fight, but by God I'm going to finish it."
Captain Kraltathat of the Cait's Roar looked at the view screen incredulously. Where had the Millennium disappeared to? The vessel was crippled, and should still have appeared on their screens and scanners, and yet there was no sign of her. He frowned to himself. There was something strange going on here, that was for certain. He glanced over at the science station.
Well, where are they?
He snapped, letting his irritation show. The science officer shook her head in amazement.
I don't know what to say, Captain. Our scanners show that she was there 1 second, then gone the next.
Still shaking her head, she said,
I just don't understand it.
Drallah ticked off the clues on his fingers.
Warp crippled, limited to maybe warp 1 and impulse power. Where does that leave us?
The science officer rolled her eyes.
It's almost as if they had a perking device.
The captain laughed.
The Federation doesn't use them. They think it's not sporting.
And yet, as he considered it, the notion had some validity. The engineers who had initially examined the Ingram had noted that something appeared to be missing, as if it had yet to be installed, and whatever it was linked to the shields.
Not possible,
he said, before he got the surprise of his life. On the Millennium's view screen, the Ingram grew in size as they closed in at full impulse. With the vessel's cloak raised, the Ingram had no clue they were coming. As they closed to 1 kilometre from their target, Piper's plan was put into effect. What she wanted had to be timed so precisely that she gave no order, but simply sat back and let her people do their jobs. At the 1 kilometre mark, 3 things happened. Firstly, the explosive bolts that released the port warp nacelle in times of emergency engaged, severing it from the pylon on which it sat, but not affecting the megaphaser emplacement below it. Secondly, the Millennium came to an abrupt stop. Thirdly, the detached warp nacelle kept going, shooting forward without losing any momentum, and out of the space enveloped by the cloak. Like an oversized bullet, it kept going at 1,000 kilometers an hour and crossed the distance between them in seconds. Loaded with plasma and with the torpedoes acting as detonators, it exploded against the top of the Ingram's primary hull with a concussion, like a small sun exploding, that not only destroyed its shields, but caved in most of the top surface of the Ingram's hull, and even buckled the central pylon connecting the primary and secondary hulls. Not done, the Millennium decloaked, becoming visible to sensors and the naked eye to use the opportunity to act while the Ingram crew were undoubtedly shell-shocked. The Federation flagship moved in swiftly to deliver the fatal blow. Now, with the Ingram within striking distance of the Millennium's megaphases, Piper had her ship close the distance, with her ship turning slowly on her y-axis, appearing to spin around her deflector dish as the megaphases did their deadly work. The manoeuvre made it possible for her phases to cut right through the Ingram's primary hull like a knife, so that the beams projected beyond the hull. They sliced through deck plates, power conduits, and especially data cables, to not only sever the bridge's control of the ship, but to literally cut the bridge out of the rest of the vessel. It took all of 15 seconds to complete the task, but when they were finished, the centre of the Ingram's primary hull floated free of the rest of it, atmosphere venting from sections that were not already closed off. Piper toggled her chair arm for a comlink to engineering.
Scanner, I need an energy burst to knock out the rest of the Ingram's power system. Make sure nothing works.
From the other end of the comlink, a scanner gave a resigned,
Aye.
The captain gave a wry grin.
Don't worry, Scanner. I'm going to give them 5 minutes to float around. Then we're going to beam the survivors straight into the brig.
She heard a dark chuckle from Scanner.
Serves them right, I suppose, for what they did to my ship.
I wouldn't worry about needing a tow from us, my friend,
the captain said, gazing at the view screen.
I'm looking at a whole pile of spare parts to fix our damaged systems.
I hear that,
the scanner said, then delivered the pulse his captain requested, as he had been organising it while they had been talking. On the view screen, the Ingram suddenly began to spark all over as the energy pulse worked its way through every remaining system, just in case someone on board her decided to try and continue the fight from either engineering or auxiliary control. Piper noted the pulse was directed, and the scanner was paying particular attention to avoid the warp nacelles. She smiled to herself and considered herself fortunate once more to have such a brilliant crew. Piper turned to Manny.
Make the arrangements, Lieutenant,
she said with a grin. The white Cait turned with a smile of her own and headed for the turbo lift.
With pleasure, Captain,
she said as she disappeared below decks. She shared her husband's heart. It pained him that his ship had been so badly damaged, and so it hurt her. She just knew she would have to be on her guard to not let it affect her professionalism whilst dealing with her prisoners. At the con, Piper turned back to view the screen. Her actions had brought about a victory, but the cost so far was a badly damaged ship. She took great pride in her vessel, but more importantly in her crew, for without the latter you cannot have the former. She raised her voice a little to get everybody's attention.
People, listen up. This is what I want you to do.
Chapter 25. The battle for Cait had begun, and yet not a single shot had been fired. Watching from his vantage point in the trees, Crash sat nervously hoping that his gamble would pay off. Before him and across the field between the forest's trees and the Parliament complex lay a virtual minefield for his people to cross. True, he could simply have the people move across in great numbers, but he had no doubt that would result in hundreds of casualties, particularly on his side of things. He had no intention of letting anyone who sided with him die unnecessarily. Next to him, Susanna rubbed him between his shoulders to try to ease some of his tension.
You're born of worry, my dear,
she said with a small smile. Her attempts at lightening his mood did little more than take some of the rough edges off it. Krashtallash turned to look at his wife, the concern he felt plain in his eyes. I have good reason to try, Susie, he said with a sigh. He gestured at the field before them. These Cait are highly trained people who would no doubt kill quickly and efficiently. His wife nodded her agreement and then gave him a cheering smile.
Then it's a good thing we have an ace up our sleeve.
The reference was not lost on her husband. The captain had taught her people how to play poker. She said it was good training, although right now he didn't see how it could help him.
You never know when you'll need a good poker face,
she often said during a game. Poker? There were more lessons to learn from the game than just how to keep a straight face. Crash smiled as an idea crystallized in his head. And just in time, Susanna's communicator, now in Crash's possession, chirped in his hand. He tapped a button on it to send a similar chirp to the sender. It was a go signal. Crash peered through the leaves at a trench about 200 metres forward of his position to the right. There seemed to be a commotion within it, and one Cait could be seen frantically trying to jump out of the trench when they were mysteriously pulled back into it. Suddenly, there was silence. In his own language, Crash could hear people calling out to them.
Hey, are you all right over there?
The silence was practically deafening, as Crash had given instructions that all his people, over 1 million of them, remain silent until he called. One soldier was sent to investigate. He scurried over and dropped into the trench. A scream was heard, then no more.
What's going on over there?
An officer called. He was answered with more silence. There was another chirp from Crash's communicator. He replied similarly once more. This time the commotion came from one of the armoured personnel flitters that had a phaser cannon attached to its roof. It rocked from side to side for a moment, then all was still. Seeing the machine move, an officer popped his head over the edge of the trench he stood in and gazed at it through a set of binoculars. There were no signs of movement from within. He had one of his people scan it for life signs, but there were none. All he could do was scratch his head in wonder. He pointed at one of his soldiers and told him,
"Go and check it out."
After hearing the hysteria from the nearby trench, it was understandable that the soldier was reluctant to go. The soldier simply gulped and wondered whether disobeying an order carried a penalty he could live with. It wasn't. The officer pulled out his phaser and vaporized him with it. He pointed at the soldier next to the now vacant space. Nothing needed to be said. The soldier bounded up and out of the trench and bolted over to the armoured flitter, pressing himself against the side facing the Parliament buildings. He then looked inside and couldn't see anything for a moment, until his eyes adjusted to the gloom within. With seeing came understanding.
Well?
The officer hissed at him.
They're all dead,
the soldier shouted back. An amplified voice issued from the forest. I will continue if you don't lay down your weapons and surrender peacefully. You know me. I am Commander Krashtallash of Starfleet, and I am employing a new weapon developed in secret by our people. I don't have to come out to kill you. I can do it from here. Now, you know your brother Cait don't want to kill you. We want our 2,000-year-long peace to continue. But unless you surrender right now, we will have to use force. It was a long shot, Crash knew, but he had to give it a try. His answer was predictable.
I don't care what tricks you're playing, Blackie,
the officer he had seen replied. It was a voice full of hatred.
We're going to hold the line and protect the Queen and our Parliament from the likes of you.
Crash sighed. He guessed as much. He tapped twice on his communicator, a message telling Earhart, who had been doing the damage out on the field, to return. He held up his hand and let it drop. The signal was passed, and 5 seconds later, in excess of 1 million Caits roared at the top of their lungs. Susanna covered her ears as the air literally shook at the sound. Windows rattled, buildings shuddered, and even Merete covered her ears with her hands. It was so loud. Distracted by the noise, a number of soldiers and officers stood up to search for the source of the sound, even though it was coming from everywhere about them. It was a mistake they would not have a chance to repeat. Placed at random spacings around the complex, Crash had stationed people who were good with a bow. As the soldiers readied themselves, the archers took their shots, and most of them found their targets. Then all hell broke loose as the people of Cait, long weary of their abusive government and draconian laws, decided it was time for a change. As one, they rushed forward, the field filling with angry Cait in seconds. Some shots were fired, but the soldiers generally froze in fear. The veterans among them stood and fought, the general among them, yet they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of Cait. Like a flood, they kept coming. If one fell, 10 more took their place. Those guards foolish enough to offer resistance were literally bodily torn apart. Those wise enough to lay down their arms and simply not fight were generally left alone. The general put up a fairly good fight, but even a Cait like he, with his long history of proud victories, could not hope to win against the massive number of his people who poured into the field. The general found to his surprise that he was simply restrained, his hands and feet tied, even as he watched another soldier under his command torn to shreds by the people's bare hands. The roaring continued as the people kept coming. Finding their cation hard again, they took back the power that had slowly been stripped from them, little by little, by a government that had not only taken away their rights under the guise of offering security, but had even gone so far as to tell them how they should think. Caits poured into the Parliament building, seeking ministers to seize. They were all under orders from Krashtallash. None of the parliamentarians were to be killed. They and their underlings were to be taken alive. The same for the Queen. However, some, in a frenzy of bloodlust after the complete obliteration of the security forces outside, continued their murderous spree. In amongst the crowd were Krashtallash, Susanna, Drishtagoth, Gruntallash, Kintabung, and Tish, who had joined them from another part of the field she had organised. They did their best to not only stay together, but to keep their people on target. Down the corridors of power they rushed, the people flooding in behind them. Susanna glanced behind them and worried that there might be such a crush that people would die of asphyxiation. Through the outer office of the Prime Minister they flew, Tish taking a few of her people to seize the secretary. Then they flooded into the Prime Minister's office. It was empty. Gruntallash nodded his understanding.
He used his personal transporter to escape,
he said knowingly. He looked back the way they had come.
I'd wager a number of cabinet members have fled the same way.
Where would they gone?
Susanna asked. All she got in answer were blank looks. Crash growled. He was not going to be refused justice, not when he was this close. He took out his communicator and flipped it open. "It can't hurt to try," he said at Susanna's doubtful look. He spoke into the grill. "Krashtallash to Millennium." He got an answer quickly, but it wasn't who he expected.
Jolly Roger here, Commander. Lieutenant Briar's commanding.
Crash recognised the name. Briars was soon to leave for the command candidacy course at Starfleet. Piper had been moving him around the different departments to learn them all before he left. She had high hopes he would make a good officer. "Briars, it's good to hear your voice. Status report." The noise down the hall was making it hard for Crash to hear him. At the sound of someone screaming, Crash sent Drishtagoth out to keep the peace. Crash missed most of what was said. "Sorry, I didn't hear you." He turned up the volume.
Yes, Commander.
This time the sound was clearly heard.
The Millennium has just finished her engagement with the Acacian starship Cait's Aurora. The captain was victorious, but the Millennium won't be going anywhere for a while. We're operating as temporary support for the fighters. We've just taken the last of them on board. Also, the Cork is en route to the Millennium to assist.
"Understood," Crash said. "I need you to gather what ships you can, and blockade Cait. I have a feeling the former government ministers might try to flee."
Roger, Commander. Blockade Cait and search for escaping prisoners.
Crash gave a bloody grin. "I couldn't have said it better myself," he said with a touch of mirth. "Watch for former Prime Minister Kardasharp, Minister for Information Huttachink, and especially the Queen. They are not, I repeat, not to get off this planet."
Gotcha, Commander. Good hunting.
Crash flipped the communicator shut and turned to his motley little band. Next stop, the palace. Matters were different at the palace. Sheer reverence for the building and its history slowed the people down. Those who reached the huge carved wooden doors that guarded the entrance found them unlocked, but so heavy they were difficult to move. Once they were a few metres apart, the masses pushed forward, and the first people through the door found themselves in the huge entrance hall that led to the throne room that was conveniently positioned near the front of the building for audiences. The ballroom where the Millennium crew had been entertained days before was behind it. The entrance hall was made in true Caitian style of redwood timber that was ornately carved on the walls and the pylons that held up the roof. Some held depictions of warfare from the old times before the teacher, while others told the story how his coming changed everything about their society. There was no furnishing, so the area was largely empty, except for the 20-odd priests who stood between the doors and the throne room. Each wore a cassock, their hoods are put back to reveal their white heads and faces. Each also stood conveniently close to a pillar. The priest in the middle stepped forward.
"Halt!"
he called out so forcefully that the people responded.
"You cannot come in here. This is the house of your sovereign."
The younger people among the crowd stopped, so conditioned were they to obey the will of the priesthood. Their elders stepped past them. One female spoke for all.
Move aside. We don't have any argument with your kind today. We're only here for the Queen.
The priest shook his head.
"You don't have the authority. The Queen holds the ultimate power on this world, short of God himself."
The older female spoke again, her silvering fur rippling in anger.
The Queen is psychotic, and her time is over.
She stepped forward, the others with her following her lead. To their surprise, each priest shucked off his cassock, revealing skin-tight black garments that held pouches and belts, each lined with different kinds of weapons. Across each priest's back was a quiver full of arrows. As one, each priest took out a metal bow and snapped it together so that the rope was tight and ready to fire. With blinding speed, each priest snatched out an arrow and fired, taking down 20 of the invaders. 2 seconds later, they repeated the exercise and took down another 20, each expertly killed. Even if the arrow missed the heart, which they rarely did, the poison tip quickly finished the job. Seeing 40 of their fellows down so quickly caused the crowd to panic, fearing they would be next. The crowd's bravado vanished as the people at the front desperately pushed to get out as the masses outside fought to get in. It was sheer pandemonium as those caught in the middle were crushed to death. The priests paused for a moment, taking delight in the ease of the turnaround. Their leader noted that they weren't leaving as quickly as hoped, so, with a nod, they each took out another arrow and slowly placed it in their bow. Those in the crowd watching them scrambled even harder to get out and managed to force the people outside, where the sheer weight of people pushed the doors closed once more. Those caught in the doorway quickly perished for lack of air. Standing on the roof of the Parliament building opposite, Krashtallash watched the shocking melee. Taking an offered megaphone, he called to the crowds. "Stop!" he cried, putting every ounce of authority into his voice. It took a moment, but he managed to get the people's attention. "Move back!" he called. "You're crushing the people at the doors." The sea of tan below rippled and moved away from the palace as the waters receding from the shore. As they did so, the carnage became apparent.
"Damn!"
muttered Susanna when she saw the bodies. She took her husband's elbow.
"This isn't your fault, you know,"
she said. Crash nodded. "I know. The doors were open. Now they're not. Somehow the people were pushed out again. But how? I don't know." He looked up as a shadow passed over the sun. It was a news flitter beaming out images of the event to the world. He gestured for it to come lower. Helpfully, the pilot brought the craft down to roof level. Crash saw that it was a News Prime flitter, and the reporter was someone he was familiar with. "Can you take us down there?" he asked, pointing at the palace doorway. Fear for his safety waged against his desire for the scoop. That much was obvious as the emotions played over the reporter's face. Greed got the better of him.
"Okay,"
he said, dazzled that he had not only the coup leader in his flitter to quiz, but the leader of the opposition and the Federation ambassador. The flitter lifted off and Krashtallash found himself nose to nose with a remote camera.
"So, how do you feel that the coup is going so far?"
the reporter asked. Crash, Susanna and AndrusTaurus shared a look of sheer incredulity at the inanity of the question. Susanna smiled and replied off-camera in as droll a voice as she could.
"It seemed like a good day for it."
Both Crash and AndrusTaurus covered their mouths to hide their laughter as the flitter bumped to the ground. The crowd had moved back to make room for them. No sooner had they touched down than Crash opened the door and jumped out. Susanna ambled after him and AndrusTaurus took a final look at the camera before disembarking.
For those watching this from home, please don't transport over here. Stay at home where it is safe. The situation is under control.
With that said, he followed the lashes over to the palace doorway.
"What pushed them back?"
Susanna reiterated. Crash looked at the crowd nearby and saw a male who looked terrified. He stepped over and looked him in the eye. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. The male gulped, then nodded.
"Yes, sir."
Crash put his paw on the male's shoulder in a friendly manner. It seemed to calm him a little. "Can you tell me what happened in there?" His new friend gulped once more, then told the tale. He was a little off on the details, but the overall story was accurate. Crash nodded his thanks. "You're sure they were wearing black outfits, and that they were carrying bows?"
"Yes, sir,"
the male repeated, nodding. The commander gave him a short bow. "Thank you, sir," he said, honouring him. "What clan do you come from?" The male's back straightened proudly.
"The Prestayan, sir,"
he said with a delighted grin. Crash spoke from the heart. "You bring honour to your clan today, my friend." He then took his leave of him and returned to his associates. "We've got a problem, but I've got an idea." 10 minutes later, Krashtallash stood at the hidden rear doorway he had escaped through only 2 days before. In his hand he held a tricorder he had ordered beamed down from the Jolly Roger. It was currently switched to scan for life signs, so he had an accurate location of every person in the palace, what there were of them. Although Crash had a suspicion that the Queen had already fled, he had to know for sure. The monarch and the parliamentarians needed to answer for their crimes, although he knew The crowd were out for blood and would be quite happy to dispense old-fashioned justice. He took another look at the readout and sighed. It seemed that this old entrance had been forgotten as it lay unguarded. Escorted by his bride, Drishtagoth, and 2 other willing opposition party members, Crash opened the door, careful not to let the aging wood creak under the strain. Drishtagoth stepped forward, eager to enter, when Crash shot out his hand and held him back. Just because they're not guarding this door, it doesn't mean they haven't left something nasty. Crash scanned beyond the door for signs of electronics or explosive devices. There were none. "It doesn't hurt to be cautious," he said in a whisper. Together the small party walked down the dim hallway, illuminated only by the light shining through the door. Within moments they passed the cell Crash had been held in, and as he looked into it, he remembered the pain he had felt whilst in that dank place, of loneliness, but mostly despair after believing that his bride was lost to him. The memory of that day passed over his face like a shadow, and Susanna picked it up.
"What is it?"
she whispered. He looked down at his wife and wondered what had motivated him to bring an ambassador into this situation. She didn't have the training to face their opponents. He realized he just wanted her with him so he could protect her, as he had failed to do so only days before. Suddenly doubting, he stopped their little party. "Are you sure you're up to this?" he asked, the worry he felt for her very evident in his voice and solemn eyes. Susanna looked up into her husband's eyes and loved him even more for his concern.
"Don't worry, my dear. I may be the ambassador, but I'm not entirely useless,"
she said with a small smile. The joke brought a laugh from the politicians, but only a smile to Crash's face.
"I have had training in martial arts, my dear, so you don't have to worry about me."
She allowed the anger she felt burn in her eyes.
"Besides, I want some good old-time revenge."
Drishtagoth looked from one to the other of them.
"You can't argue with that,"
he said agreeably, a knowing smile on his face. He patted Crash on the shoulder.
"Sometimes it's just best to agree with them. Believe me, 10 years of marriage has taught me a few things."
Crash looked from one of them to the other, then rolled his eyes and capitulated. "Okay then, let's do this." He opened the door leading into one of the palace's lush corridors, which was eerily empty. "Follow me. If we do this right, there should be no more bloodshed." A few minutes later, after finding the right doorway, they found themselves in cramped conditions, huddled together trying to see through the minute cracks in the walls. The ancient passageways within the walls were labyrinthine, but, with the help of Crash's trusty tricorder, he managed to make sense of them. Without making a sound, Crash flashed his light twice, his signal to his little troop that everything was set. He took out his communicator and tapped the call button twice. At the front door, Earhart had been sitting, waiting for his call. As ordered, she charged the doors and smashed them open, leaving only splinters. Startled, the priests regathered to take care of their new nemesis. However, they were totally unprepared to deal with an oversized rock. Earhart pushed past the fallen and made for the nearest priest, who was frantically firing arrows at her. Naturally, they simply bounced off. Throwing stars, darts, knives, every weapon in their personal arsenals were ineffective as the Horta continued charging. Only one of them was equipped with the phaser, and he made the mistake of shooting at her. At the full setting, all it did was chip off a fragment of her outer shell, which consisted partly of neutronium. The desired effect did not come. Instead, it enraged her, and the offending priest was flattened as she charged him. A brief scream was heard as she passed over him, leaving nothing but a charred, flattened corpse, still smoking from the ashes she had released. Completely demoralized, the priests bolted for the inner doors, but they underestimated the speed of the angry Horta. Earhart beat them to it, then herded them into the corner. The seething silicon life forms swept back and forth in front of them.
"Now drop your weapons and throw them over there,"
she said as forcefully as she could through her voda. Fearing for their lives, each shed their weapons and tossed them in a heap before Earhart. Once they finished, Earhart simply rolled over them and ate them. It took her all of 2 seconds. She moved back and sighed.
They were tasty.
Everywhere in the building, the Queen's guards got the signal that their defences had been breached.
"It's time to get you out of here,"
the lieutenant said, a worried edge in his voice. He checked the outside corridor, then closed the door, sealing the 3 guards plus the Queen inside. He went over to the secret panel in her quarters that was also hidden behind a mural bearing a depiction of combat. He toggled the secret release and the panel slid aside, revealing 5 very annoyed felines, all bearing weapons set on stun. Before the Queen or her guards could react, each was stunned senseless by Crash's troop and dropped to the floor. As the guards' weapons were collected, and the Queen frisked as well, Crash scanned the room and the halls beyond once more for good measure. They were clear. "I love it when they underestimate us," he said with a grin. Leaving the guards tied up in the room, Krashtallash slung the Queen over his shoulder and bodily carried her out of the room, down the halls and into the palace throne room. He looked about him, ignoring the craftsmanship of the pillars, carvings and paintings, and decided this was the best place for what he had in mind because of the technology it had to offer. He glanced up at the cameras mounted in the corners of the room, then opened his communicator once more, selecting a general broadcast channel. "This is Commander Krashtallash calling the news service flitters I know are hovering over the Parliament complex. I would appreciate you organising a royal audience broadcast in 15 minutes. I have something to show the people of Cait." Without waiting for a reply, he shut the cover with a snap. He stepped over to a low-slung couch against one wall and unceremoniously dumped the Queen onto it. He pointed to Drishgoth's fellows who had helped them capture her. "Guard her and be careful. Don't let her move a hair." The pair nodded, then took positions at opposite ends of the couch, not once taking their eyes off her. Susanna emerged from the back of the throne and walked over to her husband. Curious, Crash asked, "What were you doing back there?" His wife simply tossed her head and shrugged.
"I've always heard real power was behind the throne. I just wanted to see if it was true."
Crash's laughter echoed off the walls and brought restoration to his soul. It turned out that in the hurry to join the fighting at the Parliament complex, someone had been forgotten. Lying on the floor of the command centre cells, in the dark, Ziff remained bowed and furious beyond reason. He had been muttering to himself for some time, cursing the general, his aides, and the entire military for having the affront to incarcerate him at all. Soon after he had regained consciousness, he had quickly discovered that yelling for someone to at least bring him some water had proven completely useless. He had listened intently and heard absolutely nothing. The complex appeared deserted. He wanted some medical aid as well. His nose was still causing him the sheerest agony, but he still blew out the blood that had congealed within his nostrils. The pain had brought tears to his eyes, but at least he could breathe, after a fashion. What added insult to injury was he badly needed to empty his bladder, but he was far too dignified to relieve himself in his robes. Blaine, the technical whiz priest, sat in his chair in their underground complex located approximately 100 metres below the temple. It was the main reason the temple had a dampening field in place around it lest prying eyes to discover their brain centre. It was a centre with few people left. In fact, with the priesthood helping out with the defence of the Parliament complex and the protection of the Queen, there were only a handful left to man their posts here. Blaine had been left in charge, and now Zift had disappeared, and it was apparent the government had fallen. The usually cheerful Blaine felt a very large target painted on his chest. He was under no illusion that, once the truth came out about the Blacks' demise, they would come for them next. Who knows, the people might hurl them into the sun as well. He tapped the controls that changed the views of the action being beamed out from a number of different news services. They had made it clear that Commander Krashtallash's Starfleet would shortly be making an announcement from the palace. If anyone other than the Queen was making an announcement, It would not be good for the priesthood. One of the junior priests looked at Blaine, worried and unsure.
What should we do now?
He asked fearfully. The elder priest simply looked at him and snorted.
What we're not going to do is wait around here for that mob to come and nail us to the destiny tree as well. A revolution is taking place today, and I'm afraid the priesthood's time is over.
He waved at the rest of his fellows, about 10 in all.
It's time to use our exit plan and get off Cait before we end up like the Queen.
Another priest interjected.
What about Zeph?
Blaine's whiskers twitched. While he did not have a fond bone in his body for Zift, there was a certain loyalty among the priests.
He seems to have disappeared. If he was all right, he would have contacted us. I can only guess he's either dead in the fighting or captured. Either way, he's history.
With that said, he got out of his chair and turned off the monitors.
People, it's time to get the hell out of here before we find that hell is our next destination.
Once the remains of the palace doors had been removed, a large number of Cait had made their way inside, many of them amazed at the opulence around them. Those who could fit inside found themselves observing an amazing scene. Drishtagoth and his opposition party had taken centre stage before the now empty throne. The Queen, now recovered from her stun blast, was sitting on the couch, staring with open hatred at Krashtallash and Susanna, who were standing with Drishtagoth. Standing before them was the general, unbound and compliant. He had recognised that the government had fallen, and that Drishtagoth's party would now be assuming legal power. As such, he had sworn loyalty to protect the now official government of Cait. Even over the murmuring in the hall, the Queen could hear the, in her eyes, traitorous general reporting to Drishtagoth.
You should know that Ziph is in custody back at the command center cells. He attacked me earlier, and we had to restrain him.
The new Prime Minister smiled.
That is good news, General. We will send someone over to collect him.
Kraltathat stood nearby with Kintabung. He was sullen, resigned to his fate, but willing to assist in the transfer of power.
Krashtallash, perhaps you could simply have your starship beam him over.
The general nodded in agreement.
The power went out over there, so the damping field we had running would be down. You could do that.
Krashtallash flipped open his communicator. Krashtallash to Jolly Roger. His answer was not from the Jolly Roger.
Commander,
came Piper's familiar voice.
It's good to hear from you. The Millennium is in orbit over the capital and ready to assist you.
The smile that came over Crash's face lit up his very soul. Captain, could you please scan the military command centre? There's a single Cait in a cell there. I would appreciate him being beamed directly to our location.
Will do, Commander,
Piper said amiably. It would take a minute to scan the building. Crash was certain. He turned his attention to the cameras and ordered they be switched on for the public to see and hear. Then he glanced at Feentathat and growled, "Before we do anything else, I want to know what you've done with King Kraltathat." The former queen looked at him cheekily and said without blinking an eye,
"He's on my bedroom shelf."
Crash stepped forward menacingly. He was in no mood for games. "I was just in there. He wasn't there." Coyly, Feentathat played with her whiskers before engaging him once more.
"Your beloved king is in a jar on the mantle."
She shrugged nonchalantly.
"At least his ashes are. The vaporizer did a good job on him. At least his ashes could be useful as a fertilizer now."
She glared at him, daring him to do something about it. Fists balled, Crash took another step towards her, but he found his wife's hand on his arm, restraining him.
"She's baiting you, my dear,"
she said quietly.
"Don't let her win."
The moment was broken as a transporter beam lit up the room in front of Crash and Ziff appeared, bound and lying on the floor and looking very much the worse for wear.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Ziff began.
"I demand to be released at once,"
he cried. The comlink was still open.
"Let me guess,"
Piper said with more than a touch of sarcasm.
"Ziff, give him my love."
Before she cut the link, she added,
"By the way, Commander, the Jolly Roger picked up someone you might know trying to leave the planet in a private yacht. He wasn't too happy about being beamed out of his ship. I'll have him sent right down to you.
This just got better and better, Crash thought to himself. He glanced at his wife, who was beaming with joy. It was starting to look like it was finally over. Once more a transporter beam coalesced into the form of Kraltathat, looking fit to be tied. No sooner had he materialized, he swung on Krashtallash in fury.
I'll get you for this. If I have to use my last breath, I will have my revenge.
Crash scowled at the one-time dictator and growled, "You will be lucky to survive the day, Card. Take some free advice and shut up." Drishtagoth glared at his former political rival and growled loudly.
"Officer Graptasan,"
he called into the crowd. The police officer and a number of his people stepped forward.
"Take these people into custody,"
Drishtagoth ordered.
"The charge is genocide, among other things."
The word brought a hush to the crowd. There were few crimes that could bring about a possible death sentence on any Federation world. Chief among them was the one they were being charged with. Beyond rational reason, Ziff exploded.
"We had every right to wipe out the blacks."
There were even a few supporters in the crowd. They were silenced quickly and brutally. Drishtagoth looked over at the sole humanoid in the room. She wore a Starfleet uniform and seemed itching to share something.
"Dr. Merete AndrusTaurus of Altair 4 has something to share with us regarding the priesthood's claims regarding the blacks."
Merete stepped forward into the middle of the palace floor and addressed the room.
"My fellow Cait, some of you know me as Merete AndrusTaurus Debevec, adopted by a noble Cait clan. I speak as one of you."
There were derisive growls from the crowd. Thankfully, she had allies in the audience.
"This is true,"
a friendly voice was heard to say. The owner of it managed to push his way through, followed by Tish. Debevec bowed to the doctor.
"This female is a brave and honourable person who risked her life in our cafe only days ago to save not only herself and her friends, but a good number of our fellow Cait. Her heart is Cait. She is noble, and because of her deeds, our clan adopted her. We stand with her and will back whatever she has to say."
Tish chimed in with her Valley Girl manner.
"Totally."
All eyes turned to the doctor. While her friends had been speaking, she had set up a small holographic projector on the floor that was connected to a pad in her hand.
"My friends, hear me,"
she said, raising her voice slightly. She didn't have to shout. The acoustics in the room were excellent.
"Thanks to the diligence of Cait's priesthood, we managed to analyse a sample of the teacher's blood. There have been claims by the priests that the blacks were somehow involved in his death. Others amongst the believers insisted there was no mention of the colour of anyone's fur in the scriptures. Our examination of them, and I'm sure many of you have done the same, have confirmed this."
There were nods of agreement from many, along with a number of positive yes statements. The crowd was generally following her willingly.
"Where did you get Sasso?"
Ziff challenged angrily. Merete looked a little embarrassed.
"We took the sample from the spike you have in your museum."
The statement brought some rumblings of unrest, but they quietened down quickly once Merete started talking again.
"I'm sorry, my friends. It was the only way to test the blood and verify the priest's claims."
Someone yelled out in the crowd.
"The priests have been telling us for generations that the teacher was white, and the blacks killed him because they hated his message."
There were a number of murmurs of agreement at that. The doctor gave them a wan smile.
"I personally tested the sample. I managed to date it as approximately 2,000 years old, even though it's been in a stasis field almost as long. Then I used the DNA to create a physical representation of the teacher holographically."
Before anyone could object, Merete manipulated the controls.
"This is what he would have looked like."
Appearing to stand before them was an apparently solid Caitian male. His eyes were blue, and he was of average height. However, his fur was not white, or even tawny. It was jet black. The reaction from the crowd was instantaneous. Whilst none of them moved to threaten her, there were many voices of indignation.
"Lies!"
someone cried.
"How can this be?"
Others asked in wonder. while others howled in anguish at the realization they had lived under a lie all their lives. There was one in the room who was convinced the whole thing was a bald-faced lie, and she wasn't going to stand for it. Former Queen Feentathat seized the opportunity as the two guarding her turned to look at the hologram. Most underestimated her as she was smaller than the usual female, and that was a fatal mistake for some. Feentathat leapt to her feet and brought down both of her captors with either her feet or her tail. She gathered up one of their faces as it fell from their slack grips, quickly resetting it to kill, then pointed it at Susanna and pulled the trigger. The general had noted the commotion coming from the couch and reacted quickly. Seeing the Queen take aim, he did the only thing he could do to save someone he was sworn to protect. He got in the way of the phaser bolt. He was instantly vaporized. Galvanized into motion, the rest of the government figures started moving, spoiling the former Queen's aim. With one last possible chance for revenge, she turned the weapon in the direction of Kraltathat and fired, hoping to at least kill the traitor before it was her turn to die. She missed. However, she didn't miss Kintabung, who took the blast squarely in the chest. Without even a chance to say goodbye, Kraltathat watched, shocked, as his mate vanished in a puff of plasma and smoke. It was at that moment that something extraordinary happened. In the middle of the room, an average-sized, tawny female stood, effectively blocking the way for either side to shoot at each other. She held up her hands, palms outward, and cried out,
"Stop!"
Such was the power and authority behind that one word that everyone in the room did just that. They stopped. Having taken the impetus, the young female addressed the crowd again, her every word coming as a command.
"There has been enough killing today. Lower your weapons."
There was something in her voice that just compelled everyone to obey. Even Feentathat lowered her weapon. It was taken from her by one of the police officers, and she was restrained by nylon ties. The female spoke again.
"I am Cast of the Shack clan. Some of you know me simply as Faith. As one who is a firm believer in the teacher's ways, I will remind you all that violence is not his way. Now, what is done, and yes, the government was corrupt and needed to be deposed. God is just as he is loving. Justice needed to prevail, and it has."
The young female had captured the attention of the entire room, and, through the video feeds from the wall-mounted cameras, the entire world. No matter where one was, everybody hung on her words.
"Now, the rightful government can take its place to guide our people. I pray with the teachers leading."
She turned and addressed Drishtagoth and his people.
"You have spent some time with our people and learned the true ways of the teacher. Be guided by them, and we will find that God will bless our world, and we will have a peace that outshines anything we have ever seen before. Let Cait be an example to the entire Federation."
Her words stirred the pride of the people. Many cheered. Krashtallash and Susanna simply watched her, proud of their young friend. She was throwing the needed bucket of cold water over the people's hot temper. Faith turned back to the people. All eyes watched, every ear strained to hear what she would say next.
"My brother and sister Cait, our voice has been heard. Our actions have brought us the changes that were necessary, but now it is time to go home and pick up the pieces. Our elders will guide us back to the kind of people we once were. We looked for friends and made them freely, not worried about where the knife might come from. Let the streets be places of fun and joy once more."
She smiled, and the people smiled back at her. It was time for a serious note.
"The former government is now in custody and will be tried according to our laws. Let us no longer take the law into our own paws. If we don't respect our lawgivers and enforcers, we may as well not have any. And we certainly won't deserve them.
Many nodded agreement, while others looked a little guilty. Faith finished up with,
Now, my friends, go and be at peace. May the teacher bless your paths, and may you love your fellows, whether tawny, white, black, or off-worlder.
She joined Krashtallash and Susanna and watched as the crowds began to disperse. The transporters for miles around worked overtime, beaming everyone back to their hometowns. It took hours, but eventually everyone got home. In the throne room, Drishtagoth stepped over and regarded the former queen with an almost pitying eye.
Feentathat, you are hereby deposed by the lawful government of Cait. You are stripped of title and any authority that you have been granted. It is clear to me now that you only ever ascended to the throne of Cait as a plant from the priesthood.
Feentathat gave a low growl as she glared at the Prime Minister.
I don't care what you say.
She spat.
I am your rightful sovereign, and only God himself can change that.
Drishtagoth shook his head, sadly.
I'm afraid you have always overestimated the role of Cait's sovereign. According to our constitution, your job was to safeguard our people from possible corruption in our government. You not only allowed it, you were complicit in their misdeeds. The position of sovereign is a political appointment, not a birthright.
Not willing to waste any more time arguing the point with her, he turned and spoke to the officer in charge, Graptasan.
Officer, please escort this lady to the cells to be formally charged with murder and genocide, to start with.
He glanced back at the former queen and frowned as he considered how many laws she had broken.
I'm sure we're going to be spending a great deal of time just making a list of the formal charges against her.
At this point, Faith stepped forward.
Excuse me, sir.
Drishtagoth turned and smiled at the pint-sized hero of the day.
What can I do for the lady of the hour?
He asked charmingly.
May I suggest that our former queen be given psychiatric help? It's clear she's deranged.
Why such compassion for such an evil being?
He asked, surprised at the request. Faith simply shrugged.
I think it's what the teacher would want us to do. Whatever she's done, we still have to love our fellows, whether friend or foe.
He sighed.
Such a pure heart,
he said wistfully.
If only everyone thought like you.
As he turned to Graptasan, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. A thought so radical, it just might work. Apologising to the officer, he turned and addressed his fellow parliamentarians, all of which were of his party.
My friends, it appears we have a sudden vacuum in our position of sovereign. Even though our government is one-sided at the moment, we must restore some checks and balances to ensure even we don't start making the mistakes of the past. We need someone looking over our shoulder, someone we can trust to not let the job go to their head.
He took Faith gently by the arm and presented them to his friends.
I nominate Faith, or Krashtallach as she is known to her clan, to be our new sovereign.
Faith's eyes went wide with amazement at the suggestion.
Are you sure you want me?
She asked a little fearfully. Drishtagoth looked down at her and gave her a smile filled with confidence.
I'm certain of it.
He turned back to his fellows.
Do I have a second?
He got not one, but 20 people wanting to second the motion. It was passed unanimously, and to the applause of all, excluding their prisoners.
You can't be serious.
Feentathat snarled, furiously straining against her bonds.
You can't replace me with this pathetic child.
Before anyone could respond, Faith approached her with a look of sadness on her face.
For all you've done, you will be punished. However, Fiend of the That clan, I pity you.
How dare you?
Feentathat spat. She struggled for release, but found the officers holding her more than equal to the task. Faith sighed.
You had the world in your hand, and instead of helping it grow and mature, you tried to crush it. Your reign will be remembered for all the wrong reasons. And after you leave this place, you will be forgotten. Whatever time you have left to you by God will be miserable.
She spoke from the heart.
Oh, how great you could have been. But you thought of yourself more than the people you were sworn to serve. Pride is the worst of our failings, and I hope you learn to see past yours before you stand before your Maker, and give an account for your life, because I can assure you he won't be the least bit impressed by your record to date.
With that said, Drishtagoth nodded to the guards, and they dragged her from the room, screaming. The sound was insane, like a banshee on cocaine. Feentathat's dreams had come true, and she had witnessed for herself the one who would replace her would not seek to harm her. She couldn't understand it, and it tipped her over the edge. As the sound diminished, the Prime Minister put his arms around both Susanna and Crash and drew them to himself.
I want to thank you both for all you've done.
He paused for a moment as the tension he had felt was finally being released. The joy he felt was threatening to overwhelm him.
Cait is free again, and I have the two of you to thank most of all.
To their acclaim, neither husband nor wife were willing to take any credit. Crash summed it up by stating, "We were only doing our duty." Drishtagoth nodded his understanding.
All the same, I want the two of you to be our guests at a state dinner we will hold the night after next, right here in the palace.
He turned and grinned at Faith.
That is, if the Queen doesn't mind.
If Faith could have blushed, she would have.
I would be honoured, sir,
she said sheepishly. Crash looked into the eyes of his wife and saw only agreement, not that he would have expected anything else from her. We too would be honoured, sir, but if I may, I would like to invite some friends along as well.
Absolutely. Bring along your entire starship crew if you like.
Delighted, he wondered if there was anything that could spoil the rest of his day. Out of the corner of his eye, Drishtagoth saw something he had almost overlooked and realised he still had some unpleasant business to deal with.
I'm sorry, we almost forgot something.
He waved to the officers standing nearby, and they dragged forward both Kraltathat and Zif, neither of which was willing to come. Drishtagoth walked up to Zif and looked him in the eye. He was looking very much the worse for wear with his blood-stained cloak and smashed face.
Zif,
he spat angrily.
You were to be charged for your part in the conspiracy to commit genocide.
Defiant to the end, the priest said smoothly,
You have no proof.
Almost forgotten, Dr. AndrusTaurus spoke up from near one of the great stained-glass windows.
Actually, that's not true.
She continued as she moved over to join the lashes. She carried a Caitian computer tablet in her hand.
I was told by Kraltathat that this contains a video recording of Zif confessing to be the leader of this world's Assassin's Guild.
She patted the bag slung over her shoulder.
Also, our Lieutenant Brankovian investigated the death of the News Prime reporter and found white hairs from his assailant. I have the evidence bag with me.
Remembering his encounter in the forest with the assassin, Crash took a small plastic bag out of his own equipment and held it up to the light. He spoke up for all to hear. I, too, had a run-in with the assassin. Before he committed suicide and dissolved himself with an acid tablet, which was pretty disgusting to watch if you ask me, I managed to rip some hair from him. He jiggled the baggie. As you can see, they're white. The Prime Minister frowned.
What are you saying?
Crash put it all together for him. I'm saying that the priesthood and the Assassin's Guild are the same people, or at least the priests run them. Either way, they're responsible for them. Drishtagoth rounded on Zif.
Why have you to say for yourself?
It was one of those rare times that the priest was silent. Susanna said with a touch of mirth,
I think that's what the humans call pleading the fifth.
Something that Crash should have noticed, but only just woke up to, was the absence of his brother. Where's Kraltathat? He asked, annoyed at himself for the oversight. There was some confusion among the gathering, but he was nowhere to be found among them. And then he answered the question himself as he appeared, sullen and seemingly lost, from the doorway Feentathat had left through before.
She took her from me,
was the only thing he said over and over again as he shuffled over to his brother. He dropped an assassin's bow he had found and fell to the floor in a heap. Krashtallash moved to help his brother and cradled his head in his hand. "I'm so sorry, brother, about Kintabung," he said as compassionately as he could. "She was a fine female." He wasn't sure Kraltathat heard him. He just kept repeating, "She took her from me," in a semi-delirium. Unnoticed behind Kraltathat, the officers who had escorted Feentathat out now carried her in and placed her on a couch. The movement caught the crowd's attention. Protruding from her chest was one of the assassin's poisoned arrows. The truth of the situation dawned on everyone at once. Kraltathat, by their ancient tradition, had taken revenge for the death of his mate. Krashtallash looked down on his brother and silently shed a tear for his loss. He knew personally just how devastating it was on the psyche to see your loved one destroyed. He held him for a moment until a medic took over and monitored his condition.
"We'll have to take him to hospital,"
he said. The commander nodded and watched his brother being escorted from the room. As soon as she had seen the arrow, the doctor hurried over to the couch, but she knew from experience there was little hope for the former queen's survival. Her med scanner only confirmed what she already knew. Feentathat was long gone. As a last act of compassion for the compassionless woman, Merete gently closed Feentathat's eyes. As all of this was happening, the former Prime Minister decided he could not miss an opportunity to rub salt in a sore wound, so he spat,
"If this is your idea of justice, Prime Minister, then what chance will we have of even getting a fair trial?"
Drallah simply levelled him with an angry glare.
You're forgetting all the people your regime killed, Card. There are a lot of people out there who want revenge for their lost family members, and they just might blame you.
Both Zif and Kraltathat shared a worried look. They had never considered that their policies might end in their own destruction.
Officer Graptasan,
the Prime Minister called the air. Eager to ingratiate himself to the planet's new leader, the officer almost ran forward.
"Yes, sir."
Drallah waved at the two villains and their cohorts who had remained in a silent huddle against one wall.
Make sure these people are treated with every regard due to them under our law. Their rights are to be respected at all times. Treat them with dignity and have them escorted to a secure jail immediately. They will be tried in due course.
Graptasan knew the deal. If he wanted to stay in the new Prime Minister's good books, he had to make sure the order was carried out. He bowed respectfully, then turned and made a few calls on his communicator. It was going to take some doing to achieve the goal. He looked up at the group he had been entrusted with. There were an awful lot of them. Behind him, Drallah waved his people together in the middle of the floor and spoke to them as their official leader.
My friends, we've been given a mandate this day to rebuild our world's government. At heart, we are Cait, and we do not shy from our duty. We will bring prosperity to our world once more. Today, I want everyone to help with sorting out the mess I know we'll find in the Parliament complex. We may be members of Parliament, but we are the people's servants, not the other way round. Our lives will be an example to others of how a Cait should act. We should never forget the lives that were lost today to make it possible to make things right. Let's honour their sacrifice and do it right.
As one, the crowd burst into a deafening roar that nearly shook the rafters. Off to one side, Merete, Crash, Susanna and Faith now stood and watched. Susanna made a personal observation.
"You know, since I met Drallah only a couple of days ago, I've really seen him mature. Not only as a person, but as a natural leader."
Crash nodded. "He'll do fine. Of that I'm certain." He turned and smiled at his new sovereign. "Your Majesty, I hope we will see you at the dinner the Prime Minister is going to arrange." Faith arched her whiskers forward in amusement.
It's going to take some time to get used to being called that,
she said. She gave him one of her genuine smiles, right from the heart, and rubbed his cheek fondly with a paw.
I wouldn't miss it. Perhaps we'll have sheep on the menu.
The three felines laughed, leaving the doctor wondering what was so funny. Crash drew Merete and Susanna to his side and flipped open his communicator. Krashtallash to Millennium. 3 to beam up. Chapter 26. The next day was a sombre affair in the capital. As the fallout was felt worldwide, the people stopped to remember their fallen dead. It took some time for the bodies that littered the fields around the Parliament complex to be removed and prepared for burial. No autopsies were ordered. There seemed no point. While most were identified and returned to their families so they could organise their funerals, some would never be found. A number of soldiers had been firing into the crowd with phasers set on full. The bodies of some would never be recovered as they had been disintegrated. The new leaders of Cait helped out. They were a new breed of leader now that they had come through this trying time. They were simply people who had fought alongside everybody else, including Queen Faith. Whilst her official title was Queen Krashtallash, her nicknames seemed more fitting to the people. Dressed like everyone else, she had shunned any attempt by her guards to protect her and had gone out to honour the warriors on both sides. Tish had been given a day off from the Starshine Cafe so she could help as well. She found herself working closely with Faith, and together they helped identify the deceased with Cait's version of a tricorder. They would then print out a small card and place it next to the body to assist the coroner. Faith had noticed that, following her every step, were a number of floating news cameras. While she had come to accept her new role, she found it difficult to realise her days of anonymity were behind her. She glanced up at them with an almost annoyed look, then turned back to her work.
I think they should just go away and leave you alone,
Tish said, giving the cameras a good scowl, as if that would make them leave. Faith shrugged.
I'm the queen now, and fame comes with being a public figure.
She turned her tricorder to the next body and scanned it. She read the screen, then dropped it in shock. She looked down at the singed corpse and recognised it. Suddenly, it was all too much. Faith dropped to her knees, buried her head in the dead male's chest, and wept bitterly. The pain she felt overwhelmed her as it vented in great, choking sobs. Concerned for her, Tish dropped down next to her and put her arm around Faith. A nearby guard tensed to assist the Queen, then stopped when he realised Tish was only trying to help. Wisely, he left them alone.
Who is it?
Tish asked gently as she held Faith close. Faith came up for air. She choked out.
Kristofoli, my spiritual leader. He was like a father to me.
The last words came out in a painful staccato as she dropped down once more and wept bitterly. Tish became conscious of the closely hovering cameras and tried to shoo them away. They remained just out of arm's reach, and Tish cried out at them.
Can't you just leave her alone?
For a moment, Tish wondered if the cameras were operated by robots, but she realised they were not when, one by one, they departed to leave the Queen alone in her grief. Krashtallash gazed out the window in the bar and thought back on the lengthy debriefing he had given the captain and Commander Sarda. They had asked quite a lot of questions along the way, and it had taken several hours to complete. He sighed, glad it was over. However, he still had a written report to write, and he knew that could take forever. He took another sip of his catnip and looked back on the ship. He could see a lot of the engineering section from this portal, and the absence of the Millennium's port nacelle was disturbing. The pylon was there, still supporting its megaphaser emplacement, but the nacelle was long gone. He was aware that a recovery was underway by the engineering team to scavenge the Ingram for useful parts, including its pair of warp nacelles. To be assured there would be no sudden trips down artificial wormholes, they were taking the Ingrams' matched pair. He suddenly became aware of a presence at his elbow, and given the fact that the individual had managed to sneak up on him, he realized it had to be his sister. "Hello, Drallah," he said quietly, without looking. His focus shifted to the reflection in the window, and he gazed at her shiny white face.
Hello, Drallah,
Manny replied.
It's been a big day,
she said in an offhand manner. It was the understatement of the year, and they both knew it. Crash wiggled his whiskers, a little amused by her comment. "I suppose it's not every day you get to take out an Ingram-class starship," he said with a little cheer. His sister shrugged.
It's not every day you overthrow planet's government either.
It was spoken as if it was simply small talk they were engaging in, not matters of global import. Crash nodded. "You're right about that. I'm sure it'll look interesting in my resume." With that said, he turned and affectionately rubbed noses with his sister. "It's so good to see you again. After all I've been through today, it's just good to touch base with a living family member." Manny looked at him quizzically.
What do you mean?
Krashtallash sighed. He knew he had to break the news to her. She needed to know. "Drallah, our parents are dead at Zif's hand." His sister's eyes went wide in surprise. Knowing he'd had a traumatic day, she fought the temptation to giggle.
No, they're not.
She said, a little embarrassed for him.
Mother's in my quarters, minding Drallah. I think Father's been down to collect his things from our family, He's decided to move out.
"What?" Crash spluttered. "Kraltathat told me they were dead." It was Manny's turn to be surprised.
You talked to Grunt?
She shook her head, trying to assimilate his statement.
Let's sit down.
She guided Crash to an empty table and looked him in the eye.
Where's Grunt?
She asked, concerned. Someone had to go first, he realized. Both of them had tales to tell. He told his sister a quick version of his story, and especially the time he spent with their brother. As he told her of Kintabung's demise, his sister shed a tear.
Poor Grunt,
she said sadly.
He's been alone for so long.
Crash knew that was not about to change whether he still had Kintabung or not. His actions in assisting the government's cause had probably reduced his possible sentence for his crimes, but he was still going to prison for an awfully long time. "Yes, he has," he found himself saying, feeling a long-forgotten empathy for Grun. "I think the shock was too much for him. I think he's going to be spending some time in mental rehab before going to a Federation penal colony."
I hope he gets some good help,
Manny said. She then went into her tale, including her adventures in an asteroid, its origins, and the rescue of their parents. She finished quite proudly with the details of their victory over the Ingram. Her brother turned his glass in his hand, his thoughts seeming to dwell on the liquid it contained. Manny wondered for a moment whether he had heard her at all. "Congratulations," he said after a pause. "I see your gift is coming in handy." Her mental abilities were still something that amazed him. Manny nodded.
I wouldn't be here without it.
She tried to sound cheerful, hoping the mood would be infectious.
What is the matter?
She asked, when he again remained quiet.
You've gone from being a global fugitive to being its #1 hero. You're no longer part of a second class. In fact, I heard that it's quite the opposite.
Crash rolled his eyes. "I wonder if our people have truly learned anything from this escapade," he said, his gaze inward. He looked up into his sister's eyes. "I wonder if, now the word is out that the teacher was actually black, that the tables will be turned and the whites will be persecuted." His sister shook her head.
I don't think we can shock off the programming of the millennia quite so easily.
Crash shot her a look. "You did." Manny took his paws in her own and gave her brother a loving smile.
I had a good teacher.
The compliment finally chipped away some of his foul mood, and he gave her a small smile. "Thank you," he sighed. "What I'm worried about is that all the whites are being associated with the priesthood, whether they were a part of it or not. There has been word of a few lynchings in the last day. Amanda Sandage looked shocked.
No, I thought our people were finally past that.
There's a lot of bad feelings at the moment. I think the people are just mad. They were fooled into following Ziff's lead, and now they don't know how to direct that anger effectively.
Ah.
Manny downed the last of her glass of catnip by throwing it down her throat.
Come with me. I've got something I want to show you.
Crash left his now empty glass on the table and followed her out the door and down the hall. They walked in silence down 2 decks until they reached the Sandages' cabin. Manny opened the door and ushered her brother inside. What he saw gave him hope that his people were finally going to grow up. There, sitting on the couch, were his mother and the young kit Crash knew to be Drallah, whose letter had brought them home. They were watching an ancient video file on the wall, one he was familiar with. Mr. Nunn had a fondness for 20th century cartoons. A little yellow bird with a peculiarly oversized head was pulling the fingers of a cat off a wire, causing him to fall into a ship's funnel and into its engines. The absurdity was not lost on him, and Crash let out a soul-restoring laugh. Distracted by the sound, Pashtallash and Drallah respectfully stood and welcomed them. Still disappointed by his parents' behaviour, Crash didn't know how to address her other than Mother. The part of him that was just glad to see her alive won out, and he added with a smile, It's good to see you well. I had feared Ziff had extinguished your light. Overwhelmed by his generosity, Pash's eyes glistened with tears of joy.
Your sister has introduced me to a human custom called hugging. Can I give you one, please?
Feeling a little guilty, Crash arched his whiskers forward and sighed. You are my mother. You needn't seem so formal. He opened his arms wide and gratefully accepted his mother's love.
I'm so sorry, son,
Pash said between sobs.
I've been a terrible mother.
Generously, her son told her gently, Actually, you did a wonderful job considering the circumstances. He steered her back to the couch, Manny and Drallah following, and he sat her down without letting her go. He then started sharing with her what they had discovered during the course of their investigations previously. How most families even denied they had a black member. He purposefully avoided mentioning the incident with Drallah's parents. And here you are, the one being who fought for me and made sure I had a decent education. He looked her in the eyes with feeling. You're a hero to me. His words made Pash cry even harder. He sat there for some time holding her while she let it all out. After about 5 minutes, Manny decided it was time to bring her mother back.
While I've got the two of you here, I've got an announcement.
Drallah looked up at Manny expectantly, grinning from ear to ear. He knew what was coming. Now Pash had collected herself, Manny continued.
I've inquired of Drallah's parents, and even though things have changed for the better on Cait, they have decided to relinquish their parental rights to Drallah.
Crash thought about that. It was probably due to guilt, he surmised.
I've spoken with Judd, and we've decided to adopt Drallah and one other orphan before we leave orbit.
She was obviously delighted with the situation, as she seemed to be in a contest with Drallah to see which of them could smile the most. The young lad had crawled into her lap and rubbed his head on the underside of Manny's chin. The stark differences in looks aside, the pair of them were clearly loving being together. Drallah looked up at Crash, who looked just like a grown-up version of himself. His black fur was showing through already, and said,
Your sister's going to be my mother. I suppose that will make you my uncle.
Crash's eyes opened wider as the realization hit him. His family seemed to be growing by the day. Let's see. In the last week I've gained a brother-in-law and a wife. I suppose it completes the set having a nephew as well. He reached over and patted Drallah's head in a decidedly uncle-like fashion. Changing the subject, Manny asked,
When does Susanna get back?
Crash shrugged. She's working with the new government in her role as Federation ambassador, for a change. He checked the wall chronometer. She should be back soon. Manny grinned.
Excellent. Scanner will have returned shortly for Mr. Ingram. We'll let him get freshened up. Then we're all going to have dinner together tonight. Our treat, and you'll never guess where.
Captain Piper shifted her weight in the centre seat. It had been some time since she had had a break, and her cheeks were starting to ache. She considered sparring with Sarda after shift, but scrubbed that thought when she realised he would be working overtime on the Millennium's repaired. Never mind the fact her knee was still in a splint, her crutches lying next to her chair. Not that there was a hurry. They had received word from Starfleet to remain here until the political situation stabilised. Not that they had a whole lot of choice in the matter. The scanner had insisted that they use the moon's space dock for the Millennium's repairs, and that, to do the job right, they would be stuck here for at least 2 weeks.
It's not an easy thing, attaching warp cells, you know,
he said in his southern drawl that always got more pronounced when he was trying to assert himself.
We've got to get it absolutely right.
Piper had simply held her hands up in mock defence.
Hey, you get no argument out of me. Take as much time as you need.
The pleased look on Scanner's face had been something Piper made a note of remembering. She pictured it now and smiled again. It was only fair to let him win occasionally. The officer on the communications board turned and addressed her.
Captain, we're getting a signal from the surface.
He relaxed in his seat.
It's the ambassador. She's ready for beam up.
Let her know I want to speak to her in my ready room when she's aboard.
Piper watched, then turned to the helm when the comms officer had confirmed Susanna had returned with a knowing nod.
Break orbit and prepare for docking in Cait's moon.
She sat back and watched as the planet slid out from beneath them. They eased by the Jolly Roger that was keeping on station, and Piper noticed the engineering crew were working on repainting her. With the new government's approval, and with Starfleet's blessing, the vessel had been given an official commission, NCC 3052, USS Jolly Roger. Piper gave a wry grin at what her new captain would think of the name. Shortly after, the moon filled the view, and the captain knew it would only take minutes before they would be ready to dock. At this point, the ambassador stepped out of the turbo lift, and Piper decided to take her leave. She'd had more than her fill of space docks in her career. She hopped over and tapped the helm officer, Jason Nunn, back from the cork on the shoulder.
Mr. Nunn, you have the con.
She added for him personally.
It's more your thing anyway.
As Jason gleefully took over, Piper collected her crutches and moved over to her door and found Susanna waiting for her. As always, the ambassador waited respectfully for her before entering. Once the door was closed, Piper took her seat on the couch and patted the cushion beside her.
I thought this would be a good time to talk about your future.
A little suspicious, but more tired than anything, Susanna took the seat next to her and tucked her feet under her, cat fashion. She leaned back in the soft sofa and let her tail curl next to her.
I thought it was pretty clear. I'm an ambassador for the Federation, and I go where they send me. Crash and I knew going into our marriage that we'd probably be spending a great deal of time apart.
There was no hiding the fact that she did not relish the idea as she pawed the seat. Piper nodded, then got up and hopped over to the food replicator.
Would you like a coffee?
She asked as she ordered a glass of pineapple juice for herself. Susanna sighed.
I'm not really in the mood for caffeine,
she said, then changed her mind.
However, I'm so tired I could use a fix to pick me up. Black, 2 sugars.
The captain made a point of ordering the coffee with a solid straw. She was quite familiar with the feline's drinking habits. A moment later, she handed Susanna her mug, sat down, and faced her. She took a sip of her glass, contemplating just how to put what she was going to suggest.
What the hell?
She thought, and jumped right in.
How would you like to be attached to the Millennium?
Sorry?
She looked at the captain quizzically. Piper gestured about her.
This is Starfleet's flagship, and although I have studied politics, it's not necessarily my strong point.
At that, Susanna laughed.
Yes, your reputation precedes you, I'm afraid. You've been known to solve a problem by shoving a phaser up your foe's nose. To be fair, though, your actions at Guandon Co. were pretty spectacular.
Piper was a pragmatic sort. She took no offence at the ambassador's comments, and she knew none was meant.
Thank you,
she said, recognising the compliment.
Anyhow, the last thing I want to do is drag my third officer away from his wife, and I know we could benefit from having a roving ambassador on board.
The suggestion had its merits. However, there were still holes in her plan.
What would I do the rest of the time? You won't always be needing a diplomat's services.
True.
Piper took another sip of the juice, relishing its slightly tart flavour.
If there's one thing on this ship that's faster than her warp engines, it's scuttlebutt. I've heard you originally planned on being a schoolteacher.
Susanna was surprised.
How do you know that?
Piper shrugged.
It really doesn't matter. I was just thinking that Merete's children will soon need a teacher, and I know that the Sandages kits will definitely.
Now a surprise piled on surprise.
The Sandages kits?
She asked, stunned. Up this close, Susanna's eyes seemed to fill half her face when she was startled, Piper thought.
Oops.
She reddened a little at that.
I've stolen Manny's thunder,
she said.
Well, now that the cat's out of the bag.
She chuckled a little at the double entendre.
Manny and Judd are adopting Drallah and the female kit that was a friend of his from the mines.
Ah,
Susanna said, admiring the irony.
She beat me to it.
The captain almost missed the subtle undertone to her statement.
What do you mean by that?
Susanna took a long draw on her straw and swallowed the strong hot brew.
Well, we've only been together once, but there are some things a girl knows, and I'm pretty sure I'm pregnant.
She stiffened a little, embarrassed.
I haven't told Crash yet, and I thought I should check with the Dr. AndrusTaurus first.
Piper sighed.
This might complicate things. I had to fight to get Merete's kids to stay on board, and I managed to get Manny's kids in under the same umbrella. Starfleet might think it's getting too crowded on board and insist we removed a lot of them.
Her tail twitching, Susanna pawed the couch even more, her tension clear.
There is no way I'll give up this litter,
she said with absolute certainty. Feeling like she had just missed something, Piper spluttered.
Nobody's suggesting that, Ambassador. There's no way I would suggest that. Our charter is to seek out new life, not destroy it.
She reached out and put a friendly hand on Susanna's arm, assuring her.
What you and Krashtallash are doing is something spectacular. You're not only creating a whole new batch of lives, these children will be the first of their kind. I'm not aware of any Persian-Caitian hybrids out there among the stars.
Susanna began to purr as she relaxed. Her fur flattened out, and she smiled at Piper.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate the sentiment, and no, there are no other hybrids. As far as I know, the Caits haven't bred with any other species, and neither had mine.
I'm sure they'll be delightful anyway,
Piper said with a smile.
There's something about kittens that's just wonderful.
She took another swig of her glass.
I would suggest that we keep Starfleet in the dark for the time being. What's your people's gestation period?
4 months, but that could be off considering they're part Cait.
Piper nodded. Hybrid pregnancies were often unpredictable.
Go and see Merete. She'll keep it to herself if I ask her to. It's against regulations, but if there's one person on this ship who'll know how you feel, it's her.
Following the captain's lead, Susanna took a long draw on her mug and finished off a copy with a slurp.
I'll do that right now, Captain.
She set down the mug on the coffee table before them and, without asking, gave the captain a hug. A little surprised, Piper accepted the offering and returned it.
Don't worry, we'll make this work,
she said confidently. 10 minutes later, Susanna had her confirmation. In her private office, Merete ran a medical tricorder over her lower abdomen and nodded to herself.
You've definitely got some kits in there. It's very early on, and I can't tell the sex without more invasive scans, which I'm not about to do.
The ambassador lay on the examination table on her back. She stared up at the ceiling and wondered at the way of things.
Can you show me the scans?
She asked, curious. Merete held back on showing her the datapad straight away.
If I show you, you'll know how many there are. Do you want to know so soon?
I'll know soon enough when they grow bigger. I'll be able to feel them myself.
She demonstrated by running her paws down her stomach. The doctor took a deep breath.
Okay,
she said, letting it out.
There are 4, and they appear to be growing quite normally.
Susanna chuckled.
That's the feline genome for you,
she said.
No matter where you find us, we seem to be made out of the same stuff.
Merete wondered about that. There was plenty of evidence that there had once been a race of beings loosely referred to as the Preservers, who had seeded not only humanity throughout the stars, but other humanoid and felinoid species. The thinking was that the Preservers were concerned that, if left to their own devices, some of them could be lost once they discovered atomic energy. A good example was humanity, which had teetered on the atomic precipice more than once in its history. She brought her thoughts back to the present.
Anyhow, I want you to come by my office for a weekly scan. If there's any problem, you come straight to me. And as Piper asked, we're going to keep it to ourselves for now. Just be careful who you tell. Otherwise, word will spread through this ship like a triple plague, and it just might get back to Starfleet.
The ambassador shifted on the table. It was almost overwhelming. A week ago, she was a roving diplomat, one of the Federation's best, going from here to there, putting out political fires. A solo act. Now she was not only married, but expecting a litter of 4. And to top it off, she was being asked to consider a career change as well. Her tail thrashed to and fro as the emotions churned within her. She felt a warm touch on her arm. Merete was looking down on her, a knowing smile on her lips.
What you're feeling is perfectly natural,
she said.
When I was pregnant, my hormones often told me things that weren't true.
She helped Susanna sit up on the table. Then she took her chin in her hand, bringing them both to eye level.
You're going to be fine. An old friend of mine once told me, life is what happens to you while you're busy making plans.
Her eyes sparkled.
Life is happening to you in new and amazing ways. Seize the opportunity to explore new ways of living.
Susanna looked at her, feeling lost.
I'm not sure I'll be a good mother,
she started. She got a
tut-tut
from Merete for that one.
You're going to be a fine mother, and you won't be doing it alone. You have a husband that adores you, and Manny and I for support in things motherly.
She gave her a supportive smile as she tried to cheer her patient.
You see, it'll all be fine.
They say that a starship is no place to raise a family,
Susanna said, her concern evident in the quake in her voice. The doctor chuckled.
If I thought this wasn't a good place for my children, I would leave. Besides, we have the best captain in Starfleet looking out for us, and a starship made out of sterner stuff than most.
She caught Susanna's wandering gaze.
I'll tell you one thing I know. I've always been safer on the ship than I've ever been on a planet. The hostage thing happened in a planet-side cafe, not here. I lost my husband.
Her throat still tightened, talking about it.
On an away mission. Welcome to Fortress Millennium.
That comment finally brought a smile to Susanna's lips. Merete put the icing on the cake.
And you have one thing on this starship you won't have any place else.
Curious, Susanna's whiskers arched forward as she looked into Merete's eyes.
What?
Family,
the doctor said with a confident smile.
You've just married into Starfleet's finest family. On the starship Millennium, we look out for each other more than any other starship I've ever served on.
She rubbed Susanna's arms.
Now go and find that husband of yours and tell him he's going to be a daddy. It'll tickle him pink.
The smile on Susanna's face could have brought light to a black hole. She looked forward to seeing the look on his face when she broke the news.
Thank you, Doctor, for helping me to put things in perspective.
She got up to leave and paused in the doorway.
And I'll be keeping those appointments,
she said as she left. Her last words told the doctor more than she initially thought, and, as realization of what Susanna had really said sunk in, she sat down in her chair, grinning broadly. Her children were going to have plenty of playmates at this rate. With the Millennium stuck in space dock for 2 weeks, the crew were busy either helping out with the repairs, catching up on paperwork, or taking some well-deserved shore leave. For those in the latter group, there were 2 ways of doing so. The Cork was running an hourly service from the docks to the capital city, or, for those who didn't mind transporters, you could transport from the dock transporter through a buffer relay on the moon's surface, via the buffers on the Jolly Roger, which maintained an orbit roughly halfway between the planet and its moon, and down to the surface via any one of the public transporters in the worldwide network. It was a little disconcerting for those who tried it, but both Lieutenants Nunn and Velastro insisted it was safe. They were planning on spending a great deal of time climbing Cait's mountain peaks on the southern continent. Crash hadn't pushed when Susanna had insisted on riding the Cork down to the capital. He still didn't ask any questions when she also asked that they walk the 2 kilometres from the landing site to their destination. He considered that she simply needed the exercise. His mother had come along with them, with Drallah riding on her back, clinging onto her thick fur. She had noted the unusual behaviour, but said nothing. Manny and Scanner had gone on ahead for something. They didn't say what. They just told them they would meet them there, leaving Crash with more questions than he had answers. It wasn't a situation he was unfamiliar with, just one he was uncomfortable with. As they walked, Crash's communicator chirped. Annoyed, he ripped it off his belt and flipped it open. "Commander Krashtallash," he said shortly. Captain Piper's distinctive voice could be heard over the comlink.
"Sorry to bother you, Commander, but I thought you should know. It appears we underestimated Ziff. He's escaped."
Crash pulled up short. "How?" Piper was as annoyed as he was.
"It appears he had some sympathizers on the inside. If he's smart, he'll lay low for a while and leave the planet when things quieten down."
"I've never known Ziff to do the smart thing," Crash countered. "We'll keep an eye out for him. Krashtallash, out." He replaced the communicator on his belt and fingered the mini phaser attached there. It paid to be prepared. All eyes were on him. They all knew that, with Ziff on the loose, he could cause a lot of trouble. "I'm sure he won't be coming after us," he said confidently. He put his arm around his wife's shoulder lovingly. "Nothing and nobody is going to wreck our evening together." He steered them back in the right direction and started off once more. When they finally reached their destination, it was getting dark, so they wouldn't trudge all the way back to the landing site. Crash had taken the liberty of asking the pilot to stop by later and collect them. Being the hero of the hour, the pilot had happily complied. Crash hadn't even noticed the pilot's deference. He was so distracted. Standing here once more, a flood of memories came back to him as he looked up at the door. So much had happened since that first day, and, in a way, things had really started happening right here. Since then, they had made some friends, a number of enemies, and survived an ordeal. However, the changes he had witnessed since landing had been worth it all. The people were out on the street again. He had walked through more than one street party, with whole families enjoying the company of their neighbours once more. So he wouldn't be mobbed, as he knew he would be if anyone recognised him. He wore a cloak similar to the one Susanna had gone incognito in. He smirked. It was his turn now. He looked at his bride and marvelled at her. This night she simply wore her fur, knowing that on this world no one would think twice. Crash was grateful. It gave him a chance to admire her unhindered. He noticed her mottled colouring attracted attention, but most simply watched her go by without any bother. They simply weren't registering that this was the Federation ambassador, as if they considered whether she would be seen walking the streets of the capital and decided against the possibility. He turned once more and led them up the ramp and into the building. The lights were muted this night, for the sake of the visitors. Usually the Starshine Cafe was still open at this time, but they had closed as a favour to their honoured guests. The staff had gone to the trouble of decorating the place with vases of flowers here and there, and instead of tables spread about, they had put them all together to form a long one in the middle of the floor. Burning candles dotted the table, and even the odd knife and fork was strategically placed for their guests.
Well done, Mayor,
boomed Tish Debevec. He stepped forward and shook their hands one by one. He took special effort to welcome Drallah, who was now riding on Pashtallash's shoulders.
Hello, young one.
Hello to you too.
Drallah shouted back, delighted with all the attention. Their host offered them all a place to sit, with Crash being given the honour of the head of the table. For a moment he tried to beg off the offer, but Tish Debevec insisted.
This night is for you and your family,
he said with a friendly air, only gently pressing.
It is the least we can do for you.
As they took their places, the door banged open again as Scanner appeared, his wife in tow. Clinging to her back was a young black female kit who seemed very much overwhelmed by all the goings-on. She looked about the room and was overjoyed to see a familiar face, Drallah. The kit jumped down from Annie's shoulders and ran towards Drallah, who was running towards her. They met in the middle and playfully rolled around on the floor for a moment, with the adults watching with knowing grins on their faces. Tish Debevec stepped forward and welcomed them to his place with a beaming smile. Nobody noticed the data chip that Scanner slipped him before he retreated to the kitchen. The adults around the table rose to greet their family, and hugs and handshakes were shared. When Susanna greeted Manny, she opened her arms and gave her a hug. As she did so, something peculiar happened. Manny suddenly let go and stepped back, mouth agape, still holding Susanna's paws. Her gaze dropped to Susanna's navel, and she knew she was right. In an outburst that would have made Tish proud, she said,
Awesome. How long have you known?
Susanna's eyes went wide and dilated in shock.
I haven't told anyone yet,
she hissed, with a glance at Grash. Even though Amanda Sandage got the message, it was far too late as everyone started asking, what is it? And, known what? Pashtallash had a knowing look in her eye, but Krashtallash remained totally clueless. Susanna just gaped at him. The ambassador, for once, was totally lost for words.
I just found out.
Concerned, Crash brought her in close. Found out what? Letting loose an amused laugh, his mother said,
For a brilliant strategist and warrior, sometimes you're just too male. Your wife is with child, my son.
Crash's response was delayed, as the sound of a transporter beam interrupted them. It coalesced into the forms of Tish and Faith. The latter could be heard saying,
Is this how you make it work?
All eyes were on the new queen, who just wilted at the interest.
Sorry for barging in,
she said.
I was just giving Tish a ride back to work with my new personal transporter control.
Which she held up proudly. It looked like a remote control covered in colourful buttons.
This thing is amazing. I can dial up any coordinates on the planet and the transporter network will beam me right there.
Together, the people in the restaurant dropped to one knee, except Tish, of course. Faith would have none of it. She wrung her paws and said,
People, please, don't. I may be queen, but to me, it's just a job.
Krashtallash solemnly spoke for his clan. No, my queen. You deserve the title and the honour. He stood up and offered her his place at the table. Once again, there was the sound of a transporter beam in the centre of the room. It expanded to reveal the form of the planet's one-time spiritual leader, Ziph. And he was mad.
Don't anybody move,
he shouted. The look in his eyes was beyond maniacal. It was insane. He held up a small control unit in his right paw and glared at Krashtallash.
I'm here to revenge myself on the Lash clan for taking away everything that is decent on this world,
he said in a barely controlled shriek. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Faith.
Ah, daughter's been good to me. You're an unexpected bonus.
He lifted his paw higher, his thumb hanging over the trigger. As he did so, his coat opened wide to reveal a crude bomb strapped to his chest. The commander realized in that moment, if they didn't act, they would die. A glance at his sister was all she needed to know what he intended. Pandemonium erupted in the cafe as everybody started to move. Pashtallash and Tish moved to protect the kits, while Manny went for the control unit. Although Ziff was taller and stronger, Manny was fighting fit, and she held his hand in a vice grip, while Scanner held his left arm and kept him from striking his wife. The three struggled as Crash acted. He quickly moved over to Faith and took the transporter controller from her, quickly dialed in the destination, then attached it to the back of Ziff's coat. He stabbed the activation button and cried, "Clear!" Scanner and Manny let go of Ziff as the transporter beam took hold of him. He tried to press the detonator button, but was frozen as he was demolecularized and sent on to his destination. Manny scowled at the space he had vacated.
Nobody messes with my family,
she growled ferociously. Faith stepped forward and looked up at Crash.
Where did you send him? He'll blow up whatever he materializes in,
she said fearfully. A cruel grin came over Crash's mouth as he held his queen's gaze. I sent him straight to hell. His mother scolded him with her tone.
I know that's where he's going, but where did you send him?
Crash shook his head, then pointed straight down. I overrode the safety protocols and beamed him as far into the centre of our planet as I could send him. He'll rematerialise in solid rock. Scanner gave a dark laugh.
So, y'all did send you straight to hell.
Faith shivered.
What a way to die,
she lamented. Enough, Crash thought. He guided the Queen back to the table and offered her his seat once more. As he did so, he said, You didn't see the bomb straight to his chest. It was either him or us. Understanding lit Faith's eyes as she smiled up at him.
It seems our people owe you, again.
Crash took the seat next to her as Susanna slid in next to him. Just doing my duty, Your Highness. And by the way, he said with a knowing smirk, you can tell that to your bodyguard when they find you. He took out his communicator, flipped it open, and reported in. Captain, please inform the authorities that the Ziff problem has been taken care of. Permanently.
Will do, Commander,
Piper said with full insight.
Enjoy your dinner.
Once everyone was seated, they finally had a chance to be introduced to the newest member of their clan. Drallah's new sister was a 1-year-old kit named Lila. Like her brother, her name was shortened as her family had refused her their clan affiliation. Now, according to the official Cait records, she was Lila to Sandage. While she had very little time to get to know her new parents, it was clear she was liking the positive attention. Having a familiar face to play with was an added bonus, one her parents were keenly aware of. She wasn't saying much yet, but they knew she would open up in time. Next to Crash, Susanna was eyeing her husband out of the corner of her eye. With the drama surrounding Ziff's sudden appearance, not to mention the Queen's, her revelation had been forgotten. She glanced over at her mother-in-law, who was also watching her son closely. It took a few minutes, then Crash's eyes suddenly went wide as he remembered. Turning to his bride, he took her paws in his and smiled sheepishly. I am so sorry, my love. I forgot. Mother said you're pregnant? Is that right? He seemed amazed, ecstatic, and frightened all at the same time. Silence fell in the cafe as all eyes turned to the ambassador.
Yes, my love, it is.
Lila spoke up from across the table.
What does pregnant mean?
She asked in a small voice. Her new mother spoke up.
It means that your Aunt Susanna is going to have kids like you.
The little lady's eyes widened in amazement.
Wow. How did that happen?
Drallah chipped in.
Yeah, how?
Somehow the attention turned to Judd, who simply blushed. I'll tell you later, he said, embarrassed. Pash was curious about the details.
How many?
She asked. The average Cait litter was 2.
4.
The word gobsmacked everyone at the table. Large litters were not entirely unusual to the Cait. After all, the Lash siblings were of a litter of 3. 4, however, a different matter altogether.
When?
Pash asked. She knew a Cait's gestation period, but had no idea if it was any different for Persians.
Usually 4 months,
She said.
but it's anyone's guess, as they're part of Cait.
Lila said it for all when she repeated herself in her childlike fashion.
Wow.
Scanner sat back and put his hands behind his head, a cheeky grin on his face. His eyes twinkled as he delivered a friendly jibe.
Talk about instant families. Brother, you're going to nearly have a baseball team of kids.
That drew blank stares from all. They had no idea what he was talking about. Crash demonstrated unusual verbal prowess. I don't care how many there are. If they look like their mother, they'll be blessed. Scanner rolled his eyes.
You know what side of the bread to butter, don't you?
Manny dug him in the ribs with her elbow.
I happen to think they're gorgeous.
The engineer just stuck his fingers in his mouth, feigning the need to vomit.
You can lay it on a little too thick, I'll think,
he said, not unkindly. Manny wasn't about to let that go either. They started squabbling right then and there, and Pash just watched them with an amused look in her eye.
They're already like an old married couple,
she said with a sigh. Crash looked over at his mother. Have you heard from father? Like the elephant in the room, all became quiet once more. Pashtallash was a touchy subject. Their mother shrugged.
You know your father. He could be anywhere. All I know is that he told me he was going back home to pack some things and go live with his brother.
They all knew from experience that it would not necessarily work out that way. Their father was notorious for changing his mind. Badly wanting to change the subject, she looked at the Queen.
Your Highness, may I inquire about things political? How are things going?
Faith sighed.
Slowly. Prime Minister Drishtagoth has already brought me some paperwork to sign off on. On the good side, the government has already signed into law the dissolution of both the Ministry of Homeworld Security and the Ministry of Information. And King Kraltathat's executive order offering blacks protection from persecution under the law has been ratified.
Susanna seemed cheered.
That's good news, Your Highness.
She got an annoyed look from her for her formality.
Faith,
she said, after an embarrassed pause. The Queen continued.
What bothers me is the travesty that the temple really is. The police went in and checked it out. The equipment they had in there was very high-tech. They were watching everybody and everything. I asked Drishtagoth to destroy it all. However, there seems to be a little reluctance there.
The ambassador's eyes narrowed in annoyance.
I'll take that up with him first thing tomorrow.
She smirked as she glanced at her husband.
Mind you, it wouldn't be necessary if there was an accident arranged to finish it off.
Scanner's mind churned that over for a moment.
An energy pulse should take care of that,
he said thoughtfully. Crash scowled. The anger simmered just under the boil, and he shook his head. No, I've got a better idea. He flipped open his communicator and called the Millennium. If he hurried, they just might pull it off. As he sat there and waited for a callback, the family chatted about family stuff. It wasn't long before dinner was served, the staff having already shrugged off the drama with Ziff. Things had been so busy recently that it was hardly the most traumatic thing to happen to them. Each feline sniffed the meat on their plate and eyed it curiously. They had no idea what it was. It smelled tasty, but it wasn't the same as their usual replicated meat. What is it? Crash asked, speaking for the family, who were all itching to know. Tisktabrisk deferred to Scanner, whose face was beaming like the sun. He laughed out loud and told them simply,
Shave.
Their host smiled and gestured at Judd.
The commander was kind enough to organise the replicator pattern for young sheep.
He looked at Scanner for verification.
I believe your people call it lamb.
Scanner, grinning like a Cheshire cat, slapped him on the arm and laughed. The rest of his extended family joined in before enjoying the flesh slabs of replicated meat. Looks of pleasant surprise bordering on sheer delight were shared as, for the first time in living memory, Cait ate a sheep. Just as Crash finished his meal, his communicator chirped. He picked it up off the table, as it was by his plate, and answered the call.
It's done,
came the voice of Lieutenant Briers. Thank you, Crash said, then simply flipped it shut. The next day, the ambassador sat in the Prime Minister's office. She tried to keep her head clear of the mild euphoria that was typical of her people during pregnancy. She used the feeling to keep a small smile on her face, a suggestion to the Prime Minister that she knew something he did not.
I understand from the Queen that you found something interesting under the temple,
Susanna said in a conversational tone. Drishtagoth's left eye twitched as she said it. She was certain.
I'm sure she would have told you what our people found,
he countered. Susanna didn't let on a thing as she said,
Perhaps Captain Piper's engineering people can help you dissect it. It could give us leads about where the rest of the priests are.
The Prime Minister put down his light pen and sat back in his seat. He didn't like where this conversation was going.
That won't be necessary,
he said coolly.
Oh?
For the first time since he met her, Drishtagoth felt like the ambassador was playing him. It was sad, he reflected, but the way of politics.
And there was an explosion in the facility. It was totally destroyed. The equipment unsalvageable.
Susanna finally let her face change as she wore a smirk.
Perhaps it's for the better. It's not good to have equipment like that lying around. It could fall in the wrong hands.
Just 2 days into his leadership of the Cait, Drishtagoth already felt like he was being put on notice. The Federation was watching them, and would be for a while, he thought. He sighed. They had every right to. Drishtagoth nodded his honest agreement.
It would be a shame if it did. It's still early days, and our people have got a lot of bad habits to unlearn. Perhaps it is a good thing that your husband beamed Ziff into their complex when he tried to blow himself up.
An accomplished poker player, as all ambassadors had to be, Susanna deadpanned.
I think so.
Not about to let the subject drop just yet, he added.
There seems to be some discrepancy with the timing. It seems to be off by about 10 minutes between Ziff's attack and his demise.
Really?
Susanna feigned surprise.
Perhaps we got the time wrong. It all happened so fast.
Knowing he wasn't going to get a straight answer out of his guest on the subject, he decided to drop it. He knew her people had destroyed the bunker. It had been fortunate there had been no one inside when it blew. It was being guarded from the exterior. Investigating the cause of the explosion was moot as well, as it happened so far underground and the ceiling had collapsed in. It was far too risky to send anyone down. It was time to put his guest at ease. His people had a long way to go before they convinced the Federation they were ready to be let once more off the leash. It was the price they had to pay.
Of course, if any further installations are found, we will be happy to have Starfleet's assistance in dealing with it. Perhaps we're out of practice working with our Federation brothers in such matters.
It's not beyond understanding, my friend,
Susanna said, letting her true feelings out for the sun to see.
As you said, some things are hard to unlearn.
Chapter 27. Indeed, some things were hard to unlearn. During the following weeks, skirmishes broke out here and there between the groups who still followed the teachings of the priesthood and denied the evidence, and those who followed their new queen's lead. Starfleet security forces were augmenting the local police force, and the two groups managed to work together, with a minimum of friction, to quell the violence. Queen Faith personally had recommended one of her group's elders, Linstarunk, to take over the daily running of the temple, and everybody agreed he was doing a good job. Things had changed in that, instead of people sitting about simply believing whatever the leader had to say, he encouraged them to get their own personal copy of the scriptures and led them in studies of it. Knowledge is freedom became his tagline. Another thing that changed was that Linstarunk absolutely refused to be either paid to lead their services or be called priest. It would be some generations before that word would lose its negative connotations. On the political side, many of the politicians who had been arrested on the Day of Reckoning, as it had come to be known, were let go without charge. There was little evidence that they contributed anything more than bad judgment in following Kraltathat's lead. Most of them came from the uninvolved ministries like education and conservation. They returned to government in opposition and reformed their party. With the new leader, they managed to keep themselves from being relegated to history at the next election and maintain a reasonable minority when they returned. A week after the day, Kraltathat's ashes were laid to rest. In a world that was fairly heavily populated, the Cait had long ago foregone the notion that their people had to be buried whole in the ground. There simply wasn't enough space for it, and the Cait would rather a tree grow out of the land than monuments to forgotten corpses. That is how they perceived it, that the body was nothing more than a temporary residence for the soul, and once it had departed, there was no longer any need for it. So, Kraltathat's ashes were scattered over the ocean by the Queen herself. It was done from a ship. Some traditions would last forever, with Faith leaning over the back railing and letting the former king's ashes flow out of the jar and into the water. It was a lovely scene, with thoughtful messages from those who had loved him. Before they turned for home, nobody noticed when a minor functionary stepped up to the railing and tipped another jar into the waters. There would be no one to mourn Feentathat as her ashes sank into the waves. Even the fish spat out what originally looked like tasty morsels. Piper watched as the engineering crew, in what was quickly becoming known as Starbase Cait, manoeuvred the new starboard warp nacelle into place. They were fortunate that the workshop was outfitted with equipment that made their task that much easier. Tractor emitters lined the walls, making the painstaking task of aligning the nacelle a simple job. As they held the Millennium in place, so they also held the nacelles. She mused that, only a kilometre away, the last of the Ingram's usable components were being stripped from the hulk. Nothing of intrinsic value was to be left. It had been decided, fittingly, to tow her to Cait's starship graveyard once they were finished with her. She smiled to herself. That wouldn't be much. Noticing a stray lock of her blonde hair, she took out the loop that usually held her ponytail in place and let it drape over her shoulders. In her ready room, she had the luxury of just being herself. It was a place not only for decisions, but for solace and healing. There was a tiny shift in the Millennium's plating as the nacelle came into contact with the pylon. Soon, Scanner's people would start welding the two together. With the port nacelle already attached and undergoing tests, she knew it was now only a matter of time until they could rejoin the stars. Piper was drawn back to the present by a knock at the door. Only one person on this ship ever knocked instead of using the door chime.
"Come in, Merete,"
she said with a grin. The captain usually guarded her private time fiercely, but the doctor was on a very short list of people who were always welcome.
"What can I do for you?"
Merete went directly to the earth-coloured couch leaning against the wall and sat down on it, her daughter on her knee, her son by her side. Each child immediately headed for the floor to crawl around. The mother let them go, and Piper took delight in watching them explore their surroundings to find things to put in their mouths. A look at her friend's face brought Piper's attention to the full. Now, out of her splint, she dragged over a chair, straddled it, and caught her friend's eye.
"What's the matter?"
she asked. The doctor was uncomfortable, but in this room they had no secrets.
I've done the ambassador's second prenatal checkup, and the babies are doing fine.
Piper frowned. This was hardly bad news.
"So what's the problem?"
It was only then did she realise what it was.
I'm duty-bound to report her pregnancy to Starfleet. I've already held off on it longer than I should have.
She wrung her hands, her fear of letting her friends down twisting her gut. The captain's gaze softened.
"I'm sorry, Merete,"
she said quietly.
"I shouldn't have put you in that position."
Her friend smiled.
I know you've only ever got your friend's best wishes at heart, Piper. You were forgiven a long time ago. I just find the situation untenable.
Piper Jr. and Rogan found Piper's legs and started pulling on her trouser legs. She ignored them and focused on Merete.
I've had some success with the Admiralty getting formal approval for your children to stay on permanently, but I'm finding real reluctance to go beyond that. I know I've got my work cut out for me to get the Sandwich kits and Susanna's children accepted as well.
Merete looked out the window at the activity outside. She saw humans, Vulcans, Cait, and a smattering of other species in environment suits working together as a team on the ship's repairs. It bode well for the future for Cait remaining in the Federation.
Perhaps,
She said, her thoughts returning to the Queen.
We need to have a little faith.
She caught Piper's eyes.
We know that Starfleet is examining the notion of returning families to space. After all, they did it for the first 100 years before the NX-01 Enterprise changed everything. Space freighters spent long months in space. Generations lived and had families out here. They were happier that way, and I know Starfleet will come to realise that. We just need to work on them a little more, I think. Maybe the Lushes and the Sandages will help speed things along.
The captain sighed. She was a positive thinker, but she also knew the bureaucratic mind. Change was as slow as Pluto's orbit.
Maybe,
She said, but without much enthusiasm.
I'll have a talk with Crash.
She stood up and picked up her tiny namesake.
You, young lady, are going to grow up to be a fine young woman,
She said with a grin. She turned back to Merete.
You report Susanna's pregnancy, and we'll let the chips fall where they lay, okay?
Merete rose from the couch and scooped up Rogan.
I'm going to go and give this pair a feed, then I'll get right on it. Thanks.
She said, then stood on her toes and pecked her friend on the cheek.
I appreciate it.
And she did. Piper could see it in her eyes. As the door opened, the two of them were surprised to see that the subjects of their attention were waiting outside. With a quick grin, Merete slipped by them and headed for the turbo lift, a tot under each arm.
I'm popular today,
The captain said, ushering them inside. By the looks on her guests' faces, she knew it wasn't a social call. As each took a chair, her eyes narrowed, a little worried.
What's up?
The small troop looked from one to the other as if their courage had suddenly left them. Whether an old friend like Scanner or a trusted ally like Susanna, they seemed to suddenly lose their voices. Krashtallash spoke up first. Captain, we have come collectively to seek a leave of absence from Starfleet. The grimace on his face belied the severity of his query. None of them, were taking this lightly. Shocked, Piper's brows shot up, eyes wide, mouth open. She stood there for a moment, not knowing what to say.
Why?
She finally uttered. The Scanner spoke up.
Because we need time out, Piper.
He smiled, glad he'd finally voiced what he really felt. He gave a sad smile.
I know for myself, I'm not as young as I used to be.
He patted his chest and ran his hand over his weathered face.
This old bod needs some time off. You know, I can't remember the last time I went fishing. Besides, I need a little time to spend with my wife and kids. I just got me an instant family, and we need time to settle into that, you know?
Next to him, Manny placed a loving paw on her husband's arm.
Besides, we won't be out of action altogether.
She said with a contented purr.
Queen Faith has asked us to help out in the reconciliation of our people. It's going to take some time for the wounds to heal.
Susanna nodded.
That's right.
She said, her Persian eyes sparkling.
I've got hands-on experience now, and since I am now an honorary Cait, I can help out too. I think it's good for the people to be reminded of the principles of IDIC. One look at the four of us is enough for most.
At that, the captain laughed.
You're right, and I also can see you're determined.
Of the group, Krashtallash had the most to lose career-wise. Captain Piper, I want you to know that it has been an honour serving with you, and I need you to know I don't take the services you've done for me, personally, for granted. He spread out his arms to encompass their small group. It's still our hope that in 6 months we might be able to return to the Millennium with our families. It just wouldn't be the same without the rest of our family to help us raise our own. But you need to know that we're all decided. If we can't travel with our families, we will have to leave Starfleet because we won't be separated from them. The honest ultimatum chilled Piper's heart because she knew there were no guarantees. She looked from one face to the other and found determination in every one. They were decided. She gave them a heartfelt smile of encouragement.
It has also been a privilege serving with you all as well. I want you to know that I'm going to keep fighting to get Starfleet to allow families on board. I know my reasons are selfish, but it stands to reason. We're losing far too many good people because of a stupid regulation. I'm going to miss you all,
she said, her voice cracking a little. Teary-eyed, she stepped over and gave Scanner a hug.
Especially you old surfy. You're probably looking forward to digging that old Hawaiian shirt out of the closet for the moment you're off the ship.
As she looked into his eyes, flashes of memories of their adventures that went back 20+ years went through her mind. She felt like she was saying goodbye to a beloved family member. From the Rittenhouse scandal all the way through to this most recent adventure, she knew she wouldn't have made it through it all without a friend like him.
Good luck, my friend,
she said painfully. She let him go and took in the rest of them.
Good luck to you all.
Scanner and Krashtallash stayed on to help with the rest of the Millennium's repairs, whilst their wives set up home in the Lash family residence. It was going to be tight for a while, but they knew they would manage. Besides, they enjoyed each other's company. Pashtallash took great delight in having children in the house again, with Lila and Drallah tearing around the home and neighbourhood. She was already noticing changes in their society, as she could now venture out with the kits and draw only a few scowls. Most, however, lavished attention on the kits, as it was now well known who these children belonged to. It helped that their parents were considered heroes of the Cait. To top it off, the kids who lived nearby were starting to unlearn the lessons taught them since they were born, and began to accept them in their play. Whenever the kits were naughty, their father would give them a talking to and remind them that they needed to respect their grandma. Pashtallash was unfamiliar with the term, but when many explained it to her, she took on the title with relish. It was a nice change to be respected. Susanna was finding the break good for her. As was typical for her people, she was spending a lot of her pregnancy taking breaks and getting sleep. It seemed her babies were taking all her energy and putting it into growing. Realizing this, the Queen tried to limit her requests for the family's help. Faith was a compassionate and politically astute operative. Given her behaviour in the palace on the day, many had flagged her as a soft touch. They soon discovered Faith knew that it was sometimes necessary to be cruel to be kind. It was a good thing for Cait as well. While the new government's heart was in the right place, Susanna had been right. They were making some of their old mistakes that fortunately didn't get past Queen Faith or her advisory group of 4 Starfleet members on sabbatical. When the time came for the Millennium to finally warp out of orbit, looking pristine after what some would have considered a thorough overhaul, the 4 stood on the bridge of the Jolly Roger to see them off. Piper had played a clever paperwork game for the 4 of them. Instead of them being on sabbatical, they were assigned to the Jolly Roger for her running-in period. Now a mixture of Cait and Starfleet technology, the craft had been converted into something that could travel the stars as a science vessel, but also packed enough punch to more than protect itself. And it had one capability that most starships were lacking, the ability to land. Left with a full crew made up of volunteers from the Millennium and Cait on loan from the former homeworld security, which had been folded into an extension of the police force, the Jolly Roger was ready for anything that might come their way. With Krashtallash in command, Manny his second-in-command, and Scanner its chief engineer, the ship was left for Cait's defence. Not that it needed much. The Jolly Roger was about to spend most of its next 6 months parked outside the capital in Cait's spaceport. A spaceport that was starting to get traffic once more from starliners bringing back the tourists. So each day, Crash, Manny and Scanner would spend some time overseeing the running of the ship, but generally they'd let the junior officers have the run of things while they helped with the world's problems and their own. Before any of that, the Lash clan stood on the bridge of the little starship and watched as their mothership disappeared in a rainbow of light. They all felt a piece of them warped off with her, but the best part of each other was right where they stood. First of all, they were a family. For all their travels in space, they had begun embarking on the greatest adventure of them all, raising a family. Chapter 28. The parcel sat on the Queen's desk, looking innocuous with its Starfleet insignia emblazoned on its side. Faith had made it known that she was not going to be the sort of monarch who expected to be waited on paw and tail. Among the other more menial tasks in her day, she insisted on opening her own mail. She also answered it herself, whether in the old-fashioned paper form or the modern electronic. Given that Cait had had modern technology for over 2 millennia, some anachronisms still remained, like the mail. Faith sat on the floor in her office in the palace, a room that hadn't seen much use during the previous queen's short reign. Like any person, curiosity pushed her to open the parcel first. She noted the seal that showed that it had been scanned for explosives and pathogens, and it had been deemed safe. She extended a claw and prized open the sealed lid and took a look inside. Within, she found it contained the iron spike used to nail the teacher to the destiny tree, contained in a small stasis box. Next to it, she found a data crystal and a paper letter. Leaving the spike, she took out the crystal and set it aside while she read the letter. She noted it was from Dr. AndrusTaurus to Brisk. It read,
Dear Faith, I know how much you hate standing on ceremony, and I'll call upon your friendship as I take the unusual step in delivering the spike in this manner. I took some extra time re-examining the blood on it. You saw the hologram of the teacher I was able to generate on the day. I wanted to let you know that everything I did was in good faith, pardon the pun, and that the image was genuine. The teacher did look like that. I wanted to leave you with this data crystal which contains all of my research on the blood. If you decide to give it to your own people for analysis, you should be aware of what they'll find. Not only was the blood 2,000 years old, it contains some anomalies. Individuals and species change only when there is change to their DNA. This usually happens when DNA is damaged and information is lost, or when gene therapy is used and information is added. However, each successive generation is weakened a little as more damaged DNA is added to the gene pool. I found the blood on the spike contained no damaged DNA. If there was a perfect model for the Caitian genome, you have it right there. The factors that involved aging are absent. This person would not have aged. He would have remained young and strong forever. Also, I found that it completely refuses to be either replicated or cloned. In a universe governed by the law of entropy, that all things wear out and go from order to chaos, this person's DNA doesn't belong. He was literally perfect. I know that this may come as a shock to you as your world's sovereign and, I believe, spiritual leader. I thought it best to leave you with this information and the choice of what to do with it. While I was adopted by one of your clans, I don't profess to know your complete mindset. Faith, I hope you don't think me a coward by dealing with this matter in this way. I just thought it was best to let you deal with it. Take care of yourself. Your friend, Merete.
Faith put down the letter and picked up the crystal. A lot of things were going through her mind as she stared into its many facets, but one thing she was not feeling was shocked, or in the least bit surprised. In fact, the knowledge brought a smile to her face. Epilogue.
Dear Mr. President, thank you for sending Starfleet and giving me a new family. Things are getting better on Cait now, and everyone seems more friendly. Most of the other kids will play with me now. We're living with my grandma, as Dad calls her, and she's great. My mum loves me a lot, but I'm worried about her. She gets this funny face every now and then, and I heard her tell Dad something's wrong. I know it's not about me or Lila, but she's really worried. I hope you can help her like you helped me. Thank you again, sir. Drallah to Sandage.
You have been listening to What We Learn from History by Sean O'Keefe. Narrated by Sean O'Keefe, who also played Krashtallash, Sarda and Jason Nunn. Piper was played by Edelweiss O'Keefe. Faith was played by Charmaine O'Keefe. Merete AndrusTaurus was played by Loren Debevec. King Kraltathat was played by Michael Debevec. Queen Feentathat was played by Yvonne Juncker. Kintabung was played by Lidia Cristofoli. Tish was played by Michelle Cristofoli. Officer Graptasan was played by Tristano Cristofoli. Drallah was played by Lewis Cristofoli. Lila was played by Gabriella Cristofoli. Pashtallash was played by Kim O'Keefe. All other characters were created using VoiceAI. We hope you enjoyed this book. You can find more free audiobooks at trekkyfanfiction.com.